are about to go live.
Hey. On set.
Are you ready for me?
Go. Yep,
All
we're
right.
ready for you.
Okay. We are heading over. All right. I'm here on set, about to go live on Startup Health TV, and can't wait to get started. I'm getting some crazy lighting there. That's better. And we're going to be interviewing 54 health entrepreneurs today to understand what they're building and what their motivations are. It's all going to happen right here in this studio, and we'll be going live in about 30 seconds on startuphealth.com. So I hope you'll join us. Thanks for joining SAM, and thanks for joining this quick feed on Instagram. But you can jump over and watch the actual feed coming onto the set here. All right, I'm gonna take my seat and show you what's going on here. And all right, I'm gonna sign off Instagram, and you can find me on startuphealth.com as we kick off these interviews. So thanks for joining me, and see you soon. We are live at the Startup Health Festival, day 2. Couldn't be more excited to be inviting you into the festival by way of the Startup Health Studio. This is Startup Health TV, and we have the privilege of inviting into the studio today more than 50 of the world's top health entrepreneurs, really innovative folks that are reimagining the future of health. The theme of this year's festival is collaboration, and we're seeing that in the more than 2,000 people who are here as connections are made, and it's just awesome to see. So glad you're here with us. You can watch us as we live stream all day, startuphealth.com, and I am excited to welcome our first guest onto the stage, David Weingard, founder and CEO of Cecilia Health. David, take a seat.
Good morning.
Great to have you. Okay. Excited to learn more about what Cecilia Health is doing right now, but why don't you just tell us, what are you building? What's up?
So Cecilia Health's mission is to improve the health of people with diabetes and related chronic conditions. Okay. Half the people with diabetes also have cardiovascular and obesity challenges, and we're in a crisis now in the country. There's 30 million people with diabetes, 500 million in the world. In the next 10 years, the CDC says 1 out of 3 people in the US will have diabetes. So we need to do something and really disrupt the environment and help these people. I know firsthand because I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 36. So helping people with diabetes is my mission and the mission of everybody in the company. Yeah. So what we do is we reach out to patients on behalf of our pharmaceutical device and health plan clients, and we engage with them, and we build trust in their language, English, multiple dialects of Spanish and Chinese. We help engage them and teach them how to use their devices, how to take their medication, how to self-manage their diabetes so that they could be empowered in their life and really have a healthy life and a rich life with diabetes, and not view it as a burden, because it's a tough disease. It doesn't go away.
You know, there's a lot of emphasis at this conference about the patient experience and really understanding patient needs. You were there. You know, take me back to being 36 and getting that diagnosis, and tell me what that experience how that's helped you in running Cecilia Health.
Yeah, I remember the moment the doctor told me that I had type 1 diabetes. I was 30 pounds lighter than I expected. I had no idea why that was, no energy. And the doctor gave me the script for insulin, and I'm like, what is this? I have no diabetes in my family, and I've been a triathlete and runner my whole life. And so I was overwhelmed, and I was really fortunate to meet a great diabetes educator and nurse named Cecilia, who gave me the education, support, compassion, and a sense of empowerment that I could live a rich life with diabetes, and that really transformed my life. And my goal, and the company's goal, is to bring a piece of Cecilia to everyone with diabetes on the planet.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so let's talk about what that looks like, kind of what the platform actually, how it fleshes out.
So we believe that it's really important to create a personal connection with a patient, because people on their own, there is a whole range of people, but the 18% especially, who account for 40% of the cost, they need somebody in their corner who's going to help them in their language, on their schedule, And then we integrate technology, as I mentioned earlier, so that we could scale the engagement. They could self-manage. What we're seeing is a tremendous opportunity to go further this year, because when you look at a map of the United States, there's only 3,000 endocrinologists for 30 million people.
Oh, wow.
And most of those endos are on the east and west coast. So we're actually going to extend the coaching that we do and move into clinical care, where we can take data from continuous glucose monitors, blood glucose monitors, overlay FDA-approved decision support, and integrate the anecdotal data we're learning from the CDEs, and be able to manage the whole patient. So imagine going to a health plan and saying, we'll manage your whole diabetes population, and we'll take on risk for that, because we're able to engage the patients that cost the most, we're able to remotely monitor the rest of the patients, and by segmenting and using rich data analytics, be able to apply the right mix of digital and human touch, and be responsible for outcomes, get the patients healthier, get them empowered in their life, improve quality measures. It's really unbelievably exciting, because with 1 out of 3 people having diabetes in the next 10 years, the primary care physicians in this country are going to be overwhelmed. So we need to be able to support them and support the patients.
Yeah, it sounds like a win-win for the insurance providers who are really trying to manage these populations and don't really quite understand, are having a hard time wrapping their minds around how to pull all those pieces together.
Yes.
And you're doing that high-touch care, but also that high-tech platform that pulls it all together and is scalable.
Absolutely.
So what are you most excited about for 2020?
So for 2020, being able to expand our current capabilities with our pharma device and health plans to be able to not only change people's lives through behavior intervention and support, but be able to prescribe and titrate and use this technology to actually be a medical provider, submit claims as a provider. We can create sustainable change across the United States. And if we could change the curve of support and care for the 30 million people and more that have diabetes in this country, we're going to be the #1 innovator disruptor to turn the tide against diabetes and really empower the population.
Awesome.
That's our mission.
Awesome, David. Well, thanks for coming down. It's all the time we have. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
And have a great day at the Startup Health Festival.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we've got Luca Amili, founder and CEO of InSilico Trials. Come on down, grab that mic, and tell me what you're working on with InSilico Trials.
We are developing a platform for the modeling simulation in healthcare to support the development of devices and drugs.
Okay. I understand from your literature that you are trying to increase the development timeline by 4 times.
Yeah. We basically in the platform have models provided by great partners that give the opportunity to companies that don't have all the internal skills to use this kind of tool to replace traditional activity like clinical trial or animal testing or bench testing and to make it with incredible speed up. Just to give an idea, we have some models that give the opportunity to reduce the time up to 99.7% of the traditional approach.
Okay. Why is this such a problem? Why were you passionate about trying to speed up that process?
Because once you speed up the R&D for both medical devices and drugs, that is one of the biggest pain at the moment in the market, not only in terms of innovation, but also in terms of regulatory approval. You are able to create easier new products for the people that need it. So new drugs, new devices, new solution to pain that could be rare diseases or pediatric devices that go also to unmet need that are increasing a lot worldwide.
Okay. All right, take me under the hood with InSilico Trials. You told me sort of what the big goal is, speeding up that process. How does the platform work? What makes you unique?
Yeah, the platform is web-based, cloud-based, and we, since the beginning, have created that with a lot of security component and following the regulatory requirement in a way that everything you're going to do in the R&D is going to be already good for regulatory approval.
Okay.
And this is going to speed up also these 2 phases, very important in development of new products that combine the innovation with the regulation that are very important in our market. Okay. So once a user go on the platform, he find a specific model that is going to help him to contextualize the simulation in its own specific need. and then the results become quickly available and with a high level of scientific value. As the provider, we have our very great research centers, or also in some case we have a collaboration with FDA, so we have model provided by FDA on the platform, and this is going to increase the level of consideration for this kind of outcome in the entire regulatory and research.
Interesting. I understand you're based in Italy, is that correct?
Yeah, well, I'm based in Italy.
You're
the
in Italy.
company is in Italy, Netherlands, in US as well. So
Okay.
we are covering worldwide, thanks also to the fact that we're working on the cloud. So we are everywhere 24/7.
Okay. Do you feel like there's a sort of a global sensibility to the company? I feel like there's a certain there's something about companies that come at health with a global perspective.
Totally. Consider that we haven't started yet to do sales, but we already have customers coming to us from Australia
That's awesome.
and India, US, Europe. So they were addressed to us by our partners, and so this is a right indication that the footprint of what we're doing is global.
It's always a good sign when someone finds you before you're even ready to find them.
Absolutely. Really great.
Very nice. So 2020, what are you most excited about? What should we be looking forward to from Insilico Trials?
We have some great discussion with big partners.
Okay. Any that you can mention now? Any you can?
Not really.
Quite yet?
Not really. In a couple of weeks, I will be able to do that.
Okay. We'll be checking back.
And these are very big projects.
Okay.
That is our go-to-market, because what we have decided to do is to go to market with partners to be able to reach the final user as quick as possible, as our initiative is the first like this worldwide. And so this is our target for 2020, to be able to deliver and to focus on the execution of what we have built in the past.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the work that you're doing. Thanks for stopping by the Startup Health studio.
Thank you.
And keep up the good work. All
Thank
right.
you. Bye.
Take care. You can set that down. Fantastic. My next guest is Dr. Davis, Dr. Natalie Davis from the CMO of Prevent Scripts. Great to have you,
Hey there,
Natalie,
Logan. Thanks for
into the
having
Startup
me
Health
today.
studio. It's such an honor for me to get to know so many inspiring health entrepreneurs. We're doing 54 interviews today, and I just feel like I'm learning so much about what's next in health and just getting inspired by people like you. So thanks for joining me. Tell me what Prevent Scripts is up to right now.
For Prevent Scripts, our moonshot is to partner with primary care providers to help them increase revenues by identifying their patients that are at risk for diabetes and hypertension, and we help them essentially intervene and help their patients reduce the risk of developing lifestyle diseases.
Okay. So take me under the hood. Is it a platform? Is it an app? What are we talking about?
It's a platform. We're a tech-enabled behavior change platform, and we essentially have three components. The first component is risk assessments and surveys to help the doctors identify the patients that are at risk, and then to also assess the patient's motivation. Are they intrinsically motivated? Are they extrinsically motivated? And so it's a little bit of a clinical decision support for the physician to help them understand which pathway to put the patient through. And we have several pathways. The first pathway for the patients that are more extrinsically motivated, that's I do it because I should do it. Those patients go into an intensive behavior change modification program that is in clinic. The patients that are more intrinsically motivated can go into a little lighter touch program, which is a remote monitoring program in which the patient is able to self-track at home, and they use our platform to do that, iPhone, Android, with a tech-enabled behavior change piece of the scale connecting through to the physician. And then the third component of our platform is EHR integration, so that it integrates with the physician's day-to-day work.
How have primary care physicians responded to this kind of care?
Well, our partner this year and our progress from this year we can attribute to our partnership with Primary Care Medical Center, which is it's either a large small practice or a small large practice, depending on how you think of it. But it's a 20 provider practice in Murray, Kentucky. Now this practice has objectively the best quality metrics of any primary care practice in the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Okay.
And they have partnered recently with Village MD in their long-term transition to value.
Okay.
So we're excited to work with them. We have tested 1 of 6 of our prevention management bundle with them, and they're increasing their revenues, and so that is part of our...
Remind me how it increases revenues?
There is a bundle of codes that are 3 things: surveys, visits, and remote monitoring revenues.
Okay. You're making it easier for them to provide more care, there's more pathways that they're involved in, and then bill correctly for it. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's
okay,
correct.
awesome, awesome. What should we be looking forward to for 2020? What are you most excited about?
I'm most excited this year about behavior change.
Okay.
PreventScripts is about behavior change and implementing our 3 new features. We've got the Android iPhone platform. We're adding the remote monitoring features and the risk assessments. And then we're excited to guide these patients through this 6-month pathway. So we're about 6 months, 3 habits: drinking water, eating fruits and vegetables, walking 10,000 steps a day.
All important.
And those 3 behaviors create the 3 numbers which matter, which are your weight and your blood pressure and your blood sugar. 75% of healthcare costs can be eliminated by normalizing those things.
Isn't it amazing how we apply so much innovation necessarily to some such basic needs?
It's very,
I mean, I need to drink more water,
basic.
I need to walk more, and yet, we're trying to figure out how to use the tools at our disposal to solve these problems.
And providing patient behavior change can only happen when you change provider behavior.
Interesting.
That's what we learned this year.
Awesome.
What is hard about changing provider behavior. And when you're busy seeing 40, 50, 60 patients a day, it's very difficult to change what you're doing.
Interesting.
So
you're coming alongside and you're being that support to the primary care provider.
Right.
Which is awesome. All right. Fantastic.
Thank you so much, Logan.
Wish you the best with 2020. Thanks for stopping
you.
by the studio. All right. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. If you're just joining us, my name is Logan Plaster. I'm with StartUp Health, editor of StartUp Health magazine, and we are broadcasting live from the StartUp Health Festival here in San Francisco. You can join us on social media, tweet us at StartUp Health, use the hashtag StartUp Health. Here in the studio, we are interviewing more than 50 health entrepreneurs, understanding what they're building, what their motivations are, and I'm excited to have with me now Fahad Aziz, CTO of CareMerge, and tell me what CareMerge is working on right now.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
So CareMerge, we are on a mission to make sure that the aging experience is filled with peace of mind and joy. And as you know that over 8 to 10,000 people are retiring every day in US only. And as we get older, we need more care and more people get involved. If that whole system is not well coordinated, it creates a lot of stress on the system. So what we believe is that with CareMerge, we want to make sure that people, when we get older, we can live healthier and happier. How do we do that? There are many ways we accomplish this. Number one is that we provide technology so that people living in independent living communities or assisted living communities, they have a way to communicate with their family members, their staff members, and so on. So we build that bridge, a communication bridge that is missing and creates a lot of problems for coordination.
Yeah. I'm curious, you started out with the grand health moonshot of making aging more joyful, happier. So I don't know, do you have any examples, or can you point me to a way that a platform like this kind of leads to that type of response?
Right. Well, the way it works is that one of the biggest challenge with getting older is that you're now loneliness, right?
Yeah.
People are alone, they don't have their family members around, and so on.
Yeah.
So one of the things we realized is that if you're able to connect with your family members, you are more engaged or more happy. If you're able to connect with people that are in your neighborhood, that are like-minded, that have same background, you're going to be more happier. You're going to be more involved in social events and do all that stuff. So that was our finding, and I got a chance to spend like 3 months with some of the seniors in assisted living community.
Okay.
And while I was there, I saw that friction, the friction between care providers and family members and residents, and all was because that they were not talking to each other.
Okay. So walk me through what that communication looks like. I'm lonely, and I want to be more connected to my community. I mean, how does CareMerge facilitate that?
Yeah, so many ways. So you can have smart speakers like Alexa in the room and use that for communication. You can find out about what's new in the community, who the new people who have joined. Yeah. We are now adding a lot of artificial intelligence that will help do some matchmaking. Okay. So it will tell you that there are new people in the neighborhood or in your community that has same interest as you. You may want to meet with them. Yeah. Right. Similarly, we can tell you about some of the interesting activities that are happening in the community that you may enjoy. So by adding a little bit of AI, we're introducing a new concept we call smart aging.
Smart aging, okay.
Yeah, so you can be independent, but technology will help you get more social and live more happier and longer.
Yeah, we have an article in Startup Health magazine by the Chief Medical Officer of AARP, and she talks about how she wants to shift the conversation away from aging in place to designing for independence.
Yes.
And I feel like that's kind of what I'm hearing you say.
Absolutely.
Is this idea of let's design innovations to really help people thrive, and not just, she said, don't design for fear, the fear of falling, but design for independence.
Absolutely.
And design for thriving.
Right, and that's where AI can add a lot of value. So now we are serving our technology in over 450 senior living communities.
Is that your primary client?
Correct.
Okay, you're selling into senior living facilities?
Yeah, and they use the technology to serve around 100,000 senior residents, and over 40,000 family members use our system to connect with their loved ones.
Fantastic. Okay, what's the one thing we should be most excited about for 2020?
Yeah, I think the inclusion of AI into senior living or into the lives of seniors, it has a lot of potential. It will change the way they live, it will change the way they interact with technology and interact with their friends. So we're very excited about bringing that into senior communities.
Awesome, all right, well keep up the great work. Thanks for coming down to the studio.
Great.
As someone who has a grandmother that I love, I appreciate your health moonshot of trying to help make her life better.
Great, we're very excited about this.
Thank you for the great work you're doing. Awesome. If you're just joining me, this is Startup Health TV, broadcasting live from the Startup Health Festival, Day 2, streaming live at startuphealth.com. I'm excited to welcome into the studio my next guest, Anupam Khandelwal. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Did I do it all right?
Yep.
Anupam, all right, take a seat. CEO of Sage Surfer.
Yep.
All right, well I'm excited to hear about what Sage Surfer is doing in the mental health and happiness health moonshot, is that right?
Yep.
So what are you working on?
So we are working on trying to include the full circle of care team. So the idea primarily is, can we collaborate not only just between a provider and a client, but bring everybody ecosystem together, give all the personalization and context to the communication, and provide the right level of productivity to create sustained engagement and proactive interventions.
Why, I've heard a number of people talk about care coordination. Why did you feel like that was a problem worth tackling?
Wonderful question. The biggest problem you have when you are between outside the clinical hours, 4 boundary walls, you are with your customer support, your support system at that particular time. And who are those people? Your trusted support people. Yeah. If you don't include them, which is mostly left out, you lose the proper engagement possible and the insights which they collect on a daily basis to provide proactive interventions.
Got it, okay. So take me behind the curtain. Tell me what the Sage Surfer platform really is. One way of doing that might be to walk me through, if I was a user, a customer, what would it look like?
Yeah, so we look at the whole angle, 3 important stakeholders. One, the provider, one, the client who is receiving the services, and the people, the trusted support, non-clinical staff, non-clinical people. So from the client perspective, it's like a support system in their pocket. They can trigger it anytime when they want. It's triggering it out their feelings, the mood, the journaling, and everything else, and trying to get a self-care management, empower them, connect them with the right resources. On the provider side, we provide productivity tools to make those sustained engagement possible, and they can get ongoing insights to do proactive interventions. For the family side, they have a personal dashboard to see what their loved one is doing at any given time. And they can intervene and provide those insights with the context behind it. So it's providing a more continuum of support outside the clinical hours.
Got it. What has the response been like?
It's been fabulous.
Yeah.
So we have been working across the country with different providers, ranging from mental health clinics, to county system, to school-based mental health providers, to treatment centers, and so on and on.
Okay.
And lots of people are joining the team, and we're just looking to scale our operations further.
Why is this something that you're personally passionate about?
Yes, so I lost my loved one 3.5 years back, primarily because of mental illness.
Wow.
And my co-founder has lost her son because of suicide. Wow. So it's very personal for us because we did not, because of the care is very fragmented. Unless you don't include everything inclusive, you lost. Lots of things fall through the crack. And that's what we're trying to do. We're not just trying to make a patient engagement between a provider and a client, but include the whole people together.
How do you feel like the care coordination platform can help with destigmatizing some of these issues? And that's partly what makes it lonely, right?
Yes. Yeah, so we are working with lots of different organizations like NAMI, National Association of Mental Illness, for suicide prevention and suicide survivors, where people are very siloed. They don't want to take any care whatsoever. Forget about technology. We're trying to take them from the full spectrum of isolated to where they are self-empowered and they can take care. So the whole spectrum of stuff which is done on our platform.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, so here we are in the beginning of 2020. What are you most excited about for the next year?
So 3 important things. So we just completed NSF, National Science Foundation, in last year, this 2019, and we are growing and scaling our operations. We're collecting lots of data across different websites, different customers and all. And then we are raising our seed round. So we already have commit and we're trying to complete our seed round to scale our operations globally.
Okay. And why is it important to be at events like this? Like, what are you getting out of the festival?
It's networking and talking to people, what's happening as such. Because I think it's you require the whole team. It is not a siloed solution. You require the whole collaboration. So we're bringing the collaboration, the networking, and the insights which are needed there, right? So that we can figure out what makes sense for our customer and how best you can solve their problems and the client's needs.
Awesome. All right, that's all the time we have. Thanks for stopping into the studio. I wish you the best with the company and over the next day as you
wonderful. Thanks
continue
a lot.
to network.
Thank you.
All
Thanks
right.
a lot.
Take care. Awesome. We are still broadcasting live from the Startup Health Festival here in the Startup Health studio. So my next guest is Abir Ali, CEO and founder of HeartRight.
Hey there.
Welcome into the Startup Health studio.
Thank you.
I'm excited
Great
to hear
be
about
here.
what you're working on. And tell me about HeartRight.
So HeartRight is a technology company that is enabling patient monitoring and creating an amazing patient experience.
Okay, all right. Tell me what that means.
So what that means and what our moonshot is, we want to make chronic disease management accessible to all patients and including underserved patients as well.
Okay. Show me the product. Show me what the platform looks
so
like.
What the platform
How
looks
do you get
like,
involved?
Yeah, exactly. So what the platform looks like is a mobile app that patients receive that gives them a personalized nutrition, exercise, sleep, and stress plan.
Okay.
That's then clinically integrated with their physician, so their physician has an amazing picture of what they're doing with their health and just their overall lifestyle.
Which chronic diseases are you focusing on first?
Great question. So right now we're super focused on hypertension, high blood pressure.
So let's say I am a patient with high blood pressure. Walk me through the process, the experience that I might have. I come into my primary care doctor. Is he going to have the back end platform?
Yeah.
Or is it to me directly to the consumer?
So right now, that's a great question, because that's right now what we're seeing is patients, when they have a chronic disease like hypertension, they go into their clinic and they're just handed a prescription. They're handed a medication, as I was, they're sent on their way.
You went through this personally?
So the genesis of HeartRight actually came from a personal need that I went through and a gap that I saw in the care that I was hoping for.
Tell me about it.
So when I was diagnosed with hypertension about 2 years ago, I came into my primary care office and he said, here's a prescription, you're just gonna take this. And I said, great, how long do I take this? Not knowing chronic disease, not knowing medication at 27. And he said, well, you're gonna take this for the rest of your life. So I remember sitting in my car just absolutely shocked and not knowing what to do with my health. Having a medication that I know has many, many side effects. And then being at 27, having to take this for the rest of my life. So
something didn't feel right.
Some felt terrible.
Yes.
And so that's how we started with this, where I helped myself through different lifestyle changes and realized that there's gonna be a lot more folks like me. There's a lot more folks like my family who have been plagued by hypertension for 15, 20, 25 years that just didn't know there's more out there to help them in their disease.
Yeah. What makes this assistant unique in the market? There's a lot of behavior change apps and programs. What makes it unique?
So what makes it unique is that experience, that patient engagement with a personalized program, but that being directly tied to your clinician, to your physician, and them having a great picture of how you're doing with not only your hypertension, but just your overall health. How are you doing with your nutrition plan? How are you doing with your exercise plan? So having that intimate relationship with your physician is what we're trying to drive.
Awesome. And how is that data fed back to the provider? Is it integrated with wearables? How do you, is it all self-reporting?
So it's self-reported through the patient and their mobile app. So they're going in there, they're tagging how they're doing with their nutrition. So how are they doing with their 3 servings of fruit? How are they doing with their 8 glasses of water? So engagement with those daily habits, and then also those physiologic parameters. For us, it's going to be high blood pressure. So seeing how the blood pressure readings are coming in, their weight, and all of that is then integrated live to the clinician dashboard.
Nice. Okay, so obviously you're at StartUp Health. You're a startup. Where are you at in the process in terms of what happened in 2019, and what are you really excited about for 2020?
So we just got some really, really great news that we're going to be working with some amazing institutions. I can't name them right now, but we're going to be launching our product with these institutions in the next 2 months.
Wow.
And so we're going to be getting up and running. Yeah, so we're a very, very early stage company, but to get this type of traction and this type of validation from those institutions is amazing, and we're really looking forward to helping thousands of patients this year in 2020.
So we should be keeping our eyes on you in 2020 and seeing your inflection point as you take off.
Absolutely.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thanks for coming by the studio. Thanks for taking the time. Hope it's a fruitful day for you. All right, thanks a lot. Keep up the great work. All right, next up in the StartUp Health studio here at the StartUp Health Festival, I will be interviewing Pinaki Dasgupta, the founder and CEO of Hindsight. Come on in and join me.
How are you doing?
Good to meet you, Pinaki. I'm looking forward to hearing about what you're working on, eliminating waste in healthcare.
Yep.
It's very important. Tell me what Hindsight is all about.
Yeah, so when we started back in 2013, the question that we are asking ourselves, what if we could eliminate all the wasteful spending in healthcare, which cost US taxpayer $1.2 trillion today. And some of the big themes are unnecessary healthcare, administrative inefficiencies, wastage, fraud, errors. And we thought technology, is a big enabler to eliminate all this wasteful spending. That's how we founded Hindsight.
Why did that register with you personally?
I have seen up close through my families. Right. My sister who was in India and my son who was admitted here in Emory and in Atlanta. I have seen how the cost structure are so very different. And as I started analyzing those two cost structure, I realized there is a significant opportunity that technology could be used to eliminate those wasteful spending. Right. And that's how we started Hindsight back in 2013.
All right, so let's get granular. Tell me how Hindsight is cracking this problem.
Yeah, so the first thing that we realized is in healthcare today, 70 to 80% of the data is trapped in unstructured free text. That's in EMR. So that's not claims data or administrative data. 70 to 80% is actually trapped there as an unstructured free text. So we built our own NLP technology, natural language processing, to convert, extract all those treasure trove of information and make it available for advanced analytics. Okay. And that's where we apply machine learning and predictive analytics to enable clinical decisions that will eliminate wasteful spending, errors, fraud, and take out all those administrative inefficiencies of doing manual reviews, audit, finalizing up prior authorizations. All these use cases we eliminated by bringing our technology to the forefront.
So is this like the back-end analytic brain that is then fed and supports other programs, or is it its own electronic medical record?
So we get the electronic medical record and we run our NLP, which scans through hundreds of thousand pages of records, extract all the clinical information, all the key phrases, keywords, the date tagged, then it cleans up all the negation. It knows where a particular word was found, like in chief complaint, or whether it was found in a family history, or it was found as doctor's physical examinations or assessment. And as we get all those structured data out, then we can fit into our machine learning algorithm and the algorithm can then tell us whether this particular diagnostic testing that the doctor wanted to do, whether it met the appropriateness criteria, whether if they have then done some coding in the risk adjustment, we can actually tell whether that coding was accurate.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. It sounds like an easy sell if you can really save. You said $1 trillion. $1.2 trillion. So what kind of success have you had in terms of actually bringing some of those costs down?
We had tremendous success. We started, like I said, 2013. We went live in 2015. In 2015, right out of the gate, we have demonstrated $18 million cost of care savings by doing 25,000 prior authorizations per month. And of course, today we do risk adjustment audit, we do CPT audit, we do genetics testing, UDTs, and all kinds of clinical validations, and we have demonstrated millions of dollars savings right out the gate. Plus, all these administrative inefficiencies where nurse, doctors are reviewing records, hundreds of thousands of pages, we can scan that in a matter of minutes, and that's a huge advantage for the plans. And we save significant both administrative costs as well as recoveries.
Awesome. Well, Pinaki, thank you for coming by the studio. That's all the time we have. I hope it's a really fruitful couple days for you, and just excited to see where hindsight keeps going in 2020.
Absolutely. We are very excited, and for 2020, we just onboarded some large clients and have a partnership with SAP, so we are excited.
Awesome.
Thanks for this opportunity.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much. All right, we are still broadcasting live from Startup Health Festival, and I'm excited to invite up to the Startup Health studio Sarah Irampour, the founder and CEO of Person Clinic. So come on up, Sarah. Great to meet you, Sarah.
Very nice to meet you.
Here's your microphone, and tell me what Person Clinic is all about.
So we want to support most vulnerable patient populations suffering from chronic condition with most meaningful care to extend their quality of life through the process. So that is the whole ultimate goal from Person Clinic. We basically, what we observed was that right now the industry has a good repository of genomic data, clinical data, and all the research, all the personalized medicine is around the knowledge that they have on those repository, on those data. What we're missing is integrating patient voice, patient quality of life data, patients' reported outcome data. This is missing. And if you are talking about personalized medicine and supporting patients with chronic condition, we need to integrate those data into their treatment design, basically.
What got you into this industry? Do you have a personal interest in this?
Oh yes, I lost my father to cancer. I lost many friends to cancer. I have colleagues who diagnosed with prostate cancer, and I'm witnessing how he goes through the treatment, painful treatment. In US, a cancer patient in average spend about $125,000. They go through the emotionally, physically painful process, and financially painful process, but they don't really know what they get in the end. It's very unknown what would be the result. So what we're trying to do is to provide, and cancer is actually a chronic disease right now. So we started with a focus on the cancer patients because my personal experience and my passion to help these cancer populations. But then when we share our knowledge with, a couple years ago actually, we share our observations, our passions, our interests with NIH. And I told them we can help these people, these patients, we can fill the gap, the communication gap between patients, providers, and researchers, and provide effective care, virtual care. They like the idea. So among the cancer patients, smoking addictions and depression is highly prevalent.
Okay.
And industry overlooked these co-occurring conditions. Patients with cancer patient with depression spend more than twice for their treatment, and smoking addiction spend add about $3.2 billion to cancer treatment. So what we did, we created a holistic virtual care that enables provider provide meaningful, holistic continuum of care to the patients. At the same time, they can collect patient-reported outcome. They can collect patient quality of life data, which help researcher improve their treatment design for specific patients. So if you're talking about cancer patients, and if you're talking about providing personalized treatment for them, integrating patient voice is very important, and that's what we are aiming to. I hope that I create a clear image for you.
You're clearly very passionate about it.
I am.
It's clearly very personal for you.
Yes.
What should we be looking for from Person Clinic in 2020? What are you most excited about?
So, because social health in most of the European country is, they're following the social health. In 2019, we launched the product in 2018, and then from the beginning, we knew that piloting product is very important. And because of that structure in Europe, I put my focus in Europe to run a first pilot there. We won a gold medal in Denmark. Then we won a prestigious reward from Austria, which
was this when you won the 2019 Innovator of the Year award?
That was personal. So
okay,
no, that
you
was
won that.
Yes, we won.
Well, congratulations for that.
Thank you very much. They recognized, and I'm very humbled to receive that award, especially from in a state of Maryland, which is populated with a novel scientist.
Yeah.
But the fact that recognize our approach and they recognize Person Clinic, I was very happy because I felt, okay, we are successful to pass the message about the patients and what the patient needs.
That industry validation, I mean, that validation is always, it's so important. Just to understand
very much.
People are resonating with what I'm saying. Even if you know it's right, people start to understand it, and it's really important.
What we're trying to do in US, because it's very patient-centric approach, it's very difficult. So I was explaining that how we focus on Europe to run a pilot there first.
Yeah.
And I spent 2 months in Vienna, October, November last year. It's a great city, and it was a good opportunity for us to learn about Germany health system and all the German speaking. So we have opportunity to run a couple pilot there. At the same time, we started a pilot within a mental health system practices, small mental health practices in US. So in 2020, we looking forward for those efforts to flourish to more extended pilot in different clinical setting. And
how do you feel like having that global perspective changes how you develop Person Clinic? Does it give you an advantage? Does it give you
absolutely an advantage. As I said, we are very patient-centric. Since I started, I traveled to Taiwan, Europe, Middle East, learning about the different health system, how they approach to chronic care, how they provide chronic care.
Tell me something you learned during that process, like that maybe surprised you.
Very much. When I went to Taiwan last year, I learned that smoking cessation rate in Taiwan, following the exact methodology that we are trying to implement in US, produce 33% success rate. Today in US, 100 quit line, which is a prevalent, most popular system, produce something around 1 to 3% success rate.
Wow.
So you can see the gap. So going there, seeing what we're trying to digitalize, the methodology, the approach that we're trying to digitalize and make it very cost effective for provider to provide that system in Taiwan has such a success rate. It's a validation. Yeah. It's validation for us as an entrepreneur, which we take so much risk. I spent the last 4 years on this. We are a bootstrap company. Yes, of course, the initial funding, very small funding, we got from NIH. The smoking cessation that we created, it was in collaboration with the scientists in NIH. But then we moved forward and created a very comprehensive platform, including depression management and a system that is super cost effective for provider and for researcher to deliver a holistic continuum of care while they collecting a meaningful data that really help what works and what doesn't work.
Very nice.
So that is the main goal.
Here you are at the Startup Health Festival. Why is it important to be a part of events like this or communities like this?
I get a lot of energy, so it's very powerful to come and see all the other health transformers. They go through the same painful path, but in the end, there is a success story that energizes us. It's very powerful.
Awesome, awesome. Well, so glad to meet you.
Same here.
Hear what you're doing at the Person Clinic. I wish you a incredible 2020. Thanks for coming by the Startup Health studio.
Thank you very
much. And have a great day. You can leave the mic right there. Awesome. All right, if you're just joining us, my name is Logan Plaster. I'm the editor of Startup Health magazine, and we are broadcasting live from the Startup Health Festival. If you want to join the conversation, you can join us on social media. You can tweet us at Startup Health. You can use the hashtag Startup Health. We're broadcasting live from two stages on 2 different channels. So the Health Moonshot stage upstairs is on startuphealth.com, and then we're also running live all day in the Startup Health studio right here. We're interviewing more than 50 health entrepreneurs, introducing you to who they are, what they're building, what their motivations are. We're going to be taking a break right now. We're going to be back with not only more health transformers to interview, but also some great guest hosts who will be taking the seat right here where I am. So hope you will stick with us and join us this afternoon. In just a few minutes, we'll be right back with more guests. Stay with us. Great to have you back. We're at the Startup Health Festival, broadcasting live here in the Startup Health studio. Excited to have you with us. We got a great afternoon, full day of programming as we interview healthcare entrepreneurs, get to know what they're building and what their motivations are. And so I'm excited to jump right into our next guest. I'm going to invite into the studio Ranga Jayawardena.
That's right.
And Ranga, good to meet you. You are the co-founder and chief operations officer at Beam Health, I understand.
That is right.
A telemedicine company. So I want to understand, what is Beam Health? Help me and everyone watching understand what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Logan. So Beam Health is the first two-sided marketplace for virtual care. Okay. So essentially, when you look at the telemedicine space, right, it's a very hot field in healthcare, and you have companies like Teladoc, PlushCare, American Well, essentially hiring their own doctors to deliver video consultations to patients. Yeah. So what they're building is a typical medical practice in the virtual plane. Sure. Now the next evolution of telemedicine is going to be a marketplace where patients can go to evaluate and discover different telemedicine options. That's what we're building.
Okay. Why are you passionate about this? What got you into this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I spent the last 5 years of my career at Bristol Myers Squibb. A lot of that time was spent directly with physicians as well as in doctors' offices, just seeing how patients interact with their healthcare providers. And what I know to be true, and what every physician knows to be true, is that it's way too difficult for patients today to consume services, and it's more difficult than it has to be for providers to sell services, right? Tech companies have come in and disrupted just about every major industry out there except for healthcare. Yeah. And what's unsettling to me about this is that in the context of healthcare, we're not talking about people trying to purchase a product on Amazon or someone trying to hail a ride on Uber. Yeah. We're talking about patients who have real diseases and who aren't as engaged in their own health because of how intimidating it is to purchase healthcare services.
Okay, so walk me through it. Let's talk about the product. What does the platform look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually just secured providers in all 50 states.
Fantastic.
So we're really happy about that. But essentially, it's similar to Amazon in that any doctor, any private practice, hospital, or telemedicine company can list their services on our marketplace for free and then acquire new patients. Okay. So from the patient end, you sign on to the platform, I
have a health event. I want to have a telemedicine visit. As a consumer, I can sign on to Beam Health?
That's right.
Or will it be a white label on the back end of my provider?
So it's a little bit of both. Okay. So what the patient would initially do is sign on to our website, input the state they're in and what specialty they're looking to deal with, and then they'll see a bunch of different options that they can choose from.
Okay.
They'll also be able to put their member ID and their payer name and find out which providers take their insurance and find out exactly what their out-of-pocket is. Nice. And then they would schedule a consult with the provider, via phone or online. At the time of the consult, the provider would use our HIPAA-compliant app to initiate a video consult with the patient. A key piece here is that patients don't need to download anything. So they would just receive a text message at the time of the video consult with the link to essentially the video chat that'll open up their web browser. Yeah. So the way we do it is, for patients, it's very, very simple. You register once, you search for a provider, and then you schedule a consult. Nice. And then for the provider end, all they have to do is open up the app, search for a patient's name, and initiate a consult. Yeah. So the most important thing there is that providers don't need to be trained. We all know doctors hate learning a new software platform, so we've built what we say is the easiest platform to use in healthcare.
Okay. Well, that kind of gets at my next question, which is anyone who's been in telemedicine knows that it's taken a while to take off. Sure. You know, it's been this, it's been a concept with promise for a decade, 2 decades, and you could go way back. Why is it taking so long for telemedicine to take off?
That's a great question, Logan, and we know this really well. So our CEO and my co-founder, Sas Panapali, was the founding chief technology officer of PlushCare, which is a venture-backed telemedicine urgent care right here in the Bay Area. They run that typical model of hiring their own doctors to then do video consults, and they've been very successful. But the way I look at it is, again, these companies are just creating their own telemedicine practices. Got it. We think that the reason telemedicine hasn't taken off is because it's still too difficult for consumers to find the services they need via telemedicine. The other thing I'll say is most of what doctors do will still be in person, right? Or at least a certain portion of that. You may have an operation and then require 5 follow-ups before you need to go in person the next time, right? So if you're dealing with a telemedicine urgent care that cannot have in-person consults, it simply won't work there, right? So in our marketplace, you can find a provider that has a real brick and mortar location, that has a nurse, a PA. You can go into the office, get what you need in person, and then follow up via telemedicine. But I think really our mission is to lower the barrier of entry for both providers and for patients. Gotcha. That's what two-sided marketplaces accomplish. That's what Uber did, again, in the transportation space. That's what Amazon did in retail. We are the only company with this vision in the telemedicine space, and that's why we believe we're going to bring it forward.
Awesome, Rango. Well, fantastic. Great to meet you, hear more about Beam Health, and wish you the best at the festival.
Thanks so much, Logan.
All right. We're interviewing live at the StartUp Health Festival, and I'm inviting up to the studio Jamie Edwards, CEO of CloudBreak. Jamie, great to see you again. Great to hear what's next for CloudBreak.
Hi, Logan. How are you?
Happy to have you into the studio. All right. So
happy to be here.
I know what CloudBreak's all about, but why don't you break it down for me for the sake of our audience?
Sure. CloudBreak is a telemedicine company that provides language interpretation services in healthcare as well as a unified telemedicine platform. We're currently doing it at over 1,200 hospitals across the country, over 85,000 times a month. Wow. And we really classify ourselves as a healthcare disparities solutions business.
Okay. So you just said three things in there that I think are worth breaking down. You said we're a telemedicine company, and then you linked it to interpretation.
Yep.
And then disparities. So let's start with, what's the link between the telemedicine and the language services?
Sure. So our mission is to humanize healthcare. And what that means for us is being able to increase access to care for people who need it. And if you take a look at some of the most challenging patient populations in our country right now, they're people who don't speak English, they're people who recently emigrated to the country. And for us, solving the problem for them and knowing that a hospital is one of the scariest places that you could potentially be, even when you speak English, but being able to solve that problem and empower them to take control of their care and not have people racing around their ER bed wondering, oh my God, what are they saying? What are they going to do to me next? Wow. It also empowers the doctor, though. So one of the main missions that we have is to fight burnout. And so how do you fight burnout? You put great tools at the fingertips of the physician that actually make their job easier. And having an interpreter readily accessible on the platform helps them do that and helps them speed care to those patients.
One of the things I love about talking to entrepreneurs at the festival is hearing when people go upstream with a problem. And so there's a lot of telemedicine solutions, but here you are moving up to the issue of the ability to communicate, language, and how you can't have a great telemedicine platform unless you can communicate clearly. And same goes with, you can't have a great telemedicine platform if your physicians are burned out.
Right. A little mood lighting for us.
Yeah, a little mood lighting. This is proof that we're actually alive. There we go. All right.
Yeah, so for us, communication is the #1 diagnostic tool that a doctor has. When they don't have the ability to communicate, what do? They practice defensive medicine. They order a bunch of unnecessary tests that they don't need. A patient comes in clutching their chest. Is that an indigestion workup or a chest pain workup? You solve that by being able to communicate with the patient. So our goal is, how do we speed that communication? How do we make it easier? How do we allow the patient and the provider to build a trusted rapport so the patient feels comfortable sharing what their issues are with that physician?
Yeah. So I know CloudBreak is kind of behind the scenes, and infrastructure, and kind of supports, so it can be hard to sort of paint a picture of what it looks like, but kind of help me understand what my interaction might be like if I was using a provider who has CloudBreak supporting him.
Yeah, so at its core, the language services use case is what we refer to as the gateway telemedicine drug. Okay. It allows us to get throughout the entire hospital. So our goal is to have a unit accessible wherever a patient is in a facility. And the encounter looks like for them, they come, they present with their issue, someone rolls one of our iPad Pros up to the bedside.
Like an IV pole with a pad on it?
An IV pole with an iPad on it, yeah. Very simple, easy to use, very intuitive. You hit a button on the screen, you get the interpreter that you need within 30 to 90 seconds.
Oh, wow, okay. And those are part of your company, they're part of a call center or service?
Yeah, so the interpreters are the part of the service, the service continuum that we own.
Got it.
So they're W-2 employees in US-based language centers. They're certified medical interpreters.
Wow.
They are the highest bar of interpretation you could possibly have in this country, and that quality is really important. Our providers need to know that the person on the other end of the line has the appropriate skill set for them to service their needs.
So once you have the infrastructure in place for clear communication, then you've got the iPad and you're ready for telemedicine. You've got the pipes laid.
Correct. And once those pipes are laid, we started to expand the use cases, Logan, to do things like telestroke, to do things like telepsychiatry. Because the system is there and so easy to use, our hospitals have asked us to expand use cases on the existing platform.
Awesome. Okay, we only have a second, but what are you most excited about for 2020?
I am most excited about this next chapter for CloudBreak and the fact that these new use cases help us solve more healthcare disparities than we could solve before, and that's really the mission and purpose of why we get up every day.
Awesome. Jamie, thanks for coming by. Hope it's an awesome festival for you, and keep up the great work.
Thank you for the opportunity. We love coming to StartUp Health every year. It's one of our favorite times of year.
Awesome. All right.
Thanks, Logan.
All right, take care. All right, here we are in the StartUp Health studio. We're interviewing the entrepreneurs who are reimagining the future of health. I'm inspired. I hope you're enjoying listening to their stories, what drives them, and what they're building. Next up, I've got Brian Neiman, founder and CEO of Sanguine Biosciences. Brian, why don't you come on in? Great to see you.
Great to see you. How are you?
Good, good, good. Take a seat, grab the microphone, and happy to have you joining us live in the StartUp Health studio. How are you doing today? Yeah.
You've been busy.
We've been talking to lots of people. I'm amped just to understand not just what people are building, but their motivations and what gets them up every day, because that's really what's going to sustain it, okay? So, you're the founder and CEO of Sanguine Biosciences. I've got a sense of what you do, because we've done a story in the magazine about you guys, but why don't you explain exactly what you're up to for the sake of our audience?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're partnering with patients directly to accelerate precision medicine. And what that means is that we're working with them directly, empowering them by leveraging their medical data in the form of medical records, biospecimen, surveys, what have you, valuable data that's going to be critical for researchers in outcomes, in translational research, clinical trials. So patient data is really important, and to access that information really has been tough over the past 20 years because you've had to go through physicians and hospitals and different intermediaries to acquire that information. And now over the past few years, there's been a question of how has my data been used, who's making a difference, or why is it being used. So we're doing everything we can at Sanguine to help patients feel much more comfortable through transparency, ease of administration, making it easier for them to participate from home, and collecting data from their physicians and making it available to researchers that are working on their condition. So if I'm a patient diagnosed with lupus, I'm interested in helping further advance precision medicine for lupus. Okay. And so working with Sanguine helps me essentially accelerate research for my career by putting that data in the hands of Sanguine to put it in front of researchers that they can use to accelerate research for the condition.
Well, I appreciate you. They put it in a kind of a use case. So if I'm the patient with lupus and I want to be involved in sharing my data, what does that look like? Am I taking part in a clinical trial?
Yeah,
do I go somewhere?
Yeah, so the first thing you'll do is come to our website and sign up, provide kind of like minimal information about your diagnosis. Okay. And then if there's an opportunity for you to participate, then we'll collect medical information in the form of your records. Of course, you'll sign a medical record authorization form and a consent form, and you do that over the phone and via electronic signature. Yeah. We'll collect that from your physician and find a study that matches yours. So we'll call you if there's a study, as opposed to you having to go search for it.
Okay, okay. And then do I go to a clinic? What do I do to take part?
Yeah. So we have over 100 nurses and phlebotomists across the U.S.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that will come to the comfort of your own home, collect your blood, and then deliver it directly to the researchers same day, even sometimes. Okay. So that's a novelty of the company, is that it works for both entities. Is that we're working with patients to help accelerate research for their condition, but also researchers that want to work towards that progress want the information as succinctly and as quickly as possible, and in terms of data more normalized and as much data about the individual as possible. Right. So we help accelerate that process.
So you're sort of solving two problems at once. You're inviting patients to be more involved in clinical trials, to offer their data to advance science, right? And then you're also bringing users into the clinical trial. You're recruiting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're solving both problems.
Yeah, so it's the best way to say it is it's transforming more into a platform. Okay. Where both users, the researchers and the patient, can go in and determine which studies fit for them and which type of patients they want to enroll into their studies. Okay. So that's the next part of 2020. Last year we won a grant with the National Science Foundation to develop. Yeah, thank you. With my colleagues, my co-founder Gerald Lee and our Chief Technology Officer Eric Lickerman, we won a grant to develop a platform where researchers can come in and select which patients they want to enroll into a study.
Nice.
So this has accelerated the research process on that side.
Nice. What else are you excited about coming into 2020? Like, what other things are coming out?
Yeah, so we launched that in beta form last year to only 6 or 7 clients. We have about another 50 clients we're going to roll that out to.
Okay.
And we've originally we only kept about 5,000 individuals diagnosed with lupus and rheumatoid arthritis on the platform. We're going to increase that to the 25,000 plus patients that are on our platform.
Yeah.
So if you're a researcher and you want to do a study, you can come to this search tool. You'll identify individuals you want, create the study there, and then we'll get a notification that these are the patients you want.
I understand that there are like community managers involved, and so if I have lupus and I'm involved in clinical trials, I'm also part of some kind of a community.
Oh yeah.
What role is community? Does that play in all of this?
Yeah. So. One thing that we pride ourselves on is that we have a fantastic team of study coordinators that walk each of our individuals throughout the study, through the patients. So there are specific individuals at our office that are focused on specific conditions. So Vivian on our team is really focused on autoimmune conditions. She's working in lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. Neelam has been working in sickle cell and other rare conditions. So that those patients have a one point of contact they can go to learn more about the study and how they can participate and accelerate research for their condition. So we really have a high-touch presence, even though it's high-tech and scalable.
High-tech, high-touch, sounds good, awesome. Brian, well, I've loved learning about Sanguine as we've done a couple stories in the magazines, and really feel like you guys are solving the two problems at once, bringing people together for clinical trials and making data more actionable on both ends.
Yep.
So love it, and thanks for coming down to the StartUp Health studio. Hope it's a great festival for you. All right?
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian. All right, we are here broadcasting live from the StartUp Health Festival here in San Francisco. I'm Logan Plaster, the host of StartUp Health TV today, and we are going to be taking a short break. We'll be back with more interviews with health entrepreneurs here in the StartUp Health community. All right, stay with us.
Very good morning, everyone. We are coming at you live from Startup Health Festival 2020 in beautiful San Francisco, California. We're here with some more startup people that we're going to interview today. We got our first guests, Shamit and Phil. They are the co-founders of Veda Health. Guys, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. By the way, my name is Scott Jung. I am the senior editor at MedGadget. We are a medical and health technology blog and journal. Come check us out, medgadget.com. I'm at Scott Jung. Let's get to you guys. So tell us a little bit about Veda Health.
Sure. So Veda Health is a cost containment and member compliance company. And our value proposition is very simple, which is we save Medicaid, Medicare health plans $17,000 per member per year by automating care plan compliance. And when you take a look at what our moonshot is, our moonshot for this population is to ensure that no individual has to set foot inside a hospital for a preventable event.
Nice. What else you got to add?
Yeah, so what we do is encompassed in our tagline. So our tagline is humanizing healthcare through technology. So it's very simple, very clean. We also like to streamline vendor management for our clients, so we're not a point solution. So we hit a lot of those pain points with our product offering.
Very cool. It seems like you guys are doing a great job at that humanizing part. It says that you have 87% member engagement rate. Like, what's the secret of that high engagement rate?
So a lot of that is encompassed in what Phil said. It's around keeping the member experience simple. The population that we're targeting is our underserved population, and I think they've been left behind for no apparent reason, no fault of anybody's. However, because they've been left behind, they don't have access to care. And so, what Phil and I thought of while we were forming Veda Health is how do we bring access to care in a very simple and cost-effective manner. And so, one of the things that we do is to provide our technology and our solutions in a very simple, easy-to-use format.
Yeah, one of our core values is simplicity. So in order to get the under-resourced populations to really be able to engage with what we're doing, it's making it as simple as possible for them to access the tools, to gain the knowledge, and give them the support that will allow them to live 20 years longer.
Interesting. That brings up kind of a question like, can you share some of your partners, some of your member partners that have helped you guys along the road? And then also, how do you publicize your service?
Sure. So we do a direct sale to the health insurance plan. So our partners are some of the largest Medicaid and Medicare health plans in the country. So if you take a look at the top 5 Medicaid health plans in the country, we're in 3 of the top 5, and that's something to be very, very proud of. We have access to millions of lives, and this is a population that needs that hand-holding or that human touch, if you will. So that's where we're focused.
Yeah, a great milestone we had in 2019 was expanding a partnership that we have. We inked a deal that allows us to affect change on 5 million lives. So we're really proud of that.
Wow, cool. Well, that's great. That sounds like you guys are doing great work. And do you have any other highlights that you want to mention from the past year?
Sure. So what we've seen across our entire book of business, which includes Medicaid and Medicare, is that through our solution, we've seen members participate in our programs see a net reduction in emergency room utilization and inpatient admissions by an average of 40%. And this is something that you don't see with a Medicaid population. And I think one of the reasons why we're able to achieve this, it all comes back to that tagline, humanizing healthcare through technology. The members that are in our programs, we want to make sure that they're part of a journey that's very easy, that's very focused on them. Very similar to what they've set up here at StartUp Health for us. On average, on a particular month, a member receives roughly 90 touches per member per month from our programs. And so by doing that, it creates a sense of accountability, a sense of warmth, and a sense of willingness to participate. And so if you provide that to a population, these are the results that you can see.
That's really great. It's great to see those high utilization numbers. Wish you guys the best, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to do a quick reset, and then we will be right back here at Startup Health Festival 2020. Good morning, everyone. We are back here at the Startup Health Festival 2020 here in beautiful San Francisco, California. We're bringing you some interviews with health entrepreneurs and medtech enthusiasts. I've got Carissa McFarland here. She is the founder and CEO of Patientory. Welcome, Carissa.
Thank you for having me.
Nice to meet you. Tell us a little bit about Patientory.
So Patientory is a health transformer company, and we are focused on empowering end users with actionable insights to their health data to improve their health outcomes on a daily basis, cutting the cost of healthcare to zero.
Very cool. Now, doing a little bit of research about your company, you guys are utilizing some very, interesting technology, specifically cryptocurrency and blockchain. Can you explain kind of how that integrates into your platform?
Yeah, so Patientory is actually one of the founded member companies of the P2Net HIPAA-compliant blockchain decentralized storage network. And I know that was a handful, but essentially we're utilizing blockchain with our decentralized storage system to securely store and manage the transfer of private health data. So we are actually one of the consortium members of that ecosystem, and we're able to build our decentralized application software on top of this network to enable more insights into clinical health data.
Very cool. So I know yesterday, I think one of our speakers kind of gave a very quick definition of what is blockchain. Can you kind of give a really quick summary for those who don't understand what is blockchain and how specifically does it apply to me as a patient?
Absolutely. Well, as you know, blockchain is used in many different industries. The basic definition of blockchain is a ledger, which basically builds on transactions. It's immutable, so it's able to really track transactions over time. In regards to healthcare and how Patientory uses blockchain, we use it as a form of transactions for health data management. So patients like yourself, we've built an app on top of this network where you're able to create a longitudinal healthcare record of all your health data over time.
And the advantage is that, does it make it more secure, faster, easier to access?
Well, today electronic medical records are siloed. They're legacy infrastructure that don't want to share. They're walled gardens, so to speak. So by creating this blockchain network, we actually integrate into the major electronic medical records. So regardless of what hospital or clinician you see, you're still able to have quick access to your data.
Nice. The other kind of Silicon Valley buzzword that I came across reading about your company was cryptocurrency. You mentioned P2.
Yes.
How does that fit into your platform exactly?
Yeah, we're actually the world's first healthcare cryptocurrency. We launched P2 in 2017 through a token sale, and that the currency on the platform actually regulates the amount of available space at any given time on our blockchain network.
Interesting. Okay, meaning more space, more room for health records and health data?
Yeah, but also it verifies the transaction. So in order to start to store more data on the blockchain, you need to verify that with our cryptocurrency token.
Got
so
it,
it's
okay.
more of a self-governing blockchain system.
Mm-hmm. And how does your platform, how does it enable patients and providers to just be better connected with each other and to their overall community?
Yeah, so that's the software we build on top of this network. We find, data being that underlying piece that's really going to connect everyone. Our software, which we provide for enterprises, care providers, and the app for patients and consumers, will then have more meaningful care coordination workflows. So doctors are, employing better insights and management of their patient populations. They're able to predict, certain instances of when, let's say, a patient might return into the hospital and, be able to manage that much faster.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Carissa. It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, our next guest is Shireen Abdullah. She's the founder and CEO of Yumlish. Hi, Shireen. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Scott. Nice meeting you.
So, can you explain what is Yumlish?
Yeah, absolutely. So Yumlish is an AI-powered digital health platform for people with diabetes. And so what we're doing is really using AI to provide nutritional therapy at the next level.
Got it. So what motivated you guys to start with diabetes as your first disease state?
Yeah, absolutely. So diabetes sort of came around because we started seeing gaps in our community. So I'm from Dallas, Texas, and we saw a lot of diabetes sort of disproportionately impacting minority communities in our backyard, and we felt that it was a good way to sort of show the impact of how diet can truly impact health outcomes. And so we started with diabetes. Of course, we have plans to scale to other diet-related illnesses as well, but we're working in diabetes. It's right in our backyard, and we work a lot with minority populations. We're talking about vulnerable populations in our community, and so we work with them to help them figure out exactly what to eat that is relevant for their ethnicity.
Okay,
so we're very cognizant for cultural foods, socioeconomic impact that things have on our dietary adherence.
Wow, very cool. So say if I were a patient with diabetes and I was prescribed the Yumlish platform, what would it look like on my end, and how would I be interacting with it on a day-to-day basis?
Absolutely. So what happens is we provide nutrition therapy. So we have really a three-step process to where at first we provide nutrition therapy. So you get diagnosed, you don't know what to do next, you come on our platform.
Okay.
On our platform, you get nutrition therapy with a registered dietitian. This dietitian, of course, understands, like I was talking about, social cultural norms that are very applicable to you. And so they coach you and guide you through exactly what you need to be eating and how these modifications can impact your health. Next, that dietitian creates a dietary plan, and then we convert the dietary plan into meals and recipes that you can cook at home. And if we'll come back and people say, I don't have time to cook, that's okay. We have meal kit partners that will deliver meals to your door. And you don't have to sit there and second guess, is this right for me or not? We already take care of that for you. And then the last step, of course, is seeing that impact and transparency into how is my weight doing over time? How is my blood sugar doing over time? A1C, so forth. So we tie all that in to really help the patient understand that they're they're front and center in their health, and they're empowered in their health outcomes.
Very cool. Wow, very comprehensive. Maybe this is more of a question about maybe diabetes in general, but being that you're trying to serve maybe low-income, higher-risk populations, those are the ones we know that tend to not have the time or the money to spend on cooking. They go to the fast food. How do you kind of overcome some of those factors?
Oh, absolutely. So one of the things that we've seen very effective on our platform has been the group and community support. I kind of joke about it, but we're really AA for sugar, if you will. People are very emotional about food. And so when they come on our platform, they understand that they're not in it alone. There are people just like them with the same background that share the same challenges that they do. And so with that support, they really encourage one another to make those changes for themselves. One of the other things I was going to mention is we see people really at 3 stages. The first is the nutritional therapy that we address through when someone gets diagnosed and says, I don't know what to do, right? So that's the nutritional therapy gap. Things that you and I may understand are not common knowledge to everyone. So that's where the registered dietitian really provides that education and understanding. Next, we see people come in and say, okay, I know what to do, but I can't do it. And that's when we address things such as socioeconomic factors. So if it's a food access issue, or if it's a busy lifestyle like I was talking about with the meal kits and grocery delivery. And then the third is, I know what to do, I can do it, but I won't. And that's more of an emotional sort of, let's make behavior changes, let's incentivize them to make these changes. And that's again where the community support and all that really helps. We have incentives and rewards around it as well to sort of encourage them to make these changes. But what we've realized, and we actually completed a pilot recently, and we realized through that is initially we see them sort of making these changes and really being incentivized, but once they start seeing the impact a few weeks in on their health, and we're talking about weight loss, we're talking about qualitative things such as more energy. We had one person who said, I have energy to play with my kids. I mean, just those things right there. Yeah. So when they start seeing those type of changes, we really see that long-term impact, and then they're really encouraged to make these changes and sustain them.
That's great. You got all those different attitudes and mindsets covered, so it's great meeting you, Shireen. Thank you for being here.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
All right, next we have Stefano Bini. Stefano is the CTO of the Digital Orthopedics Conference. Nice to meet you, Stefano.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, so tell us more about this conference, I guess.
Yeah, DocSF is a conference that, unlike many others that are focused on the blue sky and maybe moonshots in some cases, we're focused on the deployment of technology in the healthcare system, that last mile. How do you get the software in the hospital, in the clinic, in the hands of physicians, in the hands of patients? How do you actually make it work so that it's a challenging problem for usually the last mile is where a lot of these problems happen, where with the pilots create problems and slow down the deployment of technology, and for a lot of startups it's a real challenge because then they run out of money and the usual story.
Very cool. Now I read that the theme was execution is everything. Can you kind of share what does that mean to you at the conference?
Yeah, DocSF 20, execution is everything, wound up being a series of lectures and talks about the importance of understanding what it takes to actually deploy within a healthcare system. How do you line up your ducks so that you execute successfully? How do you get your team to work together as a unit? Understanding the value and importance of data and communication, and finding a methodology by which you can actually have the outcome. And it was over and over again. A lot of our keynotes are people who had executed on themes like running entire multi-billion-dollar companies, multinationals. How do they make that happen? How do you get data privacy to be passed in Europe? How do you run companies like Mozilla? How do you deploy a technology like moving from floppy disks to hard disks? There's a number of series of examples that we brought to the audience so they could understand what it took to make things happen. It's usually underestimated, the complexity of tackling the healthcare system.
Yeah, those are a lot of really important questions. And so I guess why do you think that ethos is important, especially here at the Startup Health Festival?
Executing and understand execution is everything.
Yeah,
a lot of people get caught up with the technology perhaps, or the value of this technology. They get caught up with resource allocation to maybe marketing and forget to adequately resource the deployment side. We see that over and over again in small startups that fail. They assume that they can hand over technology to the client and walk away. Mm-hmm. In reality, they need an entire deployment team to hang in there with them and hold their hand as they go through the process of deploying technology to make it succeed.
Very cool. Yeah, absolutely. And I read here that you're actually a professor of orthopedic surgery here at UCSF. Kind of how did you go from being a professor or surgeon to starting this conference? What was that journey like?
Right, it's a really good question. So I did my first startups back in the late 90s. And then I decided to get back into medicine. None of those actually got funded, unfortunately. But it was an interesting experience in that process, and I stayed close to tech. But then when digital health became a thing in the early 2000s, I got re-involved, and I got very interested in the use of sensors to track patient outcomes as a way to quantify risk and then quantify success. And at the same time as machine learning started becoming more a thing, taking these millions of data points we're collecting from patients, and I'm trying to create a predictive analytics around it. And so that's my research interest. So then I went from, I tied the clinical work that I do with the research in digital technology, and then felt that as I was speaking at a lot of orthopedic events and a lot of tech events, the two were not meeting. So we have a lot of people trying to solve the same problems whose paths never crossed. And that was the origin of DocSF. And even though we do focus on orthopedics as the case points of something to talk about, we really are a health event that focuses on getting these tools in the hands of clinicians and hospitals. So that's how it all came to be. And I'm still very active surgically. I did 12 operations this past week alone. So
wow, that's impressive.
While running a conference, it was a bit tiring.
And you're definitely right. I mean, the questions that you brought up are important to any area of medicine.
That's
so
right.
yeah, thank you, Stefano, for being here. It's great
Absolutely.
to meet you.
Great pleasure.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest is Bentley Adams. Bentley is the founder and CEO of MealShare. Bentley, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Scott. How you doing?
So tell us about MealShare.
Yeah, it's a mindful eating app that connects people, consumers, to nutritionists who are all dietitians. And really what we're focused on is helping people listen to their body instead of doing a diet or calorie counting or something like that.
Cool, cool, cool. You talk about running contrary to the diet culture. Why is that?
Well, diets really have only existed since the late 50s. They're a human advent, but they have an 83% failure rate. That's well studied from UCLA, compilation study, big. I think that at the end of the day is the consumer market, anything that has that high of a failure rate, and at the same time while we have chronic disease levels that are 2/3 of our population and the biggest single budget line items on our healthcare bill, we really have to figure out new ways. And as separate from my healthcare career, I found as a personal trainer that, well, if you're actually just asking somebody, hey, Scott, how was your day? What'd you do? How's the stress? How's the interview going? What'd you eat for lunch? By 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, you already know if you ate something wrong. You just need to become aware of it. And so we need a new way, something that works and helps you eat for you and do it for the long term.
Got it. Very cool. So I know the search engine results for nutrition queries provide only like 10 to 20% satisfaction. Like, why is it so bad, do you think?
Well, I think it's hard. I think Google does a fantastic job. If you think ultimately the big search engine, 92% of searches are on Google, right? It's a very big number, as David Feinberger will tell you, right? But I think it's really hard because Google doesn't have good personal inputs, and so it's really hard without immersive inputs to tell somebody about eating preferences or their health goals or what their basic biometrics are. It's really hard to tell them what to eat. And then as well as with the interaction model, what are they asking? What are their questions? So that's why when you go to Google, you type in any, nutrition question, why should I eat salmon twice a week or not? You're going to get 10 different results that say 10 different things, and they're all going to try to sell you something, or whether it's on a diet or whatever it may be. It's just not going to get you what you need.
Got it. And so how does MealShare, what kind of inputs does that app receive to tailor kind of your meal plan and the recipes?
It's really a lightweight user experience, and that's what we went for because that's what consumers are used to. And so we'll take in eating preferences, health goals, and then basic biometrics within 90 seconds, whereas a normal dietitian, initial consult will take 90 minutes, right? So we really try to shorten that process and get the dietitians what they need, but then also too for yourself, just to identify who you are for a social reason too. Yeah.
Nice. So I already brought this question up, but how do you feel is the best way to address the high risk, low income populations again who are eating fast food all the time because they just don't have the income or the time?
Ultimately, I think it's cultural. And that's why our main demographic who we're going for are moms, because moms make most of the decisions in society, both directly over their own families, but as well because food manufacturers design their food for their biggest audience, which are moms, generally speaking. So indirectly, we can help low, socioeconomic class or whatever it may be, or people that wouldn't otherwise have access to better food by changing what's on their menu through the economic power and buying power of a core demographic.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you shared you started off as a personal trainer. Was that your background?
No, my background's actually been in healthcare. I was at KPMG and then Beckman Coulter. I audited Medicaid with KPMG, and then I built a company, a venture-backed company, which was a laboratory of all things, diagnostics company. Then a digital marketing agency that grew pretty fast. It was an Inc. 500 company in 2015. And I just realized the healthcare system, as much as I love it and everybody in it, I think that this problem specifically around eating needs to be solved in the consumer market.
Got it. Very cool. Well, thank you, Bentley. It was nice meeting you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Scott.
Have a good one. All right. So Thanks again for tuning in. My name is Scott Jung. I'm a senior editor at medgadget.com. We are the world's most popular website for health and medical technology. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more interviews with health CEOs.
Hi, I'm Saren Rothberg from the Comedy Cures Foundation. I'm a stage 4 cancer survivor with no visible disease, and I have the honor today to host Startup Health TV. And we are here at the Startup Health Festival, and I'm going to be speaking to the most amazing health transformers. I have my first one here, and I can't wait for you to meet him. He's doing unbelievable things in Nigeria. Come on, Brian. Oh, I screwed up your intro.
No,
I'm so sorry.
I can be back today. Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Brian. It is so wonderful to have you here, all the way from Nigeria.
Yes.
And I know that you are doing innovations. You are redesigning what it means to be a pharmacy.
We are. It's interesting in Nigeria when you think about access to healthcare. Most people pay out of pocket. So insurance penetration is only 5%, which means that 95% of people are paying out of pocket. And so for us to really try and get to those people and give them the right kind of healthcare that they need, we've got to go to the pharmacy, because they mostly go to pharmacies to purchase their medicines. So the pharmacies happen to be the first port of call for healthcare, and we've got to fix it.
So you really get to know the people in the community very personally.
We do. And one of the great things about healthcare is that it's a great equalizer. It doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're poor, you've got to take care of your health in some way. And so for us, one of the things that really drove us was, personally having friends, whether they come from, the more middle class parts of town or the poorer parts of town, when they have deep healthcare needs and they go to pharmacies, the quality of care really wasn't up to scratch. So we felt the need to actually go in there and try and deal with them on a face-to-face basis and try and solve it.
Well, you're right in the heart of the community. I mean, I don't think I ever speak to a pharmacist in the U.S. They're behind all these shields, and I just go and get my medicine out of a little bin, basically. They hand it to me out of a bin when I say my name.
Right, it's very transactional, isn't it?
Yes, very transactional.
It's different, the further you go into more international markets, the role of the pharmacy becomes more and more central to delivering primary health care. And actually we found that even in the US, where pharmacies, I would say, are underutilized in terms of delivering healthcare, there's a role for technology, there's a role for innovation to try and improve their service quality. But certainly in markets like Nigeria, and it's true all across Africa, it's true in South Asia, it's true in South America, that pharmacies have this very central role to play in delivering healthcare. And we feel that actually thinking about the needs of a pharmacy and bringing technology to bear there has tons of potential for making the world a fairer place.
How are you using technology now?
Yeah, so we do a couple of things. Firstly, we help pharmacies with their inventory management. So with ordering medicines from their suppliers, with keeping track of the medicines so that they stay on time, they don't expire. Really important.
Well, adherence is such a problem. So it sounds like by being so integrated into the community, you're helping people adhere more to their prescriptions.
That's exactly right. So, we help on the back end around inventory management, but you're absolutely right. Then when the patient buys the medicines, they have to take them on time, and they have to take them all the way to the end of the regime, so that they can come back and actually, take the next dose. And so we help with things like automated texts, reminders to patients, and then actually just allowing the pharmacists to take the right notes as they are giving the drugs out to the patients, so you can track over time how people are performing, how people are doing, and give them the right advice.
So what's next? Where are you expanding to in this amazing impact that you're having?
So it's been a great year for us. This year we grew to 4 stores. We launched our MVP, our initial version for our software, in our own stores, and we've created a program, or suites of programs, to go to third-party pharmacies. So not just to support our own stores, but to support the whole industry, the whole pharmaceutical industry. And so in 2020, we're really trying to take that to the next level. We'd love to have hundreds of pharmacies using our software, using our initiatives, and touch thousands of lives every day through our network. And so that's the vision for the year, and we're super excited about that.
Brian, thank you so much. I'm so impressed with what you're doing, and you are really making a difference, and you are a true health transformer.
Thank you. I really appreciate being here, Sarah.
Thank you.
Take care.
Ciao. Brian Mezu. Next, we're going to move along to Sarah Davidson. And Sarah's doing unbelievable things in stress management with Resility
Health, that's right.
That's a tongue twister. I got you.
Yeah.
Resility Health.
Yeah. Resility is related to resilience, right? Which we consider a superpower, because if you are able to handle whatever kind of stressors that life throws at you, you can't control that, but you can control how you respond. And so when we help people unlock their power of resilience, we really just help them to be happier and healthier as a result.
How are you doing that?
Yeah, so with Resility, I think there's a lot more recognition now that stress management is as important as diet or exercise when we look at our health and well-being. Mm-hmm. And so we really can't make a difference on, especially a lot of these chronic conditions, unless we're addressing the stress, because the stress really contributes to the health outcomes that people are going to experience. And so we take the approach very much like a fitness program. Mm-hmm. So we start out by assessing where you are. All of our programs are mobile-based. And so we assess your starting point. We help recommend exercises that we know are most likely to help you and to work for you. And then we continue to adapt that program. At the same time, we use biofeedback so that you are able to see how your body is responding to the exercises, which really helps us to be much more effective and drive more engagement and adherence. We have health coaches that work on behavior modification and engagement, and so they will help you with the most important part, which is how do you take these skills that you're learning and then make that a lifestyle change, just like diet or fitness would be.
So there's a lot of data getting collected about an individual. So
Yeah.
you're making very scientific informed decisions. It's not just, oh, you have stress, take this breathing exercise.
Correct.
And hope you feel better.
That's right.
You're actually seeing the results based on what the person is doing.
Exactly. And so as we learn about an individual, our starting point was really all of the published data and evidence-based studies that were done that help us understand what helps people. But then through our own proprietary algorithm, we are able to take that information, and as people go through the program, we can continue to optimize it.
So with the mobile device, is there also a wearable device, or are you relying on the phone data?
Yeah, so we do both. So we have a wearable sensor that measures your muscle tension, and we really have found that biofeedback element has been a huge aha moment for our users, because they're able to actually see, like I was when I first did biofeedback, that I can have a thought and it's going to affect how my body responds. And just thinking about something stressful, I've seen it make my heart rate go up 10 beats a minute, which is a big wake-up call. And so helping to get people that awareness of how that stress is affecting their body, and then that realization that they can affect some change there is really valuable.
And how are the teens, because I know you're so focused also on the teen movement, how is that?
Yeah, so we discovered that our program worked really well for teenagers because a friend's son was struggling with stress-related, digestive problems, and we were just so amazed. I mean, his mother was really amazed within a couple of weeks that he had responded so well. And I've known all along that biofeedback works so well for kids and younger people because they're able to actually gamify it a little bit and make it fun. And so we've known that, but we started selling to employers. We had done some pilots and started selling to employers. But I think we've really found our true calling, because the more we talk to parents and pediatricians and teachers, I know you were a teacher, we realize that this is a huge problem and there's not good solutions right now.
Well, they become our future employees, so you're getting them super early.
Absolutely.
Thank
yeah.
you, Sarah. We could be sisters. We kind of got the
Yeah.
same look vibe going
Yeah,
on.
Exactly.
Thank you for
I love all the
you're
work
doing.
you're doing too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have fun. I told you you're going to be meeting amazing health transformers here at Startup Health TV. These are just a few of the brilliant men and women who are just changing healthcare and wellness. I'm Sarah Rothberg from the Comedy Cures Foundation, and I am a stage 4 cancer survivor. So I am very, very focused on what's happening in the wellness space, and I want to share with you some of the incredible people that I've been meeting. The next person I want to introduce you to is Arif Quarnflay.
Oh, very good.
Oh.
Hi.
I love your name.
Oh, thank you.
I was like, I hope I get it right.
Yeah.
So
Not too many people do.
I really am fascinated by what you're working on because I'm very sensitive to my own body temperature.
Sure.
So I'd love for you to tell our audience.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the body temperature came out of a personal need. I had a daughter, she was young, she gets sick a lot, high temperature, so I would wake up a few times a night, go check on her. Our mom is a kind of a deep sleeper, so it was my...
You check on her.
Yeah. So I would get up, check her temperature, and I was like, I really need something that would continuously monitor her. And then we looked into the market, and there's really huge demand for body temperature. There's a lot of inefficiencies in the market right now, how caregivers actually measure body temperature, and how it just takes a lot of effort, a lot of time for the nurse to check the patient's body temperature. So our hope is to bring a product to market that will allow for a lot more efficiencies in how doctors and nurses, parents do that.
I just remember as a new mom, it was scary.
Yes.
They told me you can't break the thermometer. There's mercury. I'm actually inserting it in my child's butt.
That's old school, yes.
It's so old school.
Yes.
Right?
So,
I just dated myself.
Yeah.
How old I am.
We both did. It's
bad
okay.
Idea.
Yeah. That's the other thing is, our mission is to really bring to market products that help people connect with their health. That may be the caregiver, the doctor, the nurse, the hospital, or home. So this is our flagship product, which is the body thermometer. It's the first one that we're going to bring to market that actually will help people, billions of people around the world, manage that. It's critical for humans to track body temperature for many reasons. Even, for example, a cancer patient, their body temperature goes up, fluctuates. Could be an indication of an infection of some sort. So these things are, everybody agrees with me that everybody wants to monitor body temperature, and I can't wait, so.
Almost 27 years ago, when I thought I had cancer, and I actually did, but they couldn't detect it.
Okay.
I was reporting one of my main symptoms was high fevers at night while I was sleeping with night sweats.
Okay.
And I believe that in my body, that was a big indicator that and when you put together all the indicators,
yes.
I actually did have cancer 6 years before they diagnosed it.
Wow.
And that was an early indicator. And that's why I was so excited to speak with you.
Yes.
But there are also other things. Isn't there bedwetting that you can detect so that...
Yes, so the other products that we have, and we can use the same technology almost to solve other issues for people like, for example, bedwetting. This is a condition that affects about 7 to 9 million people a year in the United States alone. But right now our flagship product is the body thermometer.
And when will that be?
Hopefully we're hoping to submit the 510K next year. We started the development last year, last year was 2019. So we started developing the product last year, and then we're going to continue the efforts this year and hopefully release the product to the market. We're really excited about that. We believe there's a big need for that around the world. So
it's an honor to speak to a 25-year veteran.
Yes.
Medical devices.
I love medical devices.
Right?
Yes.
So I appreciate it. I want to buy one actually because
we'll give you one for free. How's that?
No, it's okay. But I want to support it because I really believe in what you're looking at.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Arif is doing incredible things. I have another wonderful health transformer coming up. His name is KP Yapala. He is the CEO and founder of Access Mobile. Welcome.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, I didn't get to talk to you earlier. I'm so excited that you're here.
Yeah, likewise.
So tell me, talk to me about what you're working on at Access Mobile.
So what we're working on at Access Mobile is how to use mobile communication to personalize patient engagement so that people could get better access to healthcare information and services.
How are you guys doing that?
So we do that primarily through text-based interventions and using data science and behavioral science to really connect with people in ways that move them. Because we believe that ultimately patient engagement should be about behavior change. And so if we can communicate with you in a way that's personalized, we're more likely to have you take action in a way that's meaningful for you.
I think what fascinated me so much about what you're working on is the multicultural aspect.
Yeah.
Tell me why that was important to you and how you're addressing that.
So part of why I founded Access Mobile is because for me personally, I have some experience with access to healthcare challenges in my family. So both my parents are from Ghana and I was born in the US. So having family in an African country where there's limited access to quality care, I always wanted to do that work. But what I realized in the African context is despite some of the limitations and access to care, everybody had a mobile phone. And so I started to think about how that mobile phone could be a tool in an environment with lots of different cultures, languages, and other challenges, and how we better connect people. And that's been a way that we've built that model, not just in African countries, but also the US.
So where are you in the development of all of this? How is it expanding and serving?
So we've had a couple really nice milestones. So we launched in the US in 2018. And the company I founded in 2011, so a lot of the origins were in African countries. And in 2018, we landed our first client in Los Angeles, doing multicultural and multi-language communication for patient engagement. And now we're also scaling in South Africa, working on a large-scale initiative for HIV patients to be able to better access drugs and treatment using patient engagement in 11 different languages.
So how does someone find you? How would they get access to Access Mobile and start participating?
Well, so they can reach out to us on social media or through our LinkedIn page. Also info@accessmobileinc.com is where they can email us. And we're looking for partners here in the US and internationally that really want to be intentional about how they connect with their patients and thinking about culture, social determinants of health, and all those things.
What's the biggest challenge in doing something so innovative across culture?
I think that the biggest challenge is thinking about scale, because in certain ways I would like to say that as human beings there's ways that we're connected around the world and there's similarity, but there's also differences. And so when you start to scale in lots of different cultural environments, the tension is how do we do things that are culturally relevant while also trying to expand our footprint to lots of people. And I think that creates a little bit of a healthy tension.
So is this helping people reduce their cost of healthcare?
Exactly. So with our clients, what we're really doing is by driving certain types of behavior, we're associating that with better health outcomes, which really drives quality and reduced costs.
Beautiful. KB, it's been such an honor to meet you and to hear what you're doing to impact health and wellness worldwide.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Have fun at the conference. Hi, you're watching Startup Health TV. I'm Saren Rothberg. I'm a stage 4 cancer survivor with no visible disease, and I am passionate about wellness and healthcare. And I just have the most amazing health transformers joining me today. The next person is Bob Nischel. He's CEO and founder of SmartTab. Bob.
Here is the world's first ingestible capsule, the SmartTab.
Look at that. Look at
the
that.
SmartTab ingestible capsule. Targeted drug delivery. You are seeing the future here today.
So cool. I can't wait to talk to you because I had a little experience with a SmartTab test where it was testing in my intestines.
Super.
And I was just so fascinated. I lost whether I didn't care if I had an issue. I just wanted to do this cool thing. So I want to tell people about this.
Very good. Well, this is the future, targeted drug delivery. Within the last year, we completed successful preclinical animal studies, huge milestone. This year, we're getting ready to do human clinical studies. So this, what seems to be, science fiction 5 years ago, is becoming a reality. And our vision is that in 5, 10, 15 years, most all capsules or tablets in a pharmacy will have some type of electronic delivery system to them.
It's like remote control.
Exactly.
It's so cool.
Exactly.
Explain why this became such a passion for you.
Sure. Number one, to improve patient outcomes. Many drugs today are not taken as prescribed. Many drugs today are not targeted in their delivery system. The other part is that they're working on So with the SmartTab targeted delivery system, we're working on targeted drug delivery, and what we're really after here is better patient outcomes, better compliance, And the reason for moving in this direction with the future is that you see all this wireless technology around us, and none of it has really made its way to the pharmacy. If you walk into a pharmacy today, it looks pretty much the same way it did 50, 60 years ago. And we believe that this technology, wireless technology, will make its way into the pharmaceutical space.
So is it true that there's no battery in there?
Yeah, good point. That's an excellent question. And so with this particular system, there's no onboard battery, there is no onboard capacitor. And that's a big deal because it is powered from the outside. So in taking that a step further, that our patents cover as well, is this idea of inductive power. So the more things that are in the human body, the more wireless systems that we have, you then have something that is powered from the outside. Imagine different monitoring systems in the human body, different delivery systems, pacemakers in the human body, to where they're then powered inductively. Our patents are broad to where it would actually cover additional medical devices that could be powered inductively as well.
So talk about how it precisely can deliver the drug. How can it precisely deliver the drug to a target?
Yeah, good question. So it is monitored through the tracking software in the cell phone, through an app. There's a patch that we wear on the side of the human body that also tracks it through electronic sourcing. So the closer the pill becomes in proximity, the electronic signal becomes stronger. When it reaches the targeted delivery area, then it signals that it's in the delivery area, and then the drug can be released either automatically or by pushing the app on a smartphone, a smartwatch, or even remotely by a physician in a PC setting, in a clinical setting as well.
And then what happens? Do you poop that out at the end, and do you have to retrieve it, or that is it?
At the end of the cycle, currently it is one dose, one pill, one day. It just washes through the system. It's not reusable. We are working on additional systems to where it would be multi-compartment, to where the pill would stay in the human body for a week. You would have 7 different compartments to dose something like antibiotics. Something like antibiotics that is not very compliant today, at the end of the 7 days would wash out of the system. We're also working on a system for biologics, for ingestibles. So in as much as our platform today, preclinical animal studies, successful, this has many different paths that it can take as a platform technology.
Fantastic. Thank you for coming here to Startup Health.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next health transformer is Yared Alemu. He's with TQ Intelligence.
Hello, hello.
Hello. I'm so excited to learn about how you're impacting mental health.
Absolutely.
Tell me.
So we are a child and adolescent behavioral health company. So we've used voice recognition technology to quantify and predict the severity of the emotional behavioral disorder.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah,
cool
yeah.
because I remember years ago learning a technique that if you don't try to understand what people say, but if you listen to the sound of their voice, you will not only learn what they're telling you, but you will actually understand the emotional component.
Absolutely.
And you
Absolutely.
figured out a way to scientifically capture that technique.
Yeah, so you take one of those very unique human phenomenons, right? And we use machine learning algorithms to be able to really look at all these idiosyncratic characteristics in voice that are biomarkers for stress and trauma. Okay? So I'm a psychologist by training, so I spent a lot of years asking questions and wondering whether the answer I'm getting is something that I can use. But this is moving mental health, especially for children and adolescents, at a whole different level, that now we can objectively quantify the level of emotional distress and then provide that data to mental health providers or other healthcare providers to make decisions about treatment.
You know, I'm a former special ed teacher,
and
I did work with children at risk.
Yeah.
And not always can children or adults really explain, verbalize emotionally what's going on, or it could be post-traumatic stress.
That's right.
So to have a measure that can almost read your mind by reading the sound of your voice, interpreting.
Exactly. So we're so we work with at-risk kids. So everybody in our pilots, either they're in inner city or rural Georgia. So we have about 8,000 access to 8,000 kids, and so these are ages between 4 and 18. And so what you have in that system is a lot of trauma-based mental health issues that are misdiagnosed, underdiagnosed, overdiagnosed, right? And so the way to really improve outcomes is first to actually get a pretty good baseline functioning, regardless of what the diagnosis is, and then to be able to track that while they're in treatment, so the provider will know whether the interventions, including the medications, are actually working or not. So right now we kind of operate in dark, right? So there's no data, there's no objective data. So what you have is a lot of guesswork that really creates havoc into that system of care.
So just talk to me for 1 second about how this will change healthcare cost for the family.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at the cost of care right now, if you're in the publicly funded system where we focus on, the cost of care is actually $10,000 per patient per year.
Wow.
Compares to about $3,000 on the private side, right? So a lot of money goes into it. There's no transparency, there's no accountability. So what we are doing is providing these objective measurements of stress and trauma and tracking it so we can improve outcomes. At the same time, we're also saving the cost of care.
Fascinating. Thank you so much for joining us at StartUp Health.
Thank you so much.
I'm Saren Rothberg, and we're going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back with more Health Transformers. Stay tuned. Hi, I'm Saren Rothberg, and we're here at StartUp Health TV at the StartUp Health Festival. I'm a stage 4 cancer survivor, and I run the Comedy Cures Foundation. And today I'm getting to speak to very fascinating health transformers. And my next guest is Morey Bahar. He is from Personal Remedies, And I'm so excited because he's doing amazing things with food and diet and healthcare and wellness. Hi, Maury.
Hi, Sharon. How are you?
I was waiting for you to come on.
Same here.
Waiting. Tell me what you're working on.
Okay. We provide a fully automated yet personalized ability to provide dietary guidance that takes into account an individual's multiple chronic illnesses, health issues, allergies, dietary preferences, and medications. So basically, we make this concept of food is medicine a reality. As you know, food is medicine is a lot like teenage sex.
I can't wait to hear how.
Everybody's talking about it. Very few are experiencing it, and no one knows how to do it well until we came along.
Yeah.
So we basically provide ability for organizations to identify what food is appropriate or helpful or harmful for what illness or an individual's unique health profile. So that's basically what we do.
How are you doing this?
Okay, it took us a long time. I just look very young. We had to put a lot of work into this. But basically, there are a lot of science available out there about relationship between various nutrients and various illnesses. There is also a lot of publicly available information about nutrient content of various food items. So our algorithms, artificial intelligence-based algorithms, take into account all that data in order to make a connection between a food item and an illness. Basically, as you can imagine, there are no NIH-funded studies or clinical studies that tell us yet that tell us if grilled octopus is helpful or harmful for pancreatic cancer. And there probably never will be because nobody can get a patent on the octopus. But there's a lot of science available about nutrients and their impact on pancreatic cancer, a lot of nutrient data, and we take all of that into account in order to establish and quantify helpfulness or harmfulness of every food item as it relates to 200 plus chronic illnesses and health risks that we maintain in our knowledge base.
So I know everybody's talking about foods that are inflammatory. It
Right.
seems to be the buzz, right?
Yes.
What foods are inflammatory? Don't eat this.
Exactly.
So walk me through the experience. Say I am suffering from inflammation. Tell me what I would do and how I would experience your technology to learn what to eat and not
Exactly. One of the illnesses that we track actually is anti-inflammation diet.
eat. Great.
So the way consumers today can get that kind of guidance, we have anti-inflammation diet as one of the options within many of our apps. We have 42 mobile apps available in the market today. Each of them is focused on one chronic illness and its common comorbidities. Now, we have 9 apps, for example, for 9 different flavors of cancer. In each of those, anti-inflammation diet is one of the options someone can pick within the app in order to just address that, or microbiome health, or leaky gut syndrome. All of these are related to autoimmune diseases. And again, we want to make sure we provide people that kind of option to get dietary guidance for that. Also, enterprises, companies, providers, clinics, hospitals, food retailers, wellness organizations, and so on, they can use our API to access our knowledge base in order to make their platform look intelligent and allow them to offer personalized dietary guidance to their community that they serve.
So there's a massive data catch happening here.
Exactly.
That the more data you catch, the more people you help, the more you're going to be able to refine the diets.
Exactly. It's more capturing all the research. There is all kinds of awesome research available in the market. that people just don't act upon, unfortunately. But there's a lot of research that tells you about impact of specific nutrients, supplements, herbal medicines, and so on various illnesses. But unfortunately, they are not presented in an actionable form. Unfortunately, you and I don't have 12 hours to read up on just one particular subject.
What I find fascinating is how you're not just targeting one aspect. You're looking at the person as a whole being. With
exactly.
Right in the beginning, you said multiple chronic illnesses
because most of us,
and allergies, which is, it all goes hand in hand.
Exactly right. Unfortunately, we live in a world that most people, adults over 50, suffer from at least 3 different chronic illnesses. And there is a void of information for that community because of the way our system works. Physicians, frankly, study only 20 minutes worth of nutrition in medical school. And dietitians, they all do the best they can, no question about it, but often they focus on 3, 4 very common illnesses: obesity, diabetes, heart disease. So if a patient comes along and says, but I also have a risk of prostate cancer in my family, or breast cancer in my family, or a woman comes and says, but I have polycystic ovary syndrome, or a man comes along and says, I have high blood pressure, now they have to go back and do some studies and poke around to find out, how do I revise what I already know about diabetes, obesity, etc., to guide this person?
Fantastic.
And not to mention the fact that dietitian is not sitting next to me when I'm in a restaurant. It's not sitting next to me when I'm in my kitchen trying to figure out what to cook. It's not whispering in my ears when I'm grocery shopping to tell me that vegetable is good because it's low in oxalate and I have oxalate kidney stones, but that vegetable is bad because it's very high in oxalate. So
thank you so much, Maury. This is fascinating. I can't wait to do it and learn
pleasure.
what I should be eating and
exactly.
not eating.
Well, seems like you're doing a very fine job
Thank
already.
you. Are you flirting with me? Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
To be continued.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Saren Rothberg, and you're watching Startup Health TV. I am getting to interview some of the top wellness and health transformers in the world, and I have a wonderful next guest. It is Jordan Moon. He is Chief Science Officer of FitTrace. Hi, Jordan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I actually heard about what you were working on.
Really?
Yes, someone was buzzing about you yesterday at the conference.
It wouldn't have been like your husband, would it?
Oh, really? My husband?
It was all good, right?
It was all good.
So what we're doing at FitTrace is we're taking body composition measurement data so we can optimize fitness, health, and performance. So really we take just a scan of your body in order to really achieve the maximum goals from nutrition and performance programs. So usually you have to go to like a trainer, they maybe do some measurements on you and they do some performance stuff and you do a survey and figure out, all right, what are your goals? How can we get you there? We can do all of that with one scan. And really it's decades of work that I've been doing in the research side to get to this level, and there's a lot of good information available to researchers and the scientific community that the public isn't getting access to. So we're bridging that gap and being really the main educators and facilitators for bringing this detailed information about your body and helping you get to the next level of your fitness, health, and even preventative disease and athletic performance. So that's kind of our scope of everything that we're kind of working on.
How would I get access to this? How would I be able to do it?
So right now we're working with a machine that uses x-rays. It's called DEXA, and it's a medical device. It's been around for about 25 years or so, and I've been actually doing research in it. In my PhD, I did a lot of research in it, but I've been doing research in it for 15 plus years, and we have a ton of data on it. I mean, there's NIH studies, even global data in different countries and stuff using this technology. So we have a lot of information about this device that can provide us detailed information about medical issues as well as performance. So if you want to get a scan, there's a lot of facilities now that are popping up because the device is a lot more easily available or ready to use, more so in the last few years. So there's actually a facility, there was one down the street from here, but a lot of colleges and a lot of universities also have these machines. So the machine is pretty expensive, but it's a medical grade machine. It can tell you how much fat you have in your right
I
forearm.
have no fat.
Or how much muscle you have in your right leg compared to your left leg, or your upper body, your upper right arm versus your lower left. You can really do all these comparisons. We have over 100 measurements from a single 10-minute scan. So it's becoming a lot more available to the general public as well as athletes. But there's a gap in what do we do with this information? And that's what FitTrace does. We tell you what to do with that information and make it user-friendly so you can understand what those 100 variables mean and how your goals and your scan relate and how you can optimize a program to get you to the goals that you want to achieve. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. I just remember being in the gym and this 18-year-old kid saying, "Let me measure you," and taking
the old
all these
skin fold calipers.
Yeah, it's so terrifying. And then doing all these things, and then printing a report out, and I was like, this kid didn't even go to college yet,
Right.
and I'm basing my health journey and my decisions on this little printout.
Right. And his interpretation of it.
And his interpretation of it, and I just felt like, I don't know. I'm not so sure. So it feels like you're really meeting a need.
Yeah, and so there's this big gap, but the need is there's the lack of confidence, right? And there's a lack of available devices or methods to really empower somebody to utilize that information to make informed decisions, right? So like with you, you're like, I don't really know, like how much confidence do you have in doing the program because of that experience? So we're taking medical level information and using research studies from the past several decades, quantifying that all together and saying, look, if you do this, your body will change this way and that'll reduce these metabolic conditions or improve your athletic performance. If you're a running back or a volleyball player or an endurance athlete, we know exactly where the fat should be, where the muscle should be, and how much of it you should have. And depending on your goals, we can actually tell you how to get there. Versus, a 19-year-old kid who just learned how to do calipers. So we're the authority in that, and we're growing, and it's a really fun and exciting thing. To me, being a scientist, it's years and years of the work, and watching it not get to the general public, and getting frustrated with it, and then partnering with my CEO and building this company. I'm being able to disseminate the stuff that I've been doing in the lab that people don't pick up a medical journal and interpret it and apply it to their life. I'm doing that with this company and FitTrace. That's what FitTrace is doing. So it's really exciting.
So
and fun.
exciting. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you for explaining this.
I think I probably talked too much. You didn't have
No, you were
any questions.
fantastic. I loved it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice meeting you.
We are at Startup Health TV. My name is Saren Rothberg, and we are at the Startup Health Festival. I am talking to health transformers, and my next terrific guest is Catherine Grill from Neolift. She is the founder, and we are going to talk about stress management. Hello. You're so beautiful. You don't look like you have any stress whatsoever.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it's my secret. You know?
Exactly. I know this came out of a personal journey, so talk to me about.
Yeah, well, I'm a clinician, I'm a neuroscientist, and I had been working before in therapy and psychology and doing oncology research. And I just saw how devastating it was for patients to be diagnosed with something like cancer, for them and their family. And
Trust me, I know. As a stage 4 cancer survivor.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So you get it. And if we ask around the room, almost everybody would say they know someone in their family or friends who's been affected or they've been affected. And it's such a hard thing to deal with. And we had no stress management services. So we were working to build some in-person programs. But I really wanted to make something that was easy for the patients, more convenient, cheaper, and that's what led me to digital health and providing these services for the patients.
So how do you do it?
Yeah, well, we really work with the patients. They get a digital platform. It can actually be prescribed from the doctor, but the patient can use it themselves so it's up to them. And they get an intake form, and we'll ask you some things like what any diagnosis you have, any symptoms, what are some of your health goals. Let's just learn about you as a person and what you want to get out of this platform. And we built an algorithm that actually replicates the work of an integrative doctor. So you could work one-on-one with me, but that's so expensive, it's up to $500 an hour. So many people can't afford that. So now our algorithm works like a doctor. As soon as you do our survey, it's about 5 minutes, it's going to build you a personalized stress management plan you can get at home. So all sorts of audio, video, relaxation practices. They're all made by doctors. You can actually see each practice, which doctor made it, and link back to their work at hospital or university. You can tell us at the end of the month what was working, what you want to change, and we'll update that care plan for you, giving you new practices next month, a new practice schedule, and also progress reports.
So all this is done through an app?
It's all done, through our platform, and the basis for the algorithm is something called precision neuroscience. So it's a new field that we're pioneering. My background is in neuroscience, and it's the idea that we know through the neuroscience research what's going on in the brain when patients are having all these symptoms and stress. And we also know what's going on with the behavioral treatment, how they affect the brain and how they cause it to change. But unfortunately, behavioral health care hasn't really caught up to the science, and patients just get care based on what provider's close to them, who's convenient, what's affordable. Even other digital platforms, it's pretty standardized with 1 or 2 approaches. But we're really celebrating neurodiversity here, and from our intake, we're learning about you and your symptoms, what's going on in the brain, and we're connecting you to the right practices. So we say that we're giving wellness a scientific upgrade through this lens of precision neuroscience.
But you think how efficient it is, because I don't have to take an hour off from work to learn about my stress management. I can actually be doing it through Neolift.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the whole point, is how can we make it more convenient? And you know this, it's so stressful to be going through all the treatment, and you might not have a lot of energy, you might be fatigued or have different symptoms and pain. So how can we make this more convenient for you? You can do everything completely at home. You don't need to come to the hospital for more services. You don't need to pay for in-person work with a facilitator. You really just need to come for your treatment, and at home you can do all of this emotional health work.
And what does the measurement look like? Like, what am I seeing?
Some of the progress that we're tracking. So we ask you about things that are important to you, things that are relevant to your quality of life, things like your energy level and fatigue, things like your pain level, how well are you sleeping, how high is your stress. We'll also ask each individual for their main symptoms and how severe they are, so we can actually communicate that back with their provider. So it could be some mental health symptoms or physical health symptoms, depending on what's important to you. We also get to track things like, which practices do you like? Do you like something like an art therapy, or do you like something like a guided imagery? What have you been using? What's your adherence level? And what do you want to continue to do in the future?
Dr. Gill, this is so personalized. It's just really personalized. I haven't really seen impact in the stress management area in such a personalized way.
Well, sometimes I think within the field of what we used to call alternative medicine and now we're calling integrative health, sometimes we don't always see a lot of science in these apps, and that was one of the things that really led me to leave my job at the hospital and build this type of program, because we want something that's scientific, that works for the patient. You don't have time to try out all these different programs and just test it out. Yeah. You want something that works
Not
for
when
you.
You're fighting for your life.
Exactly, you know, so we just want to make it easy for you. And again, it's based on not just the psychology and behavioral health, but really the personalization at the biological level and the individual differences in our brains.
I'm so excited for your work.
Thank
you so much for being with us at Startup Health TV.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So we will be right back at Startup Health TV. I am Saren Rothberg from the Comedy Cures Foundation, and we are nonstop talking to health transformers. So stay tuned.
And we are back live from the Startup Health Festival. If you're just joining us, my name is Logan Plaster. I'm the editor of Startup Health magazine, and we're inviting you into the Startup Health Festival here in the Startup Health studio. We're broadcasting live yesterday and today as we interview more than 100 health entrepreneurs who are shaping the future of health. It's just exciting to be here. We're halfway through day 2. We've got a lot more people to introduce you to, a lot more companies to get to know, to understand what they're building, why, what their motivations are. So excited to be here, excited to have you along. My next guest is Jonathan Darianani, founder and CEO of Cognotion. Jonathan, come on up.
Hey.
Jonathan, great to have you, and I'm excited to learn more about Cognotion, the work that you're doing in the elder care space. So just to kick us off, why don't you just give us a bird's eye view, what's Cognotion working on?
So Cognotion works on allied health training, specifically in elder care, but we do all sorts of allied health credentials.
Allied health training, break that down, industry term.
Sure, so 15 million people work in healthcare. There's about 1 million doctors, 2 million nurses. The other 12 million people are allied health professionals. Okay. So they're everybody who's not a doctor or a nurse, basically.
Okay.
Everything from, an insurance billing clerk to an orderly in the hospital to a CNA to a medical assistant to a dental assistant.
All right. So your big health moonshot is to improve how those professionals are trained?
Yeah, well, and it's really actually more, I think, impactful than that in the sense of you can have this amazing clinical work, the best interventions, the best heart transplant procedures, the best trained physicians and nurses, but your intervention fails because an allied health professional fails to give that person the medication they need, fails to follow up on wound care, fails to give proper discharge instruction. And so it's like the last mile problem in healthcare. You can have the best clinicians in the world, if the 13 million allied health professionals aren't well trained, it fails. The system fails.
Okay, all right. So that's the problem. What's the solution?
Well, it's better training, and it's better training delivered in a better way. So right now, almost all of the intellectual heft and money goes to training nurses and doctors. Okay? You've never heard of any high prestige school doing an allied health program because it doesn't exist. In fact, even nursing is oftentimes not undertaken by the best people in clinical medicine. Stanford doesn't have a nursing school. Harvard doesn't have a nursing school. Yale has a nursing school, which is probably regarded as the best. But in allied health, there's nothing. There's not top researchers working on it. There's not top academics working on it. So we assembled best of breed, Stanford Medical School, NYU School of Nursing, and really upped the engagement level. Plus, we made it into the way that HBO or Netflix would have done training.
Oh, interesting.
That's what we do. So it's very story and cinema based.
Okay, break that down for me. How do you incorporate cinema into training?
Well, if you think about it, how, in medical school, they teach with the case method. So they'll introduce you to a patient, they'll go over their story, you see the family member. No one trains allied health professionals that way, but that's what we do. So you'll follow 7 characters, their conditions. Do they have dementia? Are they subject to elder abuse? Do they have COPD? Do they have diabetes? Do they have metabolic syndrome? And you'll follow them and see what happens with their families, why the procedures matter and impact people's real lives. And that's a much better way to learn than just reading a textbook.
So Cognotion has literally created shows that help allied professionals who are going to go into elder care specifically understand the patient population better, gain empathy, is that right?
So we built a 60-hour, fully state certified, there's 50 different versions of the course, licensing product that gets you through, let's say, the CNA license exam, but it's done through story. So the 60 hours have the stories embedded, and they also have the content and the exams and the quizzes and the simulations, but they're all grounded in this story.
Are they woven through the narrative?
Yes.
Very interesting. I've seen one of these, and the production quality is very high.
Yeah, so the person that shoots The Blacklist on NBC shoots our show in the off-season.
Okay, interesting.
So we really made a commitment to having, best-in-class cinema.
Okay, we only have a second, but what are you most excited about for 2020 for Cognotion?
Well, I think in 2020, I hope that we get 10,000 people who move from minimum wage jobs and low-skilled jobs into their first ladder on a middle-class lifestyle by being able to provide great care to seniors and improving care in the field. So that's our goal, is to have 10,000 students certified by Cognotion by the end of 2020.
I love what you're doing. I love that you're solving two problems at once in terms of bringing dignity both to the worker and to the person in the elder care facility. And solving two problems at once. So keep up the great work. Thanks for coming down to the studio and sharing a little bit about Cognotion. Thanks, Jonathan. All right, our next guest is Philippe Arnez, Chief Business Officer at LS Cancer Diagnostics. Welcome, Philippe.
Hi, Logan.
Good to have you. Excited to learn more about what you're doing. You're from Finland. This is a Finnish company?
Yes.
Oh, grab the mic.
Yes, so the company is Finnish. I myself am from Switzerland.
Okay.
But we're based in Finland, and our founder, she's a professor of genetics in the University of Helsinki.
Okay.
And she has been researching Lynch syndrome and all the associated mechanisms and genes for more than 20 years.
Okay.
So yeah, we're excited to be part of StartUp Health, and
for a viewer right now who has no idea what LS Cancer Diagnostics does, break it down for us.
Yeah, so we have developed a test to detect Lynch syndrome. And Lynch syndrome is actually the most common hereditary cancer predisposition, but it's very unknown of, so the awareness is really low.
Okay.
So we're trying to improve that, and also letting people know that we have a test to detect that.
Okay.
Because people who are so-called Lynch syndrome carriers, they have a very high risk of developing cancer, in particular colon cancer, in the case of women also endometrial cancer. And if we can find them and then we can direct them in treatments and in surveillance and make sure that the cancer gets detected as early as possible, because we all know that the earlier you find it, the better the prognosis is. So
it sounds like there's two big challenges. I mean, you have the test side, of course, improving on the technology, but then awareness seems like it would be a big issue. Getting people to take the tests, getting people to understand if they have Lynch syndrome, right?
Yeah.
Is that a challenge?
Yeah, it is a challenge, because it's estimated about 1 in 300 people have Lynch syndrome, so it's
Lynch syndrome.
Yeah, so it's actually quite prevalent, but only about 5% are diagnosed. So, and compared, for example, to hereditary breast cancer, which is quite well known.
Yeah.
In Lynch syndrome, the awareness is way lower, although it's more common. Yeah. So this is one challenge that we face, and actually, the U.S. I mean, we based in Europe, so we tackled that there, but we're also interested to getting into the US, because the US has quite a lot of advocacy happening right now in that space, which is also happening in Europe. But we're trying to get in where people are talking about Lynch syndrome, because that's at the end where we want to help.
How does it help LS Cancer Diagnostics to have sort of the global perspective that you have? You're from Switzerland, Finland, here you are in the United States, sort of seeing how the different systems operate. Why is that important, if it is?
Yeah, well, for us, there's many things which are important about that. So, it's the global reach that also, so Lynch syndrome is globally present, so it doesn't really matter where you live. The prevalence is the same. And for us, of course, we also would like that test eventually to be reimbursed or paid by the state or government or the insurance or whatever. So it's important for us to understand the different systems.
Yeah.
In Finland, it's relatively easy because it's a welfare state. Everything is paid by the state.
Yeah.
In Switzerland, it's a bit different. There you have insurances, and then you have to fulfill certain criteria that it gets reimbursed. And then here, of course, it's a completely different beast again.
Yeah.
So this is something which we're trying to kind of tackle from multiple sides, because it's just I think everyone in healthcare has similar challenges when it comes to understanding the systems in the different places.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It sounds both challenging and also very fulfilling as you bring this stuff to life.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's all about helping these physicians who have these families, treating these families, and also the families themselves who have a cancer history and who would like to know, is it because of Lynch syndrome or is it something else? So there's a lot we can do, and a lot of cost and pain and that we can save people, because they, if they know they have this, of course it's a burden to know you have something like this in the family, but you can do something about it.
Sure.
So we want to empower these people to be able to take steps to ensure that they will at least not, die from cancer, and in the best case also be able to have a higher quality of life rather than having to go through serious treatments, which will of course impact their lives tremendously.
Oh, we're out of time, but in one statement, what are you most excited about for 2020? What are you looking forward to?
Well, 2020 is going to be a great year. We are launching a pilot across Europe, so we have several hospitals lined up which will send us samples from patients so we can start showing the value we bring. That's definitely one of the highlights we're going to have this year. And I'm here in the US, and after StartUp Health Festival, I'll go on a small, not that small, roadshow across the US to meet key opinion leaders, hospitals, patient advocates, and try to get things started here.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming down to the StartUp Health studio.
Thank you for having me.
Wish you the best of luck in 2020. All right, take care. All right. Our next interview is with Dorothy Goldman, CEO and founder of Oratel Diagnostics. Dorothy, come on up. We're going to give this to him. Join me, and I'm excited to hear more about what's going on with Oratel Diagnostics. We've spoken before with stories in the StartUp Health magazine, but now I get to get an update, a 2020 update. So
2020 update.
2020 update, right?
Right.
So why don't you start by telling our audience what Oratel Diagnostics is all about right now?
Well, Oratel Diagnostics is focused on addressing pelvic pain in women, particularly adolescents, because 50% of that pelvic pain is due to endometriosis. Okay. And endometriosis occurs when cells like those that grow in your uterus go elsewhere in your body and cause tremendous pain and also cause fertility. Okay. So we have a really simple little test. We use saliva.
Let's make sure that we can see it in the camera here.
Put it right in your mouth.
Okay.
And then we can read it on an app that we've put on our iPhone. So I have to hold this to you.
Yeah, I'm going to hold it for you. You can talk.
Yeah, just a second. I got to get the right thing here.
So you swab.
Yeah, you swab.
You swab.
I'm doing this.
This is a test for endometriosis.
And
okay.
you can test it right on this stick. It reads the color. Here we go. It reads the color, zap, and it gives you a number. And if the number is close to 0, you don't have endometriosis. But if it's close to 1, there's a 92% chance that you have endometriosis.
So you invented this. Is there anything else like this in the market?
This was an accidental discovery.
Okay.
Actually, we're
Explain
making
that.
use of nature.
Okay.
You know that flowers have a lot of beautiful colors that attract bees and butterflies and birds. Well, we use those colors not to attract those birds, but on our skin. The skin has surfaces that have different kinds of sugars that change with the hormonal cycle. And these pigments pick that up. And we can read that with an iPhone, and it gives an instant answer.
And you made that connection between the colors of flowers and into endometriosis diagnosis on a phone.
This was because
I'm impressed.
I'm one of those crazy people who likes to learn new things. And I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Nepal about 50 years ago, and we ran out of litmus paper and we started using flower pigments.
Really?
And then I started teaching classes in my home called Cooking and Chemistry, and we decided to explore our saliva. And I noticed this periodicity that goes every 24 hours. And I started measuring my body fluids, and I noticed I could pick up fertility. Now, fertility is not something that people really, at least people, maybe cows put money into it, but not people so much. But what happened was there were some people in my neighborhood who wanted to get pregnant and use my test. Yeah. And they gave a completely different answer. And they all had endometriosis. Wow. And I thought, this is really important. I should do something about it. So I called the Endometriosis Association, and they got me started.
Wow. Okay, so take me behind the curtain. Talk to me about the product. You've shown me the product,
but
where does it stand?
This.
Where does it stand in terms of rollout?
When this came into existence.
The phone.
And I mentioned that we started 50 years ago. You can imagine all the time it took to get to the iPhone. The iPhone revolutionized our technology.
Okay.
And we are now able to make these tests. We not only use them for endometriosis, but we use them for cows and farms.
Okay. Explain.
And we can tell ahead of time before breeding when a cow will not get pregnant. This is money in the bank for the farmer.
Okay, all right. So you're helping to solve endometriosis with a mobile app,
Yeah.
but you're also helping farmers
Yeah.
breed cows.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I feel like you are a problem solver extraordinaire.
Well, there are a lot of great people out there to help.
Yeah.
I've met some companies in different countries, and we're working in partnership. And they are the ones that make these kits now. And the farmers are stepping forward. They're going to be the salesmen. And I've got a team working at Brigham Women's. We have clinical trials going on right now.
Fantastic. In 2020?
Yes, right
Nice.
now. They
Okay.
just started last week. And a group in Los Angeles called CTIP, Center for Pediatric Technology, they've invested in us.
Fantastic.
So we have come a long ways.
I love it.
But it comes also with Startup Health. We met these people at Startup Health.
That's wonderful to hear. I love hearing your story of how your curiosity blossomed, combined with your study, your knowledge, to blossom into multiple layers of problem solving. So,
But do you know, it just didn't come from me. It came from all the people who are doing work on this.
Sure.
People who are working in the patient recruitment, people working with doctors. What's important here at Startup Health is engaging with the people who know how the payment system works, how to do clinical trials, how to go through regulatory process. I'm meeting tons of companies here that are going to be helpful.
I'm so
in the
glad.
future.
I'm so glad. That's all the time we have, Dorothy.
thank you.
So much for telling us about where you're at with Oratel, and I hope it's an awesome rest of the day for you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, our next interview is with Andrea Wilson Woods, CEO and co-founder of Cancer U. Andrea, come and join me in the Startup Health studio. Happy to have you.
Hi.
There you go. Grab the microphone. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Doing good, all right. I can't wait to hear more about cancer. Do you prefer Cancer U or Cancer University?
We call it Cancer U for short.
Okay, Cancer U, all right. So take me there. What is Cancer U all about?
Cancer U is an online membership platform for cancer patients and caregivers to educate and empower them to become advocates for their cancer care, to improve outcomes and reduce costs.
Okay. Why did you feel like cancer education was so important?
Well, it actually all started with my sister. So when I was 22 years old, I got custody of my then 8-year-old sister.
Oh, wow.
And I raised her all through my 20s. I was her legal guardian and only parent.
There's a whole story there that we don't have time for. But I wish
There's a whole story
I wish
there.
we did.
And
a book, I bet.
The book was published a few months ago.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. And when she was 15 years old, she was diagnosed with stage 4 liver cancer, and her cancer journey only lasted 147 days. So I'm incredibly passionate about helping cancer patients and caregivers.
Okay, so talk to me about the platform, the product. What's the experience of the user?
Well, the experience is when you become a member, you start with our very first course, The Proactive Patient, and that
Okay.
serves as a broad orientation to the world of cancer.
Okay.
Then you go on to take your major courses, and that's specific to your cancer type. So for me, it would have been liver cancer. And then we have our core courses that we want everyone to take, no matter what your cancer is. And then we also have our electives that we create with our B2B partners. And we have our Cancer You Thriver community, which is our online private HIPAA-compliant forum where everyone connects with each other.
Oh, nice.
Thank
so
you.
this is kind of taking the place of me just fearfully Googling things.
Yes,
Right?
and doctors don't like Dr. Google.
No. Yeah, so you're stepping in, but you're not only taking the place, but you're also adding in these layers, community,
Yes.
Electives, which I can
Yes.
imagine that can just keep growing.
Absolutely, and we're in some ways sort of the Peloton of oncology.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Yeah, so we create content and it'll just keep growing and growing, but also there's a coaching and teaching and training element to it. So you're not just giving patients the what, you're giving them the how.
Okay. Have you had any good testimonials? This is such a personal field. You're offering tools to people who are at such a point of need.
Yes, we have. So when you're a cancer patient, time is not on your side.
Yeah.
And so one of the members of our Patient Caregiver Advocate Board said of our Liver Cancer 300 course that course alone had all the information she needed, but when she was caring for her husband who has liver cancer, it took her over 2 months to find that information from 6 different sources.
Wow.
And it's in one course right there.
Okay. And who are you selling into? Like, how do people access this?
So our business model is B2B,
Okay.
and so our primary clients are payers, hospitals, and pharmaceutical companies.
Awesome, awesome. Okay. So we're at the dawn of 2020. What are you most excited about for what's next? Partnerships, milestones?
Well, I have 4. So launching a pilot program with UT Southwestern this first quarter. We're raising a seed round of $1 million, generating revenue by the end of the year.
Fantastic.
Okay? And also I'm looking forward to finding a mentor. So if you or anyone watching knows the Sarah Blakely of healthcare, please introduce me to her.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, all right. Well, great to have you down in the TV studio.
Yeah.
Great to understand what Cancer U is all about. Hope it's an awesome rest of the day, and just wish you the best of luck in 2020.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, our next interview is John Sokol, COO of Limbix. John, come on up. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm excited to learn more about what you're doing. Take that microphone there. And so, what's Limbix all about?
Limbix is all about improving the mental health of our adolescent population, of teenagers around the world.
Okay. What are you building?
We're building digital therapeutics that leverage mobile and virtual reality technology to treat depression, helping people with first line of defense when they can't get access to therapy, which is really a global problem we see.
Okay.
Where long wait lists and people wanting help and not able to get it.
Okay, so VR therapies for mental health in general and adolescents in particular?
Yeah, at-home therapies that people can do on their own. I mean, certainly most of this stuff would be on mobile apps. We don't really need to be in VR all the time, I'm sure you can imagine, but there are some things we can teach people in virtual reality that are particularly additive, help really drive engagement. Because we know digital CBT works. Tons of research that supports it, digital cognitive behavioral therapy, but it's all about getting people to adhere to these programs and engage with them throughout them for it to work.
And you found that that sort of gamifying has helped with adherence?
Certainly with the teenage population, we're seeing that that's one of the big drivers of people to get through the program.
Okay. Do you do your own VR hardware? Is it a software platform? How does it work?
I mean, in the research context, we provision VR headsets that people can use on their own standalone VR headsets. When we eventually get through our trials and go to market one day, we're going to take a look at what is most viable for a consumer VR situation.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit TBD right now, but we really want to first make sure that VR is truly additive, that it drives engagement to these programs.
Yeah, you probably would agree that VR in healthcare is very much in its nascent stages, and there's a lot of exciting possibilities for it. Where do you see health in VR going?
Yeah, I mean,
look out 4 or 5 years.
If I look out 4 or 5 years, we have a VR kit that we provide to hospitals in 20 different countries. So we are seeing it get used somewhat in healthcare.
Yeah.
But I think, for Limbix at least, digital therapeutics that people can do on their own, when they can't get access to help is what's most interesting for us, at least, because we really want to provide universal access to treatments.
Yeah, access for VR is an interesting two-edged sword, right? Because they have to have access to the VR, but once you do, then all of a sudden a world is opened up, right?
Yeah, so there's certainly an argument to be made that not everyone has a VR headset, right?
Yeah.
And so one of the ways we've been thinking about rolling out is taking advantage of smartphone-based VR, even doing things with cardboard. Some of the hospital systems we've been talking to are sort of interested in doing rollouts where there are maybe even stacks of cardboard and unique codes where people can access these programs that are prescribed by their doctors to hopefully get help when they're waiting for treatment on the wait list.
Yeah. I'm curious, how'd you get into this? Why are you passionate about this?
Yeah, I mean, this is my third startup, and my first 2 were outside of healthcare, and I was really interested in helping the health of people. And one of the things that got us started was, among my 3 co-founders, 2 of us had a lot of VR experience, and we'd seen a lot of research showing VR to be additive for certain elements of mental health treatment. And so from there, obviously things have changed a lot over the last few years, and as we hone in on solutions, but that was sort of what got our start. It's just wanting to help people and get more access for treatment.
Nice. I just feel like once you get that science established, there's just ways to grow and grow and grow once you are able to use that VR in an additive way, that like you said, it's just the beginning.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, in our first feasibility studies, we're seeing very large drops in depressive symptoms and really high engagement with these programs from, I think, so that VR is really playing a role in keeping people in the program. And so we're pretty excited to see that people are actually getting better in our own research studies, and now we have to really expand these into larger RCTs and eventually put them into health systems.
Nice. Well, that's a good segue. That's a good segue for my last question, which is, what are you most excited about for 2020?
I'm most excited to basically make a few improvements. So Limbic Sparks, our adolescent depression program, that's the one that's in research trials right now that's looking great. We're going to run another trial of that, a larger RCT, later this year. That's going to be a lot of fun to learn about that and eventually take that through an FDA process as well. And so we're pretty excited to eventually make something that could be a prescribed program that someone does when they come and ask for help. Our office is down in Palo Alto. If you go across the street to the Stanford Depression Center, I think it's a 12-month wait list. And so this is a problem we see around the world. And so if we can inject something as a first line of defense, we think that's a great way to help people.
Awesome. Well, John, we're going to keep our eyes on Limbics in 2020. Great to have you in the StartUp Health studio.
Thanks for having me.
And take care. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks.
All right. If you're just joining me now, we are at the StartUp Health Festival. And I'm Logan Plaster, the editor of StartUp Health magazine. Happy to have you with us here in the StartUp Health studio. The theme of this year's festival is collaboration, which is why it was so important to us to bring together about 2,000 of the world's top entrepreneurs, investors, partners to really spark new collaborations, to really examine the health moonshots that are changing the future of health. So bringing people together, and that's really what these interviews on StartUp Health TV are about as well. So if you want to join the conversation, you can join us on social media. You can tweet us at StartUp Health or use the hashtag StartUp Health, nice and easy. And you can watch the rest of the afternoon's interviews as well as the Health Moonshot stage upstairs, both at startuphealth.com. So we'll be live streaming for the rest of the afternoon until 5 o'clock Pacific. Hope you'll stay with us. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back soon. Welcome back. I'm Logan Platzer, the editor of Startup Health magazine, and we are broadcasting live from the Startup Health Festival down in the Startup Health studio. I'm privileged to have with us a special guest, Jennifer Schneider, president of Livongo. Really happy to have you down here, taking a few minutes to talk to us.
Thank you, happy to be here.
So I've been doing interviews with entrepreneurs all morning. I understand you were on the main stage, the Health Moonshot stage upstairs, really sharing some of your story, but we're going to get a little sneak peek into that down here as well. So
sounds wonderful, and you're not that hoarse for all the interviews you've been doing.
You know, I started out this morning struggling, got some tea, got some honey, but we're doing 105 interviews over the course of 2 days, introducing everyone to the entrepreneurs who are here. It's very exciting, very inspiring. And I'm sure everyone was inspired by the talk upstairs. So why don't you just break it down for us? I hear there is a partnership between Livongo and Dexcom that we should talk about.
Yes, so I'm going to start by giving a quick overview. Livongo empowers people with chronic conditions to live better and healthier lives.
It's a good pitch.
Yeah, thank you. And as part of that, we have a solution for diabetes, hypertension, weight management, diabetes prevention, and behavioral health. Our platform is all built on an AI engine. And that AI engine aggregates data, interprets it, applies it right back into our members' lives, and then iterates to get faster. Our partnership with Dexcom is really exciting because in the world of diabetes, people are frequently using continuous glucose monitors, CGM, and Dexcom is a leading producer of CGMs. That allows us to service our members better. We estimate about 10 to 20% of our members tell us they have used or are using a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor. So now we're able, through our partnership, to access that data to drive health nudges back to the member to improve clinical outcomes and save our clients more money.
You said nudges? Is that a clinical term?
Nudges, not nudges, but nudges.
Little nudges?
Like yeah. So we have this opportunity.
Clinical nudges. I like it.
When you check your blood glucose, you've indicated that you're actually interested in your health.
Yeah.
And so we give you a little. We see your blood glucose. We may say, hey, that's a little high. Drink 2 glasses of water and walk around the block. Yeah. Giving you real-time information right when you've engaged. I like to call it the Super Bowl ad moment for health behavior change.
Okay.
Right? Because you've invested.
Yeah.
You've told us you're interested, and we give you a little bit back for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's high level, but diabetes is such a personal struggle for so many people. Like, why are you passionate about this? Like, how does this hit you personally?
I live with type 1 diabetes.
Oh, you do?
I
have
do.
Diabetes?
I do.
Oh, wow.
I was diagnosed when I was 12. About a third of our employees
I was stepping into that.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that? Have diabetes or hypertension. Another third directly have a family member impacted.
Okay.
And so we are an incredibly mission-driven organization, understanding that chronic condition experience for those of us living with chronic conditions has been broken in the United States. And so there's an incredible mission that we can actually be on this journey to empower people to make it better.
Awesome. What gets you excited about being here, the ecosystem of health innovation, what you see kind of bubbling to the surface?
Well, I love that you could feel the energy and the level of IQ when you walk into this building. So there's a buzz, right?
Sure.
That's really addicting. I think more than anything, we're at this great moment in time where there's in the technology, the data, the entrepreneurship is really going to springboard health forward the same way that other industries have gone forward. And that's been a promise for a while, but it feels real. It feels real here today.
Yeah, that's awesome. So we're at the dawn of 2020. What are you most excited about? What's next for Livongo?
Livongo's mission will always be to empower our member. We put our member at the center, and so it's continuing to think about how can we make that experience absolutely delight our members and make the members' life easier. That's within diabetes, within hypertension, across different chronic conditions, to really change that experience for myself, for my brother, for our colleagues with whom we work, to really make living with chronic conditions a better experience.
Awesome. Well, Jenny, happy to have you down in the studio. That's all the time we have. I hope it's an awesome rest of the festival for you, and we'll be watching Livongo in 2020.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Great to meet you.
Jenny,
Take
you very much. All right.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
All right. We're going to keep moving on. You can follow.
Perfect.
All right. Take care. All right. Our next interview is with Bethany Graber, VP of Accounts and Marketing at Sift Healthcare. Bethany, good to meet you. That's yours. and I'm excited to learn about what SIFT Healthcare is up to right now. So give me the lowdown.
Well, SIFT Healthcare is data science for healthcare payments. We drive predictive analytics into the revenue cycle
Okay.
and provide real-time payments intelligence.
Break down the revenue cycle for me, for anyone who's viewing who's not familiar.
So it's not sexy, but the revenue cycle
But very
is
important.
Very important. The revenue cycle is how healthcare providers get paid. So it's how they collect from patients, how healthcare providers collect from patients, and then how they get reimbursed from insurance payers. And it drives their entire margin, their bottom line.
Okay, so what's the platform you're building? How are you improving the process?
So SIFT provides a HIPAA compliant and cloud-based data platform.
Okay.
We ingest massive amounts of our healthcare providers' payments data.
Okay.
And then we normalize it, we organize it, and we make that data accessible and usable.
Okay.
So healthcare providers have tons and tons of data, and most of it goes totally wasted.
Okay.
So we make their payments data useful, and we use it to drive machine learning models that help them get better at collecting from patients and
Okay.
get better at working with insurance payers.
So let's get really practical. How is life better with SIFT kind of in the back end? If I'm trying to reimburse, how is it giving me intelligence? How am I changing my behavior?
Well, at a high level, every year over $240 billion are wasted in medical billing. Just
Okay.
pure waste, and that has to do with human capital and time, and we cut that waste.
Okay.
And then with the payments intelligence, we allow healthcare providers, mainly CFOs, to look at their payments and their revenue operations like a portfolio.
Okay.
Pull levers on different plans, look at different patient segments, and really get smart about how they negotiate with payers, how they handle their operations, and how they handle their labor force.
Yeah, I know we ran a story about SIFT at one point, and I recall there being a narrative about the role that revenue cycle improvement plays in keeping hospitals open. Just the fact there's a lot of rural hospitals that are closing and revenue is an issue. So how does SIFT Healthcare help in that situation?
So margins are razor thin
Yeah.
in healthcare, and especially in smaller hospitals, they don't have access to the same kind of predictive analytics and data science that an insurance payer has or a large healthcare organization has. If they can leverage some of that data, they can start proactively working with patients on payment plans.
Okay.
They can start chasing the denials that are actually going to get paid. It helps them focus on where their money is going to come from, and it helps them maximize the amount they're going to get from each patient.
Okay.
So we give rural hospitals and smaller regional healthcare systems an opportunity to use intelligence that helps them drive more revenue and accelerate cash flow.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, so here we are, starting out 2020. What are the things you're looking forward to, the milestones for SIFT in 2020?
So in 2020, we are adding to our data science team.
Okay.
We have a lot of healthcare providers who are coming on board, and we're scaling very quickly. We have a new dashboard that really shows a portfolio view of healthcare payments.
Okay.
And things are happening so quickly that as soon as I'm excited about something, it's on to the next
That's
thing.
a good place to be.
Really good.
Exciting to have you here at the festival. What do you think is valuable about being in a community like this, being at an event like this?
It's really amazing to hear what everyone's doing and all the areas where there's innovation and all the things that people want to do to improve health.
Yeah.
And I always think, all these things are wonderful and great, and it reaffirms how important it is that we help make healthcare organizations financially solvent so that they can do these things that really advance the mission of care and innovation.
I personally love the companies that are operating in the background and enabling other people. You said it's not sexy,
Not
but it's
sexy.
so important.
Yeah.
And those are kind of my favorite businesses. So keep up the great work. I hope you have a great rest of the festival, and we'll be watching for you in 2020, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Bethany. Have a great afternoon, all right? All right. My next guest is Simon Holland, co-founder of Ellie Health. Come on up, Simon. Good to meet you, Simon. How are you doing today?
Very good. How are you doing?
Good to have you at the StartUp Health Festival.
Thank you.
Have you been before? Is this
No,
your
very first time.
Your first
so
time.
We only joined about 2 months ago, so we're very new to our StartUp Health Transformers.
Fantastic. Well, welcome into the StartUp Health studio. I'm excited to learn more about Ellie Health. So break it down for me. What are you doing?
Awesome. So basically what we've done is we've created an empathetic audio companion to help patients living with a chronic disease participate more in their own health.
An empathetic audio companion. Okay.
Yes.
So what does that mean?
So what it means is basically, I don't know if you've seen the movie Her before, but we're very much inspired by that, providing, I guess, smart audio companionship partnership to
Yeah.
patients living with a chronic disease to really get them to understand their condition and I guess really participate more in their own health.
Okay,
How that comes.
so say I have a chronic condition. What are you focusing on first?
So initially we're focusing on oncology. So
Okay.
my co-founder was a radiation oncologist. He
Okay.
also created the #1 cancer app in the world. So
Okay.
we're very much focusing on that.
Okay, so I have cancer.
Yeah.
I'm imagining a situation that's sort of like me talking to Alexa, but Alexa's giving me better information.
Yes, I don't know if you've tried to have a conversation with Alexa, but it's kind of hard. But
It's not-
what we do is we one-way communication. So
Okay.
the patients actually listen to audio each day in the
Okay.
form of a daily summary, essentially.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Mobile app, how does it work?
So it's through a mobile app, but potentially we're looking at integrating with different smart devices out there as well, but predominantly through a mobile app. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through what kinds of audio prompts and what are they hearing?
Yeah, so they're basically, the daily summary, I guess, is made up of 3 parts. So the first part is a motivational story reference. The next part is basically a condition-specific topic. So, if a patient's newly diagnosed, it's dealing with financial stresses, talking to your family, understanding their condition, and then we leave the patient with an inspirational message.
Oh, nice. Okay. In a daily dose sort of
In
idea?
a daily dose. So every single
Okay.
day they get a new daily summary they receive at the start of the day.
Interesting.
So patients really made it part of their daily routine. I mean, we had patients looking forward to it. We had a couple in New Zealand who are in their late 70s, and every single morning they'd wake up and they'd make it part of their daily routine where they'd sit down with their coffees and listen to Ellie. So people really actually, I guess, referred to Ellie as a friend. It became a companion to them. So that's really the angle we tried to create, and it's something that really resonates with patients as well.
Why is, you use the word empathetic audio companion. Why is
Yeah.
empathy so important here?
So really
Why do you use that
understanding
word?
what the patient's going through. Does that make sense? Understanding their preferences, understanding their limitations. So over time, we're going to personalize, I guess, each different, bit of audio for each different patient. So it's really about us understanding what they're going through. So we have a lot of, we collaborate a lot with actual patients to really understand, what their journey is like and how we can make sure that we're not recommending things that, aren't feasible.
Yeah. So you mentioned a couple in New Zealand. It seems like it's a global product.
Yes.
How are you seeing responses? Do they differ around the world?
Yeah, I mean, 70% of our patients that did the trial with us were in the United States.
Okay.
But I mean, realistically, every single cancer patient goes through the same experiences regardless of where they are.
Yeah.
So we kind of found in general pretty much the same. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's available to consumers?
Not yet.
Not yet?
So the next phase is basically we're really excited that we're doing a trial with the Cleveland Clinic with our pediatric oncology patients, which is fantastic. So that starts in March, and we're launching our consumer version in March as well. So these have all been trials behind the scenes before our launch. Yes.
Fantastic. So that's a big milestone.
Absolutely, we're super excited. We're only 9 months old as a company, so yeah, it's a massive
fantastic.
milestone. So,
okay.
yeah.
How did you get into this? What was your background?
So my background is actually I co-founded multiple companies. I co-founded a company called Hot Doc in Australia. Basically,
say it again. What's
Hot Doc?
Hot Doc. Okay.
Bad name, I know, but a good company.
Not bad, but I had to clarify. Hot Doc. Okay.
Exactly. So basically, that company is a patient engagement platform for family physicians and patients. It has almost 5 million patients in Australia, with about 42% of family physicians using the platform.
Wow.
So lots of experience, I guess, creating that patient engagement. But really wanted to create a company that had a bit more, I guess, impact on patients and had stronger health outcomes, if that makes sense.
Interesting. Okay. Awesome. Well, very cool. It sounds like you guys are taking off, and Cleveland Clinic partnership sounds amazing. So, Simon, awesome to get to meet you. Best of luck the rest of the day, and we'll be watching Ellie Health in 2020.
Awesome.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
And have a good one. All right. That was Simon Holland from Ellie Health. My next guest is going to be Hunter Howard from Hormone Therapeutics. Hunter, here you are. All right.
Good to see you, Logan.
All right. It's not our first conversation, but it's a good chance for you to tell our audience what Hormone Therapeutics is all about. And how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm having a great time at the festival. Hormone Therapeutics, we're a telemedicine platform providing specialist access to the endocrinologists and the specialists needed as people are aging faster to help them live a healthier, longer life.
Okay, break it down for me. You said, what kind of specialists are you helping? Who are you engaging with?
We have people with chronic care conditions that aren't getting access to specialists they need. So let's say men who have low testosterone. Do you know that we have a 50-year-old man has half the testosterone that his grandfather did at the same age 50 years ago because of the exogenous conditions in our environment? So we are now living 38% longer than we did 100 years ago, but with less testosterone. Testosterone is such an important part of your energy, your fatigue, your mental clarity, your sexual interest, your sexual function. And so we're living longer, but with half the levels that we had at the same age as our grandfathers did, and it's dramatically affecting people's lives. And we are providing specialist access. So a lot of people go to the primary care physician, and the primary care physician will say, okay, the normal range is 300 to 1200, you're 350, you're normal. But you have 3/4 of the 24 symptoms of low testosterone, but I'm not going to treat you because you're normal because of that. Whereas we have the experts who identified, no, you have 3/4 of the symptoms of low testosterone. We know we can help you. We know we can improve your life. We know we can get back to feeling the way you used to feel.
Okay. So I'm the guy, I came to my primary doctor, I'm 350. How do I engage with hormone therapeutics? How is my life different?
You reach out to us. We're going to send a phlebotomist to your home or send you to a local lab testing facility. We'll get those test results back. We do deep kind of medical questionnaires to understand you, teleconsultations, and then we we will design a program to get you back on your life. And then we have a monthly program where you are receiving the medications, and we're teaching how to self-administer them. And so if you're in New York, you have access, or Beverly Hills, you have access to these type of doctors. 88% of the country is medically underserved for basic care, let alone access to specialists. And so these people going to the primary care physicians, these guys are telling them you're normal. And like, no, I know I'm not normal.
Yeah.
And so we're providing them access to the type of specialists who can help them recapture their lives.
Interesting. Is there a stigma around this? Is there sort of another side of the challenge here to sort of educate?
Education is a big part of it. So one, just like reaching out about things, whether it be sexual function or fatigue. These are, people have a tough time talking about that. And then also when your doctor doesn't really understand kind of the depleted endocrine system and what that does to you, that really is, it's difficult to have that conversation. But here's another important stat, like 83,000 US veterans with low T, once they got boosted up to normal levels, they had lower incidence of heart attack, stroke, prostate cancer, and mortality. So there's a growing understanding that living with a depleted endocrine system not only affects those 24 symptoms, but also a lot of downstream negative effects that we're only really starting to understand that what's going to happen to you if you don't kind of regulate and optimize your endocrine system.
Why do you think that was such a gap in the market? I mean, that seems like a clear problem.
50 years ago, there was a study that was done wrong, and they showed that there was an increased risk for prostate cancer for anybody supplementing testosterone. They went back and looked at that study and found out that study was read wrong. Now they know that if you supplement your testosterone to normal levels, you're going to lower your chance for prostate cancer. You just don't want to be on a program if you do have prostate cancer. And then there's also a real stigma around kind of the people who have abused it in the 70s and 80s, athletes, wrestlers, bodybuilders, and so they abused it, and so there's a real strong kind of a stigma attached to the people that we're aware of that run these programs.
So there must be an education a component that you're working on to sort of break down some of those misconceptions.
That's exactly right. It's really helping people understand it's not normal. It may be normal to do that, but it's something you can do about it. So it's like a doctor telling you, okay, you're 50, and when you're 20, your vision was 20/20. Now you have the normal vision for a 50-year-old, but don't you want to have normal vision now? And so,
and not offer you glasses.
Yeah, and so it's really just helping them to understand this can be treated. And so it's a big educational component. Yeah. And the biggest thing is get in, get tested, understand what your options are. And if the symptoms aren't a problem to you, there's no reason to deal with it. But if you're dealing with the problems associated with low testosterone, it's really easily remedied.
Awesome. Okay, so 2020, what are you most excited about? What are the milestones you're looking ahead for?
Yeah, we had a great 2019. We had 9 record months. We had 11% month-over-month growth. We're not raising capital right now. We're growing organically because of the interest from the patients. So this year we're going to be. I'm really excited about the growth functions, but there's a lot of other things associated around the testosterone programs that we're going to start adding. Supplements, health coaching, diet coaching, nutritional analysis. So there's a number of things that we're going to help with people to optimize their lives, really around healthier aging.
Awesome. Hunter, great to have you down at the StartUp Health studio. Wish you an awesome 2020 and a great rest of the festival.
Thanks, Logan. Appreciate
All right. All right, if you're just joining us, we are at the StartUp Health Festival broadcasting live until the end of the day. And we have got a bunch more great interviews for you, so stick with us throughout the afternoon. My next guest is David Sarabia, CEO and founder of In Recovery. David, come on in. Looking forward to learning more about where you're at now with In Recovery. So break it down for me. What is In Recovery?
Hey Logan, how are you?
Doing great.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
So In Recovery is an addiction recovery platform that came out of my own personal addiction issues.
Okay.
I went to treatment and I saw a big need for something like this.
Okay.
And what we're aiming to do is help people beat addiction and reintegrate as thriving members of society.
Okay. So you experienced it. You walked through addiction, walked through recovery. At what point in the recovery process did you realize there was something broken? What did you see?
So I've been a tech nerd my whole life. I've been coding since I was 8. I had 2 exits by 27, made a bunch of money, moved to New York, and became a massive cocaine addict, unfortunately. And essentially what happened is that one of my best friends passed away in 2016, and that was the trigger for me to get help. I humbled up at that point. I said, listen, I really need to get help. I'm going the same trajectory. And when I was in treatment, I saw that our clinicians really, really cared about us. They were very invested in us, but they had no technology whatsoever to help us. So I saw an opportunity to actually build something, for the first time, use my skill set not to get rich, but to actually do something good. And that was how In Recovery was born. And what we're doing is we're helping treatment centers become more data-driven, to truly understand the patient and use that data to personalize. And with the use of machine learning and so forth, we're able to then create very, very personal care pathways for patients.
Interesting.
And then we carry them through the remainder of the continuum of care with our aftercare platform and so forth. Yeah.
How do you feel like your super personal experience gives you a unique advantage in this market? I mean, certainly not many founders had your story.
Right. I mean, it's a tough business to be in healthcare technology.
Yeah.
It's very long sales cycles. It's extremely taxing.
Yeah.
It's very expensive as well because of the sales cycles. So
yeah.
I think my commitment is what really has been affected by this. I can't imagine doing anything else. I could be doing anything I want at this point, but I really am so invested in this, and I'm here till the very end. So, we're trying to make some major changes, fundamental changes in the industry. Their treatment itself is extremely expensive. It's about $30,000 a month to go to treatment. It's a privilege, not a right.
Right.
So we want to be able to use data to then bring this cost down.
How does that work? How does the data bring the cost down?
It's interesting. So we are, in essence, creating the largest data repository that's ever existed on addiction in general.
Okay.
And we want to then understand what actually works for people, and be able to then in the future enable remote treatment solutions with our data, with our actual data. So we'll be able to then make something. Let's say a soccer mom that's addicted to pain pills. She had an accident. She was overprescribed. The typical opioid story. This person might be low risk. And she doesn't need to go to an actual treatment facility. She can perhaps go to a remote treatment process that costs $1,000 a month, $500 a month, something that's actually realistic. And she can then check in at CVS, at Walgreens, at the retail pharmacy level. That's our long-term vision, and that's what we're aiming to do.
Why was the data so siloed? Why was that such a problem? You said there hasn't been a system yet that really pulled together the data for addiction.
Right.
It feels like it's so fragmented.
I think it's fragmented because fundamentally addiction is a very difficult thing to track, and also the addiction treatment industry is very new. It really started spurging out about 10 years ago based on the Parity Act, where it became reimbursable and suddenly became a cash cow business. So unfortunately that also led to a lot of malpractice, very, very poorly set up treatment centers. There's great ones out there, but there's also a big need for innovation, and that's what we're doing.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I love to see that you're sort of tackling the problem on both ends. For the recovery itself, but then the system and the recovery centers desperately need that backbone and that data as well.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, parents are at the mercy of these treatment centers. They send their kid out there, and it's very tough, and you have a loved one, you're hoping that they go and get better, and you have no insight into what's going on, and we're hoping to be able to provide that and just peace of mind to people and give people hope.
Awesome.
Yeah.
David, I love the work that you're doing. So glad you could come in and stop into the StartUp Health studio. Wish you all the best in 2020.
Thank you so much.
And have an awesome afternoon.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you.
All right.
See you.
Thank you, David. All right, we're here. It's the StartUp Health Festival in the StartUp Health studio, and my next guest is Alex Guastella, the CEO and co-founder of Quicker Care.
How you doing?
Alex, take a seat. Welcome to the studio. And
nice to be here.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a good day so far.
You enjoying the festival?
The festival's been awesome. We're having a great old time.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so Quicker Care, take me there. What's it all about?
Yeah, we built a digital experience that helps guide the over 10 million patients every month that are kind of searching for immediate care, so in urgent care and ER, telehealth. We take all those digital bites, we get them in the right facility, and we help our customers let their patients access that better care.
Okay, so I'm at home in Baltimore and I cut my finger.
Sure.
And I'm not that familiar with the area, and so I don't know where the nearest ER is or the urgent care. So I go online.
Yep.
What's my experience like if Quicker Care is in the system?
Well, if it's before the system, most likely you would have ended up on some symptom site and told that your hand's going to fall off, right?
Or then I go to Google, and who knows where it takes me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we kind of take it from there, actually. But then we go a little further step. We take a lot of those symptoms that you're either typing in on Google or right on our platform, and then we make the best recommendations. So if you just need to go to the urgent care, we help you find one. We can even let you kind of pre-check or check in online.
Oh, nice.
Or if it's in a market where we have a live telehealth customer, we can immediately port you right into a telehealth visit. So
Got it.
You can talk to a doctor right there.
So it's kind of like a navigator, like you have a problem at home and kind of guiding them to the right place.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we found years ago, my colleagues and I have been in a health startup space for probably about 15 years. we found that the digital experience online really starts with people being sick. And so we want to just kind of get rid of all the noise that's out there, and that's kind of why we exist today.
That's awesome. So where are you deployed right now? Kind of where are things at?
Yeah, so we're mostly up and down the East Coast, so Miami, Jacksonville, New York, Philadelphia. So we're in about 15 cities. We've got a little over 100 customers using us, and we're just naturally growing at this point.
So can I, if I have an emergency, can I check into an ER? Can I use your platform?
Yeah, so if you're having, it depends on what type of emergency. So we do kind of weed out anybody having something extremely critical. So we actually port you right over to 911 to aid in that. But there's definitely the cases that walk into the ER and it's somebody that's somewhat less urgent, less immediate. So yeah, you'd be able to find one. You hold your spot in line. You can give them all your insurance information if you have it right then and there.
Yeah.
And we do all the registration for you.
You kind of glossed over something that's pretty impressive, which is hold your spot in line.
Yeah.
So you think about ERs, and like one of the big pain points is the waiting room. So what you're saying is, in certain situations, you can hold your spot in line and bypass that crazy wait. Because
absolutely.
I think sometimes I chop off my finger, and I'd rather not go to the ER because it's a long wait.
Yeah, we actually find two things very interesting. One, ER wait times are going to be high no matter where you are in certain cities. But two, there's usually a facility that may be a little bit further away that could see you much faster, and that's where we come into play. We can help you find that facility that might, you're not going to call an ambulance right away for a sliced finger, but you're probably going to drive yourself there, or a loved one will. So we just kind of aid in all that information and get you there sooner.
If I knew that I could go 3 miles further and have a 1 hour less wait, easy math.
Absolutely.
It makes it easy. So what's coming next in 2020? What are you excited about?
Kind of two things. We launched with a co-development customer of ours in Philly just this past year. We've got a lot of results, a lot of kiosks as a newer product that's kind of integrated into our solution. So we have all the results coming out there.
How does that work? How do the kiosks integrate?
So if you find it online and you make that reservation, we actually automatically integrate your information directly into the kiosk, and then it goes right into your patient profile.
So is that a way to bridge the online platform to the EHR?
Yep.
The kiosk?
Right into the intake. So you walk into that facility, they're kind of waiting there for you. You just kind of sign your name and you see a doctor right away.
Okay, all right.
Kind of just speed up things.
Awesome. So what else are you looking forward to for the next year?
Just kind of massive revenue growth. We've grown to over 25 people in our company. We keep on growing. Our revenue has grown pretty drastically this past year, and so we're just signing up customers every day. So we're pretty excited.
Revenue growth is good.
Always good,
That's
man.
good. All
Always
right.
Good.
Alex, keep up doing the great work. Love hearing about what Quicker Care is doing, and we'll be watching for you in the next year. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks for stopping by the studio.
All right, man.
Take care.
Thanks for having me, bud.
All right, we're here at the Startup Health Festival, and my next guest is Andrew Rosenberg, CEO and founder of Responsum Health. Andrew, come join me in the Startup Health studio.
How's your day?
Doing great. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. What a great conference.
Is this your first Startup Health Festival?
It is. We joined this past year.
Awesome. Well, welcome. What's the experience been like?
Fantastic. A lot of energy.
Yeah.
A lot of good ideas. A lot of really productive meetings.
Good.
With hopefully with partners of the future. So.
Were you were you a few of the 2,000 plus meetings that took place on the third floor?
I was a small piece of that, but it felt like a lot to me.
You could tell that there were a lot going on.
Yeah.
Cool. So Responsum Health, tell me what you guys are building.
So our moonshot is to make the internet work for patients with chronic diseases.
Make it work.
So you get diagnosed with a chronic condition like my mother did.
Okay.
Doctors will tell you, don't go to Dr. Google, don't go online. You'll find only information that's, it may be outdated, difficult to understand, may not be appropriate for you, maybe misleading, fake news, all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff. But you go to Dr. Google anyway because everybody does. Yeah. And so we worked with Carnegie Mellon University for a year to sort of identify the pain point for patients like my mom and like me, who is her caregiver essentially, in trying to identify how we access, where we look to get information. Doctors only have so much time to spend with you, right? WebMD is a great resource, but it's a static resource. It's like an encyclopedia. Yeah. As a patient, what I want is I want to be searching. Actually, I want somebody smarter than me searching the web every day and then breaking down for me, which is what we do, article summaries of blog posts, articles, videos, whatever's appearing on the web. We're breaking it down, we're categorizing it, so it's a searchable database. We're putting it in a really dynamic app and feeding it to you through a news feed. There are other functionalities on the app, but the primary sort of value proposition for patients is they've got a professional team and computer algorithms pulling content from the web and summarizing it in an easy to understand form. And a part of the secret sauce is we do this in partnership with leading patient groups in the space. So it's not just us, and it's not a company that you're getting information from. All of the content that we provide through our newsfeed has been vetted by the leading patient group in a given area.
Gotcha. I was just going to say, it's a massive amount of content, and I'm wondering how you handle bringing it all together. But it sounds like you're creating partnerships with organizations that can vet and help you organize.
Yes, but as a practical matter, there's really maybe only a half a dozen articles or so a week of new content that's not duplicative of other things that are out there that we think and that our patient group partners think is useful and helpful to patients. And then obviously through sort of detailed review of our analytics, we're able to sort of identify what sort of articles are driving user engagement and the like. So what we're able to do then, and what we did this past year in pulmonary fibrosis, which was our first project, we did that in partnership with the Pulmonary Fibrosis Foundation. And we have an incredibly sticky experience for patients where last month over 96% of the patients who had downloaded our app used it repeated times in the course of a month. And that's because it's like the same Facebook thing, like new content is what drives engagement. So now once we have that patient group and we're building a community in that given disease, and we've got some exciting ones in next year that we're planning on, we then are able to sort of extract some really important insights, glean some information, data, survey them, et cetera, and that can really help to further innovation.
Interesting. So so you started in one disease, and you're going to sort of build out from there.
Yeah.
Where do you see that expanding over the next couple of years?
So the dream is to have a responsive health app for every chronic condition, right? And there are different value propositions for larger, big chronic conditions, like some of the big diseases that your other guests are tackling. But there's also an argument and a real need for ultra rare diseases to connect parents oftentimes around the world into an information hub that also has a social wall, that also has a capacity to engage with each other. So we're really excited that this next couple months, this quarter, we have an agreement with Otsuka, which is a big sponsor of StartUp Health, to build, in partnership with leading patient groups, a platform in chronic kidney disease. So we've got a bunch of other things that we're working on as well, but that one I can announce today.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. I mean, the theme of this festival is collaboration, so to see a new company in StartUp Health working with one of our LPs, very exciting.
Yes.
Andrew, love hearing about what Responsive is doing. Appreciate that you're innovating in education, which is an area that needs more investment and needs more attention. So it's really a critical area of need. So thanks for your work, and hope you have an awesome rest of the festival.
Appreciate it.
And best of luck in 2020.
Thank you. Great to
All
meet you.
right. Thanks, Andrew. All right. My next guest is Jill Angelo, CEO and founder of Gennev. Jill, come into the studio. Fantastic to have you. I'm glad you're wearing your jacket. It's cool in the studio, isn't it?
It is cool.
It's
yeah,
chilly.
yeah.
All right.
The air's coming in.
How's your day going?
It's great. It's full energy. You know, I'm racing all over the place. I wear comfortable shoes.
Good.
And the meetings are good. They're great.
Fantastic.
They're productive.
Fantastic. Okay, so you are the founder of Gennev. Break it down for me. What is Gennev building?
So Genève is the first ever online clinic for women in menopause. We're a clinic that offers telemedicine access to OBGYNs if a woman wants to work with a doctor. If she wants to take more of a lifestyle approach to symptom management, she can work with one of our health coaches who are also registered dietitians and manage her symptoms through lifestyle change, such as diet and exercise and even supplements. And then finally, we have wellness products that women can purchase for symptom use, and we have free education and community that really keeps women coming back and in a safe place to actually know that their health needs are going to be met.
Nice. You said first digital clinic for women in menopause. Why has there been a lack of health services? Why did you have to be the first? You know what I mean?
You know, unfortunately, I wish we weren't the first in many ways, but for us as a business, it's, I guess, okay. But for women, not so much. Menopause is a part of women's health that is somewhat shameful. It means you're aging. We just haven't talked much about it as a society. And so we, saw a large percentage of the population, half the population, suffering in silence as they go through this change in life.
Yeah.
And we wanted to address it.
Yeah. I've seen on social media you've done a great job of not only creating products, but I think creating community around what you're doing, bringing women in. How have women responded to what you're building?
You know, most of them come to us and say, thank God I'm not going crazy. Because we know so little about menopause, including women at large, we're not educated about it ever in growing up. Most women think that maybe they're going crazy or something more is wrong with them during that phase of life. And so when women find us, they're ready for support. They're ready to connect and share with other women that might be going through the same things, or they're ready to just have their needs met and keep it to themselves, but they like knowing that they're in a place that finally understands them.
One reason I love following Genève is that you're always innovating, always coming out with new, whether it's products or services. So where are you at right now in product development? What are you rolling out? What are you excited about?
Yeah, 2020 is going to be a big year. Number one, so our products are our technology platform as well as our physical products. Physical products, we have a lot of new ones coming out, more supplements and some other categories I won't name yet. We want to keep that a bit of a surprise.
Okay, all right.
But from a technology perspective, we're finally using the data that we have grown or received from women over the last couple of years through our menopause assessment. It's proprietary. Women spend about 7 minutes inputting information about themselves so they can understand where they're at in their menopause journey. And in 2020, we're finally taking that data and architecting our system in such a way that we can actually start to use it to benefit women in terms of recommending new services and products for them.
Fantastic. I know we did a story about you in the most recent issue of the magazine, kind of outlining what corporations still need to understand about women's health, and you're outlining some of those issues. And I wonder if maybe you could just give a highlight, one point or two that you recall from the story.
So today, 20% of the U.S. workforce are women of menopausal age. So it's a big audience. And interestingly, we were just on the Today Show, and one interesting outcome of that were a number of different large enterprise tech companies reached out to us and said, would you come in and talk to our workforce, our women? And so I think the conversation with this increased workforce of menopausal age, it's starting to pop up in the workforce. And women, if they can't sleep, if they're suffering from extreme fatigue, hot flashes, night sweats, it's going to impact their productivity at work or even brain fog.
Yeah.
And yet women don't really want to go to their manager and say, hey, I'm subpar in my job right now because of this.
Right.
So we've got to find safe ways to support women in the workplace, and that's what we're working on.
Awesome. Well, I'm happy to hear that you got those invitations and that those conversations are happening. Jill, always awesome to hear what's happening with Genève. I hope it continues to be a great week for you. And thanks for joining us in the StartUp Health studio.
All right, thank you.
Have a good afternoon. All right, we are here at the StartUp Health Festival, broadcasting live this afternoon from the StartUp Health studio. The theme of this festival is collaboration, and it's been really amazing to hear throughout our interviews with health entrepreneurs the way that they are sparking those partnerships up on the third floor and throughout the year. We've got some more interviews for you this afternoon, so we hope you'll stick with us. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break and join us again in just a few minutes. See you then. Welcome back. We're broadcasting live from the Startup Health Festival down in the Startup Health studio. I'm Logan Plaster, editor of Startup Health magazine, and I'm excited to be bringing you more interviews this afternoon with some of the smartest, most brilliant healthcare entrepreneurs in the world. So my next guest is Satya Alumalai, CEO and founder of Adar Health. Come on up, Satya. Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Happy to have you on the studio, but you're no stranger to the spotlight. You were just on Good Morning America, right?
Yeah, that was a fun experience.
I'm sure there was a few more lights, a few more staff.
Yeah, but having around you is also great because Startup Health is like home, right?
That's right, that's right. So you are CEO, founder of Adar Health, and you've brought with you your product, which is called Mouth Lab, correct?
Yeah, it's actually a rapid health assessment device that measures more than 10 vital health parameters in just 30 seconds, non-invasively. This is more for monitoring and managing chronic disease patients at home. But more importantly, we just want to give a new kind of personalized experience for patients with chronic condition so that they can make sustainable behavior changes, not just by using a wearable, but also by using a device just once a day. So it's more like a check engine light for humans.
Let me see it. Yeah. Let me see it. Okay, so here's the device, beautifully designed. Looks like an iPhone for home monitoring. It's got. So let's say I'm a patient with a chronic disease, and I'm prescribed this, or I purchased it off the shelf. What's my experience like? When do I use it? How do I use it?
So, I mean, it's a very simple device. So what we really wanted to do is like pair one habit with another habit. So essentially, like every single day in the morning, when somebody brushes their teeth, they can literally pick this device, put it in their mouth, breathe through normally.
To breathe into it.
And then towards the end, you perform lung function test or spirometry, which is essentially like breathing in and breathing out. And then once you're done, you just treat it like a toothbrush. You just wash it under tap water, put it back. Because the device actually has an IoT kit within, it communicates via 4G. So if you don't have a smart device, or you don't have to take your smart device into the bathroom and just use it anywhere in the world.
Okay. So I have this with me. I breathe into it. I just breathe in and out a few times, once a day. And where does that information get collected? What happens to it?
Yeah, the data is actually sent to our secure HIPAA-compliant cloud. From there, the data is sent directly to the patient's phones. But if the patients require, like they can send it to their caregivers and also to their care providers. When I say care providers, they have our own dashboard which they can use, but we can also send it to the EMR. So which is what we are working towards, like integrating everything into one place, or more like unifying all the aspects of patient's health in one place.
Got it. I'm sure that's one of the big challenges, that integration process.
Exactly.
I mean, you've already conquered this incredible feat with the technology, which I understand this is pretty proprietary, this is pretty new. And then now you have the step of integration.
Yeah.
It's also challenging.
Exactly. I think every process is challenging. For us, even building this device, it took like almost 10 years now.
Of course, yes.
Right now, the challenge of integrating is just a smaller challenge for us. But more importantly, we are working towards getting our regulatory clearances. So once we get there, then it'll be a much more easier thing for us to approach. And we have great partners in Johns Hopkins, LifeBridge Health, and other partners like Mayo, which we are talking to right now. So integration is going to be really something that can be done through our partnership. And imagine in healthcare, nothing can be done alone. Like we need an army.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
Exactly. So 2019 was a big year. These incredible partnerships. You have the product. You're on Good Morning America. You're getting consumer attention, and I think people are seeing this for what it is. Really a really dramatic shift in how we could do in-home monitoring. So tell me, what are you looking forward to for 2020?
So 2020 is going to be one of the most amazing years for us because we are looking for our regulatory clearances. But more importantly, we wanted to use this year and use our product to show that there's more to measuring health than just like having a Fitbit or an Apple Watch, because like a lot of the cases, like chronic disease patients like don't use devices these days, and they rely on going back to the hospital. And healthy individuals just think like, okay, hey, I'm totally fine, I exercise, I eat well, but I don't take care of myself. So what we aim to do is like to really do more studies to show that like a multi-parameter or a multi-biomarker approach, which we show through our device, would be phenomenal and essential for everyday consumers to use our device. So all we really want is like spend 1 minute of your day to get a comprehensive health assessment sent directly to your phone, so that you don't have to keep looking at it, so that you can treat it more like, as I said, like a check engine light for humans. So 2020 is a year for us to display and then show to the world, and we're really looking forward to working with StartUp Health and the army of entrepreneurs.
Awesome. Well, this is inspiring to me. I love hearing your story. Anyone who wants to hear more about Satya and Adar Health, we did a piece in StartUp Health magazine, issue number 4.
Yeah.
And so you can check it out. He's got a great story. So Satya, thanks for joining us. I hope you have an awesome rest of the festival, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Great.
Take care. And don't forget your...
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Our next interviewee is Vitaly Karpali, hope I didn't butcher your last name. Karpaychik, all right. Great to have you, great to have you. You're CEO of PigPug.
Yes.
What is PigPug doing?
Yeah, we help kids with ADHD and autism to live a better life.
Okay, okay. Why was this important for you to do?
Yeah, it's a personal story. I have had ADHD since 6 years old, and I have some form of autism. And I realized that I have ADHD. It's 34, and since that time I decided to help kids to overcome this disease and to be more socialized and productive.
Yeah. What experience do you want them to have that maybe you didn't get to have?
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm doing it. I just don't want to pass all of these kind of life exams that I passed.
Yeah.
Because right now we are in 2020. A lot of opportunities, and these kids, there is no like developmental delay in that kind. These kids are even more talented than regular kids. They have a powerful brain.
Yeah.
Only one thing, they don't know how to control it.
Yeah.
And I want to teach them to control and go to the future.
Okay, so let's talk about the product, how you're doing that. It's an awesome health moonshot.
Yep, we are kind of want to do a complete solution for kids with ADHD. It's first of all, it's a headset.
Headset, okay.
Headset, headband, doesn't matter. It's gonna be comfortable, wearable headset. The second is a platform. If we just sell the headset for the kid, the headset will go to the shelf like in 3 days. That's why we need a supervising. Platform will connect parents with kids with ADHD from one side and neurofeedback practitioners to the other side.
Okay.
By the way, like our technology based on neurofeedback in opposite to medication.
Okay.
Yeah, like this is the second platform. Third is AI. We analyze the brain waves.
Okay.
We strongly believe that powerful artificial intelligence will help us to overcome our brain issues, not just ADHD, autism, another issue. We just need more data, more data sets, and this is our strongest part is AI.
Okay.
And the first is mobile games. Each kid like to play games.
Right.
And it's not just a game for playing game itself, it's a treatment. During the playing games, they teach their brain how to concentrate. Yeah, that's a 4-in-1 solution for kids with ADHD and autism.
Okay, so if I'm a parent and I've got a child, I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. If my 6-year-old has ADHD, I would be able to use the headband and do actually brain assessment, and that would sync up to a game and a platform that is collecting information and teaching. What is helping parents understand?
Yeah, thank you for this question. We We start from 6 to 16 years old. This is our target audience.
Okay.
You have to buy the headset. Headset will automatically connect to the platform. And at this platform, you can choose neurofeedback trainer, which you like, this trainer. Like I don't want to say, but like it's like you'll find the driver for you, like an Uber model.
Okay.
And you can you don't have to go to clinic. The second plus, you can work from home using your tablet, and as real time, neurofeedback practitioner will see your kid brainwaves.
Okay.
And make an adjustment on the tablet. Yeah, and there is this is a disruptional model because right now you have to go to clinic and pay like more money than it really costs.
So you're opening up access.
Exactly.
Yeah, opening
Exactly.
access, making care more understandable and actionable for parents.
Exactly.
Probably making it more fun for kids.
Exactly. Yep.
Awesome. So where are you in development? Where are you at right now?
Yeah, we are right now finishing the headset. We want to, in the next quarter, we want to manufacture first 50 devices, and at the same time we're developing the platform and collecting data sets. It's the most important thing.
Got it.
Yeah, we want to have some stable model until the third quarter of 2020.
Got it. So how's that going to play out in 2020? What do you feel like are the next few steps?
Next few steps. First step is raise some let's say seed round.
Okay. You're in the middle of a seed round right now?
Yeah, in the middle of the seed round. Complete the development of the platform, manufacture first 50 devices, and we can onboard the first neurofeedback practitioners and kids, and the carousel is starting.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Why is it important to be a part of communities like this?
Yeah, it's I've been participating in different kind of meetings and festivals, and first of all, Startup Health is a very, very strongly focused on health tech, and just want to say thank you for organizing such a beautiful event, one of the best I have ever participated. Yeah, a lot of colleagues, a lot of people who can talk, a lot of people who don't think only about the money.
Yeah.
A lot of people who think about the empathy, about the kindness, and this is very, very important for our future.
Yeah. Well, it's real, It's really what is driving Startup Health, so I'm glad that you recognize that. It's great to have PigPug as part of our portfolio and our community and our family. Vitaly, thanks for joining me in the studio and telling me all about what you're up to. So have a fantastic afternoon. Best of luck, sir. All right. My next guest is Everardo Barojas. Everardo, come here. Founder and director of Prescripto.
Well done with the name.
Okay. How are you doing today?
All good.
How's this afternoon?
Right, because I'm
Yes, yes, there you go.
Okay.
How are you enjoying the festival?
It's been hard.
Yeah?
A lot of noise, a lot of people,
Yeah.
a lot of stimuli.
A lot of stimuli. That is absolutely true. There's a lot going on. But now we get to take a moment and focus on you, what you're building, and explain to the world what Prescripto is all about.
Okay. Prescripto is solving the e-prescription problem for Latin America.
Yeah.
So there's no infrastructure back there. There is no existing prescription system that is electronic, and everything is completely handwritten. So doctors' note will look somehow like a piece of paper that we might see here. So we have to build the infrastructure from scratch, and then the front-end application that the medical doctors use, and then build the business on top of that. It's a great challenge.
Yeah. Are you based in Mexico?
Yes.
Sort of starting in the Mexican context, but you said Latin America in general is your market?
Yeah. We're based out of Mexico City, but our focus is Latin.
Okay. Well, what are some of the other challenges that you've seen besides just the lack of digital infrastructure, handwritten notes and...
Something that's related to this is that the health technology ecosystem is non-existent. It's just starting to grow, but it's not. It doesn't have enough players inside of it to thrive. Right? So we see that there is very few sophisticated investors in the area. Startups are just building maybe what was built in the US during the 2000s. So we're very much behind, and in general, health is slower than other verticals like fintech or insurtech or others. So
long cycles.
Exactly. So the differences between like the U.S. ecosystem and the Mexican one are exacerbated in health. That's a really big challenge for us.
I did a story for the Startup Health magazine a year or two ago with a startup in Argentina, and we talked about the opportunities that come out of that situation to kind of leapfrog. He was working on electronic health records and felt as though he was able to look at the US system, look at Europe, and bypass some of the mistakes that had been made and jump forward and sort of cherry pick the best and not go through 10 years of trial and error. Do you ever feel that with Prescripto?
That might be one of the ways that this whole thing turns out, but we don't know. One of the things that we stumble upon is that we really don't know how success looks like from a health technology perspective.
Interesting.
There is no like successful health tech company.
There's no roadmap.
In either place of Latin America. It's hard. Like we can predict that some of the things that happen in the US and in Europe will happen back then, but if we focus on prescriptions, in the US, the company that owns 96% of market share in electronic prescriptions is called SureScripts. And SureScripts is owned by pharmacy chains, right? So whatever business model they have between them is not necessarily applicable to Mexico. If we look at the way this happens in Europe and the UK, over there, it's a tax, right? So it's a public company that pays for this as a tax. It's also not applicable to Mexico. So specifically to prescriptions, I'm not sure that can apply. Although it's interesting to see how this could like play out in the long run.
What gave you the what you're sort of describing to me is that this is an uphill challenge for Mexico and for Latin America. Why take that risk? Why was this important for you to do?
Don't get me wrong. The challenge has its upsides. Right? The opportunity is massive. So what motivated me? Before this, I kind of tried to do some academic work. I did a master's in astronomical instrumentation and kind of experienced the academic life. I didn't like it. Afterwards, I worked for a company that was working with crude oil. I really didn't like that. I felt like I was working for the past, not the future.
Got it.
And the final stuff that I was doing before Prescripto was fintech. I was an investor in the first Bitcoin exchange in Mexico. And I liked fintech. I liked the technology from a developer standpoint. I used to be a developer. I liked what I was doing, but I didn't really feel motivated. And when I finished that part of my life, I kind of went back to what drove me. And for better or worse, I was born in a family of doctors. Mother, father, sister. They're all ophthalmologists. So I grew up watching them give people their sight back.
Got it.
And it's hard to compete with that when you're in engineering. So I guess what I was looking for in Prescripto was having a positive impact.
Awesome.
That was my motivation.
Well, that's exactly what you're doing. I admire taking on this challenge, opening up access in Latin America, and really taking on some of the biggest healthcare challenges out there. So, Everardo, thanks for coming to the Startup Health studio, and I hope it's a great afternoon for you. So we'll be watching out for what you're up to in 2020. Okay?
Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we are broadcasting live from the Startup Health Festival. We're in the Startup Health studio. You can follow along at startuphealth.com, and you can join the conversation by tweeting us at Startup Health or using the hashtag Startup Health. My next guest is Ashesh Patel, CEO of Ashana Health.
Hi.
Ashesh, fantastic to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I can't wait to hear more about what you're doing, but how's your afternoon? How are you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah?
Excited to be here.
Yeah.
How about you?
How is the festival going
It's
for you?
great. Met a lot of people. Been with Startup Health for about 3 weeks now, so
Okay.
excited.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to have. This is my opportunity to hear more about what you're working on. I haven't even been briefed on Ashana Health. So tell me what you're building.
So Ashana Health is building a digital platform to help physical and occupational therapists and patients during the rehabilitation process.
Okay.
Our thought is to create a platform that gamifies rehabilitation.
Okay.
When I say gamify, it's really, think about an exercise you have to do that's repetitive, anywhere from 30 to 50 times. Our platform allows you to do that same exercise but in a game manner.
Okay.
So think about a patient who has arthritis and has limited grip strength. Using our hardware, they would play a game that now they're accelerating in a game, or they're shooting paintball targets. But now we can collect the data as to what the actual force was applied, what was the range of motion that the patient was able to achieve, and we can cross thresholds. We can set goals, and all that data is now available for the therapist to kind of track progress over time.
So it's like a really smart Wii Sports for rehab.
Yes, that's the best way to think
You've
about
got,
it.
and you do the hardware, so
Yes.
it can tell how hard you're gripping or turning or
Correct.
speed.
Correct. So the difference from us and Wii and Xbox Connect would be now all that data is available.
Oh,
The
okay.
patient can use this at home and recover at the convenience of their time and where they want to recover.
Why get into rehab? Was it something that you were passionate about, interested in?
Yeah, so my grandfather suffered a stroke about 9 years ago, and I am understanding the importance of someone who has to go through therapy. The engagement decreased significantly over time. With stroke, you don't have the luxury not to recover, right? So the engagement dropped, his motivation dropped, and then he was eventually still paralyzed on the left side. So seeing the engagement and adherence not there kind of helped me to work on a product like this.
Fantastic. What's your background?
My background's in electrical engineering, but I've been working in software development for the past 12 years.
Very nice. Okay, so tell me, where are you at in development? Are you still building the product?
Sure. The 2019 was dedicated to user feedback. We've worked with a lot of therapists, patients to understand what their requirements were in a product like this. We iterated. We finished our MVP last year, and now are ready for clinical trials in 2020.
Okay. So walk me through what 2020 is going to look like. What are you most excited about?
Most excited about getting the actual device that's ready to use in the hands of our users, get therapist feedback, and get ready for our product launch in Q2 of this year. We're growing our team as well, so that will support kind of our product launch.
Very cool, very cool. So you've been with Startup Health for 3 weeks.
Yes.
This is your first festival, your first experience with the sort of the family of companies. What's your experience been like? Why is it important to be a part of a community like this?
The community is important. My background, again, is in software development. The healthcare space is new to me. Getting the resources and the coaching is probably one of the benefits that I'm looking forward to the most. And then just the people that I've met in the past couple of days, it's they come from various breadths of the industry, getting to know subject matter experts, and then eventually, when we're ready, I think the funding that comes along with the Startup Health community is something that we'll look at as well.
Nice, nice. So you dedicated 2019 to user feedback. How do therapists, how do rehab professionals feel about it?
They're excited, right? So this is technology that similar products are around $100,000, not portable, so it's not as achievable to everyone. So something like our product comes in at the right price point and is portable for the smaller therapists to kind of use in their facilities.
Nice, nice.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you're building something really unique.
Yes.
And you're putting something out there that will help someone like my own grandmother. So, thank you for putting your thought and your effort into such an important health moonshot. Ashesh, thanks for joining me in the Startup Health studio.
It was nice meeting you.
And happy to have you here at the festival for the first time, and hope you have an awesome afternoon.
You as well. Take care.
All right. My next guest is Matthias Spanier, CEO and co-founder of Omnia Salud. Matthias, come on in. How you doing? This is yours.
Hey man, how's it going?
It's
Nice
good.
to see you.
Good to see you.
Nice
Actually,
to see you too.
I was just talking about you 2 interviews ago.
Okay.
I mentioned.
I hope you mentioned some good stuff.
I did. I mentioned.
I will find out if it wasn't. I will see the videos.
You will. You'll
yeah,
watch the
so
videos.
You cannot lie.
I was talking to a gentleman about innovating in Mexico and Latin America, and we were talking about the opportunities of leapfrog technology. And we had a discussion in the past about being able to look at the US or Europe and avoid some mistakes that have been made when innovating in Latin America. So
Yeah, I mean, so we basically see Latin America as 10 to 15 years behind in the digital health area to the US or more mature markets. So it's definitely interesting to see what has happened and what has not worked in those markets and try to use all of that to capitalize. And for us, we definitely see it as our mission to try to bring all healthcare in Latin America into the digital age at the moment.
Okay, so Omnia Salud, what are you building? What's going on right now?
Okay, so the way we see it, as I mentioned we see that healthcare is so left behind in the digital area that we feel that we're building like the building blocks of this next revolution that is going to happen in Latin America. And what we're doing at the moment is building the software that we hope all medical practices are going to implement for this next stage of healthcare to happen. So what we have is a comprehensive cloud solution that addresses the billing, the electronic medical records, the clinical workflows, and the billing of the medical practices. But we try to keep in mind that the most important folk in a medical practice is the doctor. So we always keep in mind what are his needs, how he's going to take better care of his patients, how can he work faster, make less mistakes. So definitely we try to keep in mind as we move along, because that's maybe one of the biggest mistakes that we've seen in the US market, maybe to forget about the doctor and to think about like the billing, the scheduling, and all those administrative areas.
How do you tweak things to have that physician focus? I mean, I love that, but how does that look?
Well, to start with, we have a doctor that's also on the founding team. So his voice is very, very important whenever we make any decision that's related to the product. And second to that, we've also started building very early specific models for areas that we thought were of interest. For example, assisted fertility, which is growing a lot in the Latin market and also in the US market. We built like a specific model for that. We built a specific model for oncology, for gastroenterology. We see these specialties that really require the medical information to give better treatment. So early on, we started focusing on trying to develop like proper clinical workflows and clinical solutions to give better care to their patients.
Awesome, awesome. You're based in Argentina, correct?
Yeah, so we started off in Buenos Aires, Argentina, but we definitely see the challenge as a region. We definitely feel that we can make a great improvement in the region as a whole. So we see ourselves as a regional company. 2019 saw us start operations and get traction in Chile and in Mexico as well. So we definitely feel that we want to help the whole region catch up with the rest of the world. So we hope we can affect as many countries as we can.
What's the value of the cross-pollination that happens at a global event like this?
Well, it's incredible. Like you get to talk with so many people from different parts of the world, where our vision is much closer to being a reality. For example, I was talking to someone from Germany that mentioned how doctors in Germany are already able to prescribe medical applications, and if you have to pay for that applications, the insurance is going to give you the money. So I feel that that's many steps closer to the future than we are at the moment. So that's also very encouraging to see like the future that we envision is already happening somewhere else. So it gives us better drive to help that future bring it closer to Latin America.
Yeah, what does that do for you? I mean, is that more inspiring than frustrating? Does that like pull you forward? Like,
Yeah, definitely pulling you forward, definitely, because we can see that it's possible. I mean, our reality is every day to like fight against doctors that don't want to leave paper records or to work our way through systems that are really not designed to go through a digital age. So it's very hard. And we say how far behind we are. But once we see that in more mature markets, it has already happened. You can talk about like success stories, such as the one I was mentioning, and to see all the advantages of this future that is already closer in other parts definitely gives me drive, and gives us drive to help it bring it back
Yeah,
home.
that's awesome. So you're creating the digital infrastructure for health for all of Latin America. It's amazing. Oh, tell me about 2020, kind of what your milestones are. What are you looking forward to? Where do you want to be?
Well, definitely we want to double down on the regionalization process. So as I mentioned, we got our first traction and arrived to Chile and Mexico, but we want to start growing more in those countries and also start growing in Colombia and Brazil, which are also two very big markets in Latin America. But also we want to start to get into consumer applications. So far, we've only been very focused on the delivery of software for medical practices, but also part of our vision is to connect those medical practices to patients. So we hope that 2020 also sees us delivering our first products to consumer, and also I think that will be very, very important in our history.
Fantastic. That's all the time we have, but the work that you're doing is so important, and I love checking in and hearing what Omnia Salute is doing. Best of luck for the rest of the week, and we'll be watching for you in 2020, okay?
Well, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure.
All right. Matthias, take care. All right, fantastic. So we're here at the Startup Health Festival. We are interviewing health entrepreneurs who are changing the future of health. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome. We are live at Startup Health TV. My name is Unity Stokes. I'm the co-founder and president of Startup Health. It's great to be here with Roberto Acioni from Healthware, CEO of Healthware. How are you, sir?
I'm great. Thank you, Unity. Thanks for having me.
So we are at the Startup Health Festival. It is a new decade, 2020. I feel like I bump into you everywhere but your home, right? We seem to be all over the world in different places together. Maybe let's start with you. Who are you? What do you do? What's Healthware? What's your mission? Let's start with you.
Sure. So, by the way, we met first time in 2009, so that makes like a full decade, which is kind of amazing.
We are getting old. What's going on? I'm trying to remember the first time we met and which place was it?
South by Southwest.
Okay, that's always a good place to meet people.
It was, yeah, and I think if you remember, was the time that we were discussing, hey, this thing that will come, we'll need a name, and we were discussing maybe it should be digital health.
There we go.
I clearly remember that was a great conversation.
And hey, now there's what, $70 billion that have been invested. I do remember that. There wasn't even a term.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just extraordinary what's been happening.
Yeah.
I mean, you're based in Europe, right? Yeah. You've got an extraordinary kind of global lens on what's happening. Obviously, the work you do at Healthware, but also with Frontiers. Let's start by just putting a little perspective on what just happened. I mean, 10 years ago at South by Southwest, but what happened over the last decade, in your view, that was significant?
So how long we have? Like 2 hours? No, it's like
just give us the headlines. You know?
Yeah,
what
sure.
stands out?
Sure. No, I think first off, it's great to be here again, and I think this is getting better and better, the festival. And as Healthware, we've been around for 20 years, as you know, like now. And so we basically lived the decade pre-digital health. When we were
You're like a real serial entrepreneur. You've been in this, thick and thin.
Since the inception, since I was studying as a doctor, and then founded Healthware. We went through a couple of stints. We got acquired and demerged, and now we are running this independently. So Healthware really came out of the vision that digital and healthcare at some point had to, something to do together. When I was literally studying as a doctor, anything was analog, which to some extent still is, kind of, because we are in the making of this transition and transformation. And the idea was, what if we apply what at the time was computer science starting off to medicine? My vision was to have bigger impact, which is something that then it's very connected to what you guys call moonshots, right? In a way. And so the first 10 years clearly were more about this dream and trying to understand, is this really something there? Are these different disciplines really fit each other? And then, of course, since this past decade, digital kind of started to materialize, and of course, it's incomparable today to with 10 years ago. Now it's something there is a lot more attention on, and there's of course a lot more investments that have been going through. I still feel we are kind of in the beginning of it. I don't think we are nearly done.
But do you feel like there's real progress being made today? I mean, what's your sense of the moment we're in?
Well, I think we are probably towards the end of the foundation. I don't think we are, done with it by any means.
And I think that's what's frustrating to a lot of people is there's all this money that's been investing. It's been years already. Come on, let's move faster. Why can't we see the impact yet? But I think, I always like to use the analogy of, the web, right? Before the web, the internet's there. They had to figure out how to get modems into personal computers, and personal computers that in everybody's home. We're laying the pipes, right?
I think we are onto something that is much bigger than that. At the time of the web pioneers, which is an age that we both kind of lived, it was about kind of connecting information, connecting people. So big problems, but not as big as transforming healthcare, which is a lot more complex and a lot bigger. So I think these first 10 years have started to lay down a foundation, understanding, defining a space, I believe setting up a purpose. So giving to many entrepreneurs in the world, and even executives, and policymakers also, more recently, the notion that there's an higher purpose in digitalizing healthcare, which is really kind of transforming this for better, to increase access, to lower the cost, I mean, the different things that we now all know. But 10 years ago, we didn't know. It was like a dream and intuition. It was not like a notion. So I think these first 10 years created the notion, the space, the purpose, and give us the objectives. Yes, there's been investments, but compared to the size of 7 trillion industry,
right, it's 7 to 10 trillion globally,
it's still small.
It's small.
So we need a lot more investment. We need a lot more time to scale these things up. And scale is, of course, important. I think we shouldn't lose, of course, the purpose. We should keep the spirit of the web pioneers that you mentioned. It was, let's transform, let's reimagine what we think, doesn't really work the way we would like to. And I'm thinking back to entertainment, music, and travels, all of that. Now we are bringing that vision and that drive to healthcare. I think based on that, and with these strong foundations, now it's time to scale this up, and only scaling this up, we will really achieve the kind of impact.
And when are you talking about the big industry players scaling these innovations up? Are you talking about the emerging upstarts? Are you talking about the whole thing? What frame this for us?
I have a fairly clear idea about that. I don't think it's one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's all of them in kind of different ways. Mm-hmm. The startups are important, will be always important, because we need, in several cases, we need to completely radically innovate. We need to, not just like do marginal innovation.
Let's leapfrog forward.
Yeah, we need to really do that radically, and that can only come from startups. We have seen in all other industries, in healthcare is not different. On the other hand, we need like the super large corporations to scale this up. They have access to instantly all the markets. They know how to create policies around, with policymakers, how to basically pay for these things, where there's reimbursement, where there's other kind of schemes. So they have a role to play, and institutions too, because institutions are important to lay the foundations.
Yeah, one of the themes we focus on here at Startup Health is the power of collaboration.
Sure.
And I think the key is breaking these silos down. How can we get the world's largest brands and global enterprises working with these entrepreneurs, emerging health transformers, as we call these extraordinary superhero innovators? How can we start working together? What do you think it's going to take?
The platform, the Startup Health platform, is already kind of a great vehicle to that, because it's able to align people, energies, companies around purposes, which you call moonshots, which I think is a brilliant. And this since the beginning. The work we are doing at Healthware by supporting Frontiers Health in Europe is another way to do that. It's like that's a platform where all the players, literally, now globally, can convene, and you have been there multiple times. That's also kind of mobilizing kind of forces. So power collaboration for sure. This is something that we need physicians, we need nurses, we need all the different stakeholders of healthcare, because it's a lot more complex than the other industries like travel and entertainment. It's literally a multi-stakeholder environment.
So let's talk about, you got such an interesting global perspective here,
Sure.
right? Let's dig into that, because what's the global opportunity? What are you seeing in Europe and around the world specifically that you think we can all be learning from in other parts of the world?
Well, I think the interesting part is that if you look at broadly like Asia, Europe, and the US, the healthcare systems are very different. What I think is not different, though, are the people. People that consume healthcare, right? It's something that I like to say, and that we will all be patient at some point. It is better we remember that from time to time, because that keeps us, kind of probably focused on what really matters, right?
Health's universal, right?
Exactly.
It's the one thing that impacts every human on Earth.
And it's the most important thing, because once you don't have that, you cannot do anything.
Yes.
So I think that's like the common layer. So I think it's a people-first approach. We're going to solve real problems that real people have. And those problems might be at different stages, but are kind of common all over the world. Now, What I think is interesting of digital health transformation is that the digital can give us the power to reimagine things in the different contexts, provided we really focus on people needs. And then at that point, I think the institution, the systems might be probably rethought based on what digital enables. And I think that's probably the way we should look. So rather than see how we should do differently in the different places, I think we should tackle the problems and understand how we can better solve those problems in the context of the legislation, the systems that in the different continents or countries we have. But understanding that digital is transformative about that too. Look at Germany, the new law there. It's something that basically has been designed.
The Digital Health Act?
Yeah, it's been designed around the way the startup, process work. And I think that's remarkable, and it's something that when I interact with governments, I'm pushing to say, hey, we should look at that because that's
What do you think
smart.
the impact, explain what the Digital Health Act is, or top line, and what you think the impact might be, or why that's significant?
I think the reason why it's significant is because it provides a platform for the companies to basically thrive and grow. And that's important because if even the most brilliant solution that has an impact, has traction, solves real problems, doesn't have the ability to scale as a company, then it's not sustainable. And at some point, it's not accessible to many more people, which ultimately is what you need in order to improve health outcomes at scale.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure that they provide in that country, which is coming to fruition in the spring, it's really shaping up the market, allows you to understand how you can access, how you can at some point claim reimbursement. So in other words, allows you to plan for the growth and the distribution at scale of the proven solution. Has a great attention on safety, on efficacy. So I think it's great in so many different ways as it's being designed. Now we need to see the implementation and then, of course, what will pan out.
So we only have another minute before we're
Cool.
going to go to a quick break here, but what are you most excited about? What gives you hope for the future? What are you up to? It's 2020. We're about to go. I hope to see you at South by Southwest in 2030, and I want to see a big smile on your face. All right? Why?
The reason why you already see that smile now is because having been in since the inception, I can really see the momentum, the difference. For a great team anywhere in the world almost that is onto something, as a great idea, has proven initial traction, as some initial clinical validation, now is a lot easier to really, put a startup together and really find support in the community and the ecosystem to thrive. That, I think, is already a big difference. It took us 10 years to get there. I think we'll accelerate more. I think we'll take time as we will kind of transform everything. But I think we are in a great, I would say, place now. Probably the pipes, those kind of foundations, the modems have been probably, kind of deployed. And I also want to really see more the big tech companies, coming into, the equation. Talking the Apples, the Googles, and all of them. I would like to see them part of the ecosystem.
And I just want to remind you, when I see you in 10 years, you're going to have a 10-year-old, not a brand new newborn. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much.
Just want to
for
thank you for everything that you do, that we've done together. You've been such a good friend to Startup Health. So thank you so much, and look forward to hopefully visiting you in Italy soon.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So thanks, everyone. We are going to be right back. We're going to take a quick break, and then Steve Krein, my business partner at Startup Health, CEO and co-founder with me, we're going to do a wrap-up of the Startup Health Festival here in a little bit. So check back in, and we'll see you soon. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Startup Health Festival. We're broadcasting live in the Startup Health studio. We've been spending all yesterday and today interviewing health entrepreneurs, learning about what they're building and why, learning about the future of health. So this afternoon, I am excited to welcome into the studio Dr. Stephanie Canali, founder of Lactation Lab. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Stephanie, good to have you here. How's the festival going for you?
Thank you. It's great. It's very busy.
Yes. You having a good afternoon?
Having a great afternoon.
Fantastic. Okay, founder of Lactation Lab. Walk me through what you're building.
What we have built and continue to build, I'm a family physician at UCLA and the founder of Lactation Lab. I struggled with breastfeeding my second after I went back to maternity leave. I only took 5 weeks off with her. My daughter was what's called failure to thrive, so she was falling off the growth chart with breast milk alone. And that's how it started, and kind of like poked my interest about what is in breast milk. And yes, it's this magical bodily fluid, but it's time to maybe look into it and see what's going on. So we provide breast milk testing. We look at how diet affects milk and what elements actually impact and how we can improve maternal and child health over time.
Interesting. I'm curious, as you went through that journey that was so personal, what surprised you as you started to peel back the market around breast milk?
The most surprising thing is how little research was done with breast milk. The idea of wanting to know what is in breast milk is not new. There was a test that was actually created in 1978, which takes the equivalent of the inner tube of a ballpoint pen, spins it down, and then takes a ruler to measure the fat layer, and then guesses the calories. And people still use that nowadays. So that's really, it sparked my interest about wait a second, moms are different, our diets are different. And looking at a study from 1958 that looked at a small sample pulled together from 3 moms wasn't really enough, so we needed to change that.
Okay, well that's a good segue into talking about what the test really is, what the product really is. So what have you rolled out?
So we're direct to consumer as well as we have a corporate wellness program. It looks at milk and how diet affects it. So we look at, for example, calories, protein, carbohydrates, vitamin A, C, B12, iron, and heavy metals in breast milk, which we're learning are unfortunately found in a lot of over-the-counter prenatal vitamins. So, yeah.
Direct to consumer is an interesting challenge. I assume, are you going directly to the consumers?
It is a challenge, but it's surprising that we, I'm self-funded, bootstrapped today, and most of our users, we have thousands of users that they're just moms who've decided they want to know.
Fantastic.
And I think what we're also providing is for a lot of new moms, when they have a new baby, there's a lot of unknowns. This is one thing they can learn about, one area they can have a lot of control with some actionable tools to really impact their health and their baby's health.
I can remember how important research was when my wife and I were having our 2 children, just how much you wanted to know everything that you could in order to get ready for this unknown.
They say knowledge is power, right?
Yes, yes. So where are you at in the development of the company and the product?
Right. So we launched 2 years ago. We have sales, and now we're looking to connect with payers and scale.
Okay. That was 2019. Now we're coming to 2020. What are you looking forward to? What are the milestones you specifically want to hit?
Right. So our big ones are looking at third trimester predictors of milk production, postpartum depression, allergen introduction, so just further testing of the milk that hopefully we'll have on the market soon.
Very nice. What's been your experience like at the festival? Why has it been important to be part of a community like this?
For me, it's been really important because, again, I'm still working to bootstrap this company, and it's very hard to reach out to payers. I mean, if you saw the list of people I've met with yesterday, it's impressive. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without Startup Health.
That is amazing. I know there were more than 2,000 meetings scheduled through the app on the 3rd floor. So you were a percentage of that. You were a few of those.
It felt like I was all 2,000, but I wasn't. It was just amazing. I mean, really big companies, big names, and huge company. I just wouldn't have been able to connect with otherwise.
Yeah, like you said, huge need, not enough innovation happening in this space yet, but you're stepping into it. Love hearing what you're doing. Happy to have you down in the studio, and I hope it's an awesome week for you. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming and telling us your story.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Awesome. You can leave that there. Fantastic. All right. We're here at the Startup Health Festival in the Startup Health studio, and my next guest is Dr. Daniel Kraft, founder of the Exponential Medicine, and you tell me.
I'm the founder of Exponential Medicine, and I chair the medicine side of Singularity University.
Exponential Medicine, Singularity University. Awesome. Okay. Tell me what you're working on.
Well, I'm going to be giving a talk upstairs in about 10 minutes, but I'm working on a few things. One, through the exponential
This is your
medicine.
warm-up. This is your warm-up.
Through the exponential medicine community, we bring folks together to reshape and reimagine healthcare. We've had Steve Krein there and others speak from around the world, but the idea is, the future of healthcare is not any one technology. It's not mobile or digital health. It's how do you put the dots together, particularly with the understanding of where technology is heading, whether it's where CRISPR is taking gene editing to AI and chatbots. And so the exponential medicine program is 900 people to get together at the Hotel Del Coronado in San Diego every November, and we really take a look and cross-fertilize people, technologies, organizations to help catalyze the future of healthcare. So that's one thing I'm working on.
Okay. So you're coming out of the November, you say it happens.
We just had our last program 2 months ago. A lot of great talks at exponentialmedicine.com.
What were your big insights coming out of November?
The big insights are that we're moving from these sort of shiny objects to little wearables and widgets and apps, and it's starting to come together and connect the dots to create real solutions. And now the big players, from hospital systems to the Googles and Apples and Amazons, are sort of getting in the mix. And so that's really going to start to accelerate how we can utilize these technologies. As a physician myself, and meeting a lot of other healthcare professionals around the world, another unmet need is also understanding what's already here, let alone what's coming. So I've just recently soft launched a website, digital.health, that's literally the domain, digital.health, as a bit of a digital health formulary. So if you're a cardiologist or a physical therapist or a nurse, how do you find the apps, the devices, the solutions to help manage your patients for their prevention and diagnostics and therapy? So a bit of a place to find all things digital health.
What do you think of is the role of a community of startups like we have here at Startup Health? Just entrepreneurs solving problems in their lanes, coming together in critical mass.
Yeah, community is key. Nothing happens in the traditional silos. You need that sort of energy when people have their ups and downs, and it takes a village. And I think the Startup Health community and village has been amazing in enabling and pushing and accelerating so many of these startups that are really now, 10 or 12 years into the Startup Health world, really making massive impact. So these moonshots that are everyone's so enamored with are really going to sometimes get solved faster than we might think.
Yeah, interesting. Exponentially faster?
Exponentially faster. I'll share one other last thing about where things are heading in my world. I have a new startup called IntelliMedicine, where we're going to be 3D printing your own personalized medications. So a lot of patients still take a pile of pills. It's tough to take them. To cut them in half. Adherence is an issue. So we're sort of 3D printing pills.
Okay.
And
That's it?
Yep. So you could put your dose of aspirin, statin, beta blocker, Synthroid, vitamin D, eventually print that at home, maybe every morning for the doses that match you, leveraging your data from a whole variety of sources. So that's sort of one angle of where the exponential future of healthcare comes together.
That's awesome. Is that what you're going to talk about on the stage in just one more minute when you go upstairs?
They asked me to talk about the future of medicine, so I'm going to try and tie all the dots together about how do we think exponentially, convergently, to enable and catalyze the future of healthcare across the healthcare spectrum.
Fantastic, Daniel. Okay, I don't want to keep you. Have a great talk upstairs.
Great.
And look forward to following what you're doing at the Exponential Medicine this year.
Great, thanks.
All right. So we're still here at the Startup Health Festival, and my next guest is Vipin Pathak, CEO and co-founder at Care24. Vipin, welcome to Startup Health Studio. Take a seat and tell me what you're working on at Care24.
So we are a patient care platform for all care services at home. Broadly, what we do is help patients. Typically, these are, say, elderly patients, post-surgery cases, recover at home, rehab at home. So anything that is required at home from a healthcare perspective, we are able to provide. This is actually a very, very personal thing for me, also because, we were having a beer with friends, and then I got a call from my parents, and mom was not feeling well, and she said that, every time she will have something, she'll say that, okay, I'll take a painkiller and sleep off, and in the morning that it will be nice. But sitting like 2,000 kilometers from my native place, I was always troubled that, what is it a serious case? Is something wrong? Is something always like trouble? And then I was discussing with my friends, and every single friend was struggling with their parents' health. Like, how do you take care of them? And structurally we are at distance, we don't know what to do. Sure. We thought that maybe it is a good idea that we start taking parents' health a little serious and give them a structural support, and that's why Care24.
Okay. When did the company form? Kind of where is it in its development?
Yes, so we formed this in 2015. Today we serve between two cities, that is Delhi and Mumbai, about 1,500 patients every day.
Okay.
These patients typically will have serious conditions like Alzheimer, dementia, Parkinson, cancer, all chronic critical condition stage. We are able to help them. In some cases, we are able to bring an ICU setup at home, which is at least 70 to 80% cheaper than a hospital.
Wow.
So we are increasing the affordability and access to care in that sense. So we are pretty happy on the supply side. We are able to give, say, at least job to maybe 2,000 people on a monthly basis who are nurses, caretakers, doctors, physiotherapists. So overall, I would say, and we have just turned profitable, so I think it's a good stage.
Congratulations!
Congratulations for that.
So, what have you learned in the Mumbai and Delhi context that you feel like is helping you propel going forward and expand?
Yeah, so I think, what we said and what we decided that we'll stay in one geography and solve all the problems. And I think we solved, use technology to solve a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
So simple things like, putting attendance in itself, while it seems very trivial, but reaching on time is not something that, Indians are famous for.
Doing what on time?
Reaching on time is not something that we are famous for.
Yeah.
Making sure that the job is done properly, the session is done properly and everything. So smaller to smaller pieces like taking care of task activities, making sure the care plan is there. So we developed a lot of technology tools, and when we perfected that process, that actually helped us to increase the customer satisfaction levels. The overall efficiency of the system increased so huge that we are a single profitable company in this whole space.
Wow.
In India, so among the competition. And now we are using that technology to match the right person with the right, so it's like matching the right provider for you and matching the right job for the provider. Using that system, we are potentially expanding to Japan, Southeast Asia now.
Okay.
So Japan is on cards. Hopefully, I think by April we should be expanding there.
Why Japan? Why did you go from Mumbai to Japan?
We just got a good partner there, so we
it's everything, right?
Yeah, it's finding a right partner is one of the best things that can happen to you. So so not only Japan, actually the whole of Southeast Asia and potentially US. Like say in this trip, I am finding very right opportune partners where we are thinking that why don't we start something here also, using the same technology, using the same platform. I think we can bring down the cost to a huge level and increase the access for the patients to really high levels.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. In one statement, what are you most looking forward to out of 2020 for Care 24?
So for us, 2021 is one is obviously expansion is on cards, and secondly, our mission is to increase the access and be able to serve 1 million patients. We are 1/10 of that, so we are hopefully at least trying to achieve like 50% of that goal. So let's see how that goes, but I think we are very focused so we should be achieving some good target around that.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, thanks for joining me in the StartUp Health studio, and we'll be watching you in the coming year. All right.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Okay, my next guest is Daniel Warner, CEO and co-founder of Medicine Health. Daniel, why don't you come and join me? Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
How are you doing this afternoon?
Everything's great. It's been fast and furious today at StartUp Health Festival, day number 2. So
things are going fast?
Really enjoying it. Really fantastic meeting so many disruptors in the health and wellness space and so many like-minded VCs and strategics that are really helping all of us hit our moonshots.
Fantastic. Okay, you're with Medicine Health. So tell me what you're building. What's it all about?
So what it's all about is that we believe that healthcare should happen anywhere. Right now, the healthcare system is constrained by clinics and clinic hours. Why is that? So we try to envision a system where whether you're a boomer, whether you're a millennial, healthcare can be accessed anywhere at any time, leveraging things like mobile healthcare and virtual care.
Okay. So walk me through it. Let's say I'm a patient. I'm on medicine. Am I given it by my provider? Do I download it on the App Store?
Absolutely. So Medicine right now is available both on web and app. We are a practice management tool, a clinicless practice management tool, which enables any type of non-acute healthcare practitioner, whether it is a family doctor, a social worker, a dietitian, a personal trainer, what have you, to be able to offer care outside of a traditional clinic or even gym setting. We enable them through our software to be able to build their own schedule, offering either virtual or in-home or in-office care around their community. If they're offering virtual care, then they set it around their province or their state. If they're offering mobile health care, they can literally draw their borders. So it's almost like thinking of the community as a clinic.
Okay. Break that down for me a little bit more. I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean thinking of the community as a clinic?
So we believe that the future of healthcare is clinicless. It is wherever the patient is.
Okay.
So whether you're a really busy millennial who needs better access to care, but you just don't have the time, or you're an aging boomer who needs that access and you struggle to frankly get to a clinic, we think the future of healthcare is in your home. So whether you're
wherever you
are. So whether it is virtual in the palm of your hand, or quite literally at your doorstep, our software enables our client, who is a health and wellness practitioner, to be able to launch their own website, to be able to build their own brand, to be able to be booked directly. Analogy that we like to use is we want to become the Shopify of healthcare, right? Shopify enables brands to sell directly to their customers and leave the retail store behind.
Yeah.
So what we want to enable with Medicine is enable the health and wellness practitioners to leave the brick and mortar clinic behind, which is typically only open, let's say, being generous, 9 to 5. But there's 168 hours in a week.
Yep.
Why can't healthcare be offered more regularly to be able to reduce strain off of clinics and hospitals? And so whether you want to be able to seek out mental health care or physical therapy, food, nutrition, or even primary care, why can't that care come to you? So our practice management tool enables healthcare providers to be able to launch their own webpage or be discoverable through our free patient app, be able to create their own schedule, do all their charting, do all their payments and reimbursements through our platform.
If I'm a provider, let's say take this down the road a couple years, and this becomes ubiquitous. How is this improving my revenue? How is this improving the business side of my practice?
I'm really happy you asked. So typically when you graduate, or if you're an associate, you don't own your own clinic.
Right.
So right now, approximately 90% of the health and wellness space, they're associates. They're clinicians who don't own their own practice. So what does their lives look like? They're typically, scotch taping their work week together, working at anywhere from 1 to 4 clinics. Right. In a lot of ways, if I were them, I'd feel like Uber. So what we're aiming to do is encourage them to effectively embrace the gig economy in the right way and be able to offer either virtual or mobile healthcare. And so when you have that alternative of offering that differentiation and saying, hey, I can come see you in your home, or I can come pop by in your office, or if it's after hours and you're putting the kids to sleep, I can just hop on a virtual call. And so when you start thinking more holistically about healthcare, you start to wonder, why have we built the capacity around the clinics and around 9 to 5 when healthcare can happen anywhere and people are generally very busy. So by offering that more holistic approach, it enables better access to care, more proactive healthcare. And we certainly work with healthcare and wellness providers that are a little bit entrepreneurial, like to tell their story, are a little bit more digitally inclined. And we're just trying to help them enable their independent practice goals.
Interesting.
And so, our software enables them to be more discoverable or be seen, hence the name Medicine, of course. And be able to offer that better access to care that their community sorely needs.
I see. So the being seen piece is that you're opening them up to new clients.
Absolutely.
In the community.
We're helping them think about healthcare, about their practice in new and exciting ways that really is very current with the way that healthcare is moving. It's moving more into the community and being more patient-centered. And so we are trying to enable them to lead the charge and be able to create a global healthcare movement, similar in a lot of ways to what StartUp Health is doing with all of us through the support and the encouragement and the connectivity. We're trying to do the exact same thing by helping them embrace their inner entrepreneur and provide, frankly, the care that they were trained to do. They were trained to be business people or lawyers or accountants. So with our back-end software and our coaching programs and with our corporate perks programs, like we have some really exciting partnerships with BMO, which is a bank, Lyft, Microsoft, Hub Insurance, and so many others. Like we want to give them the tools to be able to be successful as independent care practitioners, to either augment or replace what they're currently doing in a clinic where they're told when to work and they typically give up 40-50% of their billings. So might as well, generate more income for themselves, achieve more work-life balance, the freedom and flexibility that they really want to pursue, and deliver that patient impact that both patients young and old really do need.
That's awesome. Daniel, thanks for coming into the studio. We're going to keep watching what you're working on with Medicine.
Thank you.
And excited for 2020 for you, okay?
Thanks for having me.
All right,
really
Daniel.
Appreciate it.
Have a
great
good one. All right, our next guest is Missy Lavender, CEO and founder of Renalis. Missy,
hi.
Great to have you in the StartUp Health studio. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm great. How are you?
I am doing well. Has it been a busy day?
Yes. running around, meeting people.
That's
That's
the right
what we're
answer.
here for.
Everyone seems to be busy.
Yeah,
All
it's a
right,
good thing.
Tell me about Renalis. What are you building?
So we're building digital therapeutics for pelvic health. So think about leaking, bleeding, chronic pain.
Okay.
Those are the kinds of things that we want to nip in the bud by giving a woman, starting with female bodies and moving, we're pelvic agnostic, so
Okay.
we'll take you guys later. But we're building basically a personal pelvic health coach that we're then going to have fantastic outcomes with and then take to the FDA, get it FDA approved, and then get reimbursed for it.
Now, we've interviewed nearly 100 entrepreneurs, and you're the first to have a laser focus on pelvic health. So
Right.
how did that become the centerpiece of Renalis?
Grumpy patient.
Grumpy patient?
Yep.
Okay. I kind of figured there was a personal story. There's always a personal
Always
story.
a personal story. Yeah, it was really distressing to me to see how many things I was experiencing that other women I was encountering were, and seeing their heads nod, and then I would say, well, how do you not know about this kind of provider, this kind of therapy, this kind of device? And they're like, doesn't it just go away? Well, that's ridiculous. So I've been in the space for 15 years on the nonprofit side, and then Renalis is 3 years old. And we've always been about creating solutions. So we don't want to just educate and advocate. We really want to put the woman in the middle of her care pathway, give her the therapeutic tools that work out there in a like one-on-one setting, like with a therapist or a nurse practitioner.
Yeah.
There's no reason that can't be on my device now
Yeah.
and have my own AI-informed personal pelvic health coach and make a difference.
Okay, so walk me through what that health coach looks like.
Right.
Is that daily content? Is that a chatbot? What are we talking about?
Yes, so it's a conversational agent.
A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. So starts with kind of a smart tool that we've created that basically ramps up the first thing every bladder patient encounters. We're going to start with bladder because out of the $100 billion cost of this area below the belt, 67 billion of it is from the gotta go thing, which is not very fun. And men and women get to experience it, but women 2 times more often.
Yeah.
So it responds really well to this kind of therapy. So the right kind of exercises, the right kind of behavior modifications,
Sure.
the right kind of training for your organ down here called your bladder.
Yeah.
So it's basically, I'm chatting with my best girlfriend who's a nurse practitioner. Her name is Cece. Right now. We'll have a different version later for you. But she basically is going to get some data, some validated patient-reported outcome measures. Going to have you set some goals. Going to start talking to you about you personally and how you're using your body, and then start teaching you some things while she's tracking your adherence, while she's tracking your experience, and that all gets back to your provider in a metadata kind of way. So, you know, if you're starting to fall off the wagon and not doing anything, the practice needs to know. But otherwise, we want to take all of that off of them, unless or until she needs more.
Got it.
That's a primary driver for the tool.
Okay. It sounds like a tool that once you really zero in on one therapy, you're going to be able to expand it. Are there thoughts that there will be phase 2, phase 3, phase 4?
There will be other conditions. Okay. So we're working on one right now for fibroids and endometriosis.
Okay.
That's more of an awareness coaching platform, so meant to get to early detection and intervention for fibroids and endometriosis, and targeted to a mom of a puberty age girl.
Yeah.
But we're looking at chronic pelvic pain and potentially fecal incontinence right behind there. Some really, really prevalent, expensive, uncomfortable conditions.
So what? Yeah.
We like all of that.
Yeah.
You know? Everybody poops and pees. We want them all.
I appreciate that. I mean, you're going after just things people don't want to talk about, and yet are so uncomfortable, expensive, problematic.
Right.
I don't know. Is there something about why is it that you've wanted to go after those areas? I don't know.
Because they are such a bummer. I mean, when you leaking, bleeding, or chronic pain, you're not doing anything everybody wants you to do. You're not moving. You're not leaving your house. You're not having relationships with your partners. You're depressed. You're anxious. Then you're hypertensive, obese, diabetic. You know, all the things we really care about in the world. Well, I think it all starts in your pelvis. So that's a problem. And it affects at least a third of all women. That's a low number. And 20% of all men will have something. So it's expensive, it's prevalent, and it's really not fun. And there are things that can actually make a difference that we can deliver. I think we can personally affect everybody's outcome for the positive, but we'll have a trial next year, 2 of them hopefully, that can prove some of these outcomes.
That's awesome. Other things in 2020 that you're particularly excited for?
Yeah, well, I'm part of a couple of big NIH consortiums. We just wrote another SBIR, so hopefully we'll get another NIH grant. We got one last year. So that one, the clinical study, will kick off in the second quarter. We're going for our first FDA meeting second or third quarter. and we're going to finalize our MVP and hopefully raise $1 million along the way.
Fantastic, awesome. Well, we're going to be looking out for what you're doing in 2020. I love the innovators who are really sort of looking upstream and trying to stem problems further up. And it feels like that's what you're doing. So
definitely, we want to change the world 1 million pelvic floors at a time.
It's awesome. All right, Missy, great to meet you.
Thank
I hope
you.
it's an awesome week for you, and we'll be watching for what you do in 2020.
Appreciate it.
All
Take
right,
care.
fantastic. All right, we're at StartUp Health, at the StartUp Health Festival, broadcasting live. It's the afternoon of day 2. Happy to have you with us still. We are interviewing next Kim Gandy, founder and CEO of Play It Health. Kim, great to have you on StartUp Health TV. Take your mic. We got to talk not long ago for StartUp Health magazine. You gave me a sense of what you're working on, but now we can share it with the world, okay? So
beautiful.
Tell me about Play It Health. What are you creating?
So we've created a platform that tracks, scores, and incentivizes adherence to prescribed regimens in a way that hasn't been done before.
Okay.
And so we bring all the critical elements together, all in one little package, and bundle it into a score that makes it understandable by everybody across the ecosystem.
Okay.
And then we couple all that with a rewards platform that literally makes people engage and makes it more enjoyable for them to engage.
Okay. Who is a target patient?
Yeah, so part of our biggest vision is that we want to be part of what I see as a new march in chronic care, where we're taking patients through chronic conditions and beyond.
Okay.
And so, as you know, part of our history as a healthcare system is that when people get sick, we consider them sick, and we don't look at them as ever getting well again.
Yeah.
Well, I very much believe, for a variety of different reasons, that there's a lot of productivity that people have in them after they've gotten chronic conditions, and we really want to be part of that march moving through that. Our solution can reach across the diversity of illness and wellness.
Yeah.
In other words, it's much easier for us as a platform that can reach those with chronic conditions to also reach back into wellness than it is for wellness platforms to reach those with chronic conditions.
Got it. I feel like you're speaking from personal experience. You're alluding to the idea that you experienced that productivity when you were maybe being labeled as unwell.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's not a secret at this point in time. I've been part of the process of bringing these issues to light. So I am a 3 cancer survivor, and it's one of those things that definitely in the entrepreneurial world oftentimes you don't speak about.
Okay.
But I have very much believed that as communities, if we discount people once they've gotten their illnesses, we're going to lose a whole segment of productivity that we shouldn't lose. There's experience there's life experience, and there's even just all that learning that happened before then. Medicine is so advanced now that we can offer people near normal life expectancies even after going through multiple cancers.
Got it. Okay, so there's this sort of care pathway that you're assisting with. Talk me through sort of the secret sauce of the adherence side. You know, how do you uniquely help someone stay on the path to healing?
So a lot of it's TLC basically combined with tech.
Okay.
And so we believe in the power of tech, but we also still believe in the power of good old clinical care and that ability to reach out to people. So our platform is designed to be a tool for clinicians and other members to reach patients rather than a substitute for that. And so we've worked very hard, almost with an artistic sort of approach, with the messaging, with the, for lack of a better word, the attaboys, the attagirls, the way that we bring the point systems in.
Give me an example.
Yeah, so...
You've been artistic about it, tell me.
Well, I mean, I think the artistic sort of parts about it are learning how even to just tailor the education so it really hits somebody where they want to be at a given point in time. So, for instance, there are days when, yes, patients are very much open to being educated about what they need to do.
Yeah.
And so we have imagery that does that kind of thing. And then there are days when people really just don't want to feel that they're being educated. And they might want to just see imagery that's more inspirational, sort of takes them away from their illness. And so the overall sort of vision of our platform isn't that we're creating people that are entirely looking at a digital platform every day. We just want this to be a tool that they can intermittently engage with and move on with the rest of their lives.
Got it.
So it's really something to kind of free them up from their chronic conditions rather than make them think about it every single minute of their
Yeah,
lives.
not define them.
Yeah, it's not going to define them.
help
We're
them
hoping
thrive.
that this platform helps free them from those conditions.
Got it. Okay. Okay. What are you excited about coming into the next year? What is 2020 going to look like for Play It Health?
Yeah, 2020 is going to be a big year for us, and a lot of that, in all honesty, has been gifted by the ecosystem. And
Okay.
so there have been billing codes that have changed that have literally provided reimbursement for exactly what we do.
Awesome.
But the
Recently?
big-
Has it happened recently?
It's happened over the last 2 years, but
Okay.
what has happened recently is that adoption has started to kick in.
Got it.
And so oftentimes in healthcare, things are delayed and adoption is delayed. But literally in the last 3 to 5 months, we've seen that uptick in the interest and the billing, and I think it's gonna revolutionize the industry. I mean, we're very happy to be a part of that, but I think the ability to get reimbursed for remote patient monitoring, so we're gonna have data on people at home that we never had before. I really believe that's going to change clinical algorithms entirely.
Awesome.
Because we've developed all these algorithms not really knowing what people were doing in their homes.
Yeah. Well, Kim, I'm inspired by the work that you're doing, and we're going to be watching Play It Health in the coming year. And thanks for coming down to the StartUp Health studio and
Logan,
joining
thank you
me.
for doing what you're doing.
All right, thank you.
All right, take
All right,
care.
have a great afternoon. All right, we're here at the StartUp Health Festival in the StartUp Health studio, and I've got a few special guests who are going to be taking
Look at this.
over.
And in real time, we are doing a set change.
Set change,
which
real time.
This is what
sit
we love
down.
about live TV.
Oh, I'm sitting with you. Okay, all right, all right.
You're going to interview us for a second.
We've been doing so many interviews down here, more than 100. So many that I haven't made it up to the Health Moonshot stage to see what
let's
you've been
start
doing.
with a question for you.
Okay.
What was it like down here? What was the
Oh, I
experience?
got a mic. I got a mic. Don't worry about it.
How do you feel?
I'm so inspired.
You must be tired.
Everyone keeps walking by and saying, you must be exhausted, and it's the opposite. I'm so energized by the entrepreneurs that I've gotten to talk to. They're amazing. They have been talking about collaborations. They've been talking about the meetings that they've had. It's fantastic.
So I saw something really cool on the social channels about you. And see if you can
He's a
guess.
little concerned.
See if you can guess who this is. It said Logan, and it had these like lovey stars, and it said a voice for radio and a face for TV. Who said that?
I can either be my mother or my wife. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got a fan
or my
crew
child
out there.
or my children.
Yeah, I think first of all, thank you, Logan. This was I've heard numerous times over the past 2 days how incredible it was to get additional context to being at the StartUp Health Festival, and for people to not only see the incredible content upstairs on the Health Moonshot stage, but to hear the stories and meet the entrepreneurs behind all the magic.
Yeah.
So
a lot of interesting trends coming out. Yeah, it's going to fuel content for the next month, so it's going to be fantastic.
Did you learn anything? You learned stuff?
I do. I felt like there's a lot of interesting entrepreneurs who are really going upstream to solve problems. You've got, someone who's like Goldfinch Health, who's looking at addiction and saying, you know what, we need to start with surgery and get surgery right so we don't prescribe so many opioids. Or a bunch of examples of ways people are sort of thinking creatively and going upstream. So,
well, it's
just
cool.
one trend.
Right after you interviewed the Goldfinch Health guys, I saw them upstairs, and upstairs here at the StartUp Health Festival, it is extraordinary. There's energy. I saw them upstairs, and we talked, and they said they had a great session down here, but there's literally thousands of meetings taking place upstairs. I don't know.
Three floors of energy, each with different energy. Obviously, down here we had the streaming live feed, but on the second floor we've been hosting the Health Moonshot stage content for the last 2 days. The most incredible conversations with Google and Facebook and Amazon and Salesforce and incredible leaders like David Feinberg and Toby Cosgrove, incredible, inspiring stories of not only the entrepreneurs that are working on the moonshots, but patients that they're impacting and helping. And I think really trying to make sure that every year we do this as a celebration of the progress that we've made over the past 12 months and looking ahead over the next 12 months what we need to achieve. And I think this commitment we made 8 years ago to come back for the next few decades to make sure that this is our annual check-in, looking backwards at progress, but looking forward at what we want to achieve and making sure that we just recommit each year to doing this in a meaningful way. And the army of entrepreneurs and innovators and partners has grown. We came here first with 20 companies in 2013.
The year before
Actually,
that,
just
it was
us.
just you and I,
Yeah.
and we were sitting in a booth at an awesome Mexican restaurant
All day.
down the street. We just took over a booth, and it was awesome. We weren't even drinking. It was like ice water,
We took the Startup Health logo and put it on a little pad to actually let people know this was our booth.
This was our booth. Yeah. That was our festival. So that was actually our ninth year.
From 2 people to over 2,000.
Maybe next year we got to take over that Mexican restaurant.
Well, maybe that will be the after party. Maybe this year.
After party.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, it's been a lot of fun.
What were your big takeaways from the Health Moonshot stage? What inspired you, if you could pull out a thought or two?
The optimism. You know, we're at a new dawn of a new decade here. We just finished a really interesting decade that I think set the foundation and groundwork for extraordinary progress to be made. So I felt a sense of optimism from entrepreneurs, from CEOs, from authors, thinkers, journalists, patients, patient advocates.
Patience is the big one. I think if I really think about that main stage, seeing the patients up on there with the companies that made an impact on their lives and hearing those stories, and seeing the trailer for Susan Williams' new documentary, the wife of the late great Robin Williams, and the trailer we got to see yesterday. I think just the patient advocacy is impacting, and I think oftentimes people think of an industry and companies as just organizations out to make money, but these are organizations dedicated to make an impact on people's lives. And to hear those stories, I think, was the most touching part of the 2 days up on the stage that summarized that.
Yeah, we really worked hard at a couple of things this year. One is bringing more patients into the conversation. It's so essential and critical. We also are very proud that 41% of the startup health companies here are founded or co-founded by a woman. That's really, really important to us.
Especially in an industries that are like...
In the tech industry, it's in the single digits, Across the street at other health things going on, it's in the single digits. So we're really proud of that. I'd like to see it at 50 or 60%, But these things matter. These things make an impact, and so we're just going to keep trying to bring it every year and see where we can take this.
Bringing that patient perspective full circle, I got to ask so many entrepreneurs in our portfolio what inspired them, and so many of them have come into their work out of personal experience. They themselves were patients, and so the level of empathy within the companies and the entrepreneurs we talked to, so many of them embodied the business and the patient together.
Well, everybody's, it's always a mother, a father, sister, a brother, a child, themselves, their relatives that are impacted, and they decide sometimes in an instant that they are going to spend the rest of their lives making sure that other families and other people don't have to go through that. And I think that's what makes this...
Hey! Look at this.
Howard Curran, our chief medical officer.
We got another brother here.
And my brother.
My two brothers. My three brothers.
How you doing, Howard?
Anybody can be a brother now?
Anybody? Nope.
Startup Health.
So we got our chief medical officer here. I feel special.
Yeah, well, listen, you guys...
We only have time for a closing statement, so Howard, you did a lot of interviews today.
A closing statement?
Yeah, make it brief.
Make it brief. In case the camera...
Oh, there you go, in case the camera's...
That camera, that one. There we go.
So there you go. So closing statement. Well, as we close out the Startup Health Festival, day 2, it's been an amazing, absolutely an amazing time. I think that first off, the fireside chats, the chats that we had with people like Toby Cosgrove and David Feinberg were amazing. They were energizing. It's exciting to be in this space. There has been so much collaboration. There are so many health transformers here that have had so many great meetings that we really are really on our way to creating and achieving all of these moonshots.
Yeah, and great opening keynote this morning, man.
Fantastic, guys. All right. We got to move on to our next entrepreneur interview.
All right.
Thank you, Logan.
And thanks
everybody
who
watching.
tuned in over the past couple of days to watch the amazing entrepreneurs, either down here on live TV or upstairs on the Health Moonshot stage. It's because of you that this is all happening, and we're going to make this happen.
Awesome. Okay, actually, we're going to cut to a break, and we're going to be back just in a moment with a few more interviews with incredible health entrepreneurs. Stick with us. Welcome back. We're broadcasting live from the StartUp Health Festival. We're here in the StartUp Health studio interviewing healthcare entrepreneurs. I am joined by Joe Bhakti, CEO and founder of QuantGene, and I'm excited to have you here in the studio. Joe, how's the festival going for you?
It's an amazing festival. We are going back and forth between different conferences here, JP Morgan and StartUp Health, and I have to say I'm very impressed here. It's a high energy, it's very collaborative, we meet amazing people, so I'm more than happy to be here.
Awesome. Okay, Joe, so your company is QuantGene. Break it down for me. What is QuantGene building?
QuantGene right now is building the world's first multi-cancer detection test that is blood-based. So we are able to pick up circulating tumor DNA in blood samples and take that from patients and can detect the tender-disease cancers at early stages in the blood. Okay. And the early detection of cancer is the most important instrument we have right now in medicine to actually defeat cancer. Okay. A lot of people are not aware of that. They think it's all about drugs and treating cancer. It's actually the thing that moves survival the most in cancer is early detection, and that's why we are working on that technology.
Is there a certain type of cancer that you're going after first?
We are the first test that actually does full multi-cancer detection. So we are going after the top 10 cancers at once in one blood draw. And that is, of course, a tremendous challenge. We solved it technologically, and now we have to solve it, on a healthcare systems level. And it's a great challenge. You would think once you have the tech and can actually do it and save people, it should be easy, but it's not.
Tell me about developing that tech. I mean, you obviously put in the legwork to develop this. You said you're the first in the world. What was that process like?
It was a long 5-year process with a lot of wet lab technology, a lot of AI, a lot of software, and we had to build the entire tech stack from scratch. Okay. What we are doing is very new, so we are leveraging a lot of cutting-edge technologies that didn't even exist 6 years ago. So it's next-generation sequencing based on the latest NovaSeq, Illumina platforms. It's a lot of chemistry we developed from scratch. It's cell-free DNA extraction, blood collection, but it's also a lot of software that we developed also from scratch. We have one of the very few truly proprietary bioinformatics pipelines that takes these tremendously large files from NovaSeq sequencing and then processes it, and we make sure that we basically minimize errors by many magnitudes down from what you actually see in normal Illumina files. Sure. And then from there you go into AI and have to actually pattern match what you find. We generate 6 billion data points for every single patient, as opposed to like one if you do a PSA test. So that tremendous complexity holds a lot of signal. That is the key to early detection of multiple cancers, but you have to do a lot of AI processing post-sequencing to actually get the signal out and do the right match.
So basically what you're saying, it's pretty simple and it's pretty easy.
Exactly. I mean, if you're up for it, it's basically like a web app.
It's just basically like pretty easy, pretty simple. So you're a pioneer in cancer detection. Where is that industry going? Where is cancer detection moving?
So that's an amazing question, because that's where the rubber hits the road. After you get that tech ready, there are many challenges. For example, we don't have any kind of established multi-cancer detection regime in standard of care. So everything is geared towards, breast cancer screening, colorectal cancer screening, maybe melanoma, maybe high-risk lung cancer, and that's it. So there is no stomach cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, bladder cancer. There are no standard screenings in place. Wow. And that creates this tremendous challenge for anyone who develops a new tool or technology that does this multi-cancer detection. What do you who pays for that? What happens if you find something? Who determines after you find it what it actually is? And so what we did is we had to develop this entire clinical infrastructure and algorithms around it. And so that's why we have a very large oncology advisory panel across European and US sites. And it's a lot of work, but it's also extremely exciting and rewarding. But the only way to bring a test like that to market is a comprehensive approach where you have tech, a lot of software AI, but also a lot of clinical groundwork and frontier work to bring in the best oncologists, internists, and systems thinkers and screening specialists to figure out how do you even deploy this thing, and how do you minimize patient risk, and how do you maximize detection.
Awesome. Well, Joe, I admire that your company has done the hard legwork to make some of the most important advances in the cancer health moonshot that we've seen. So we're going to be watching what QuantGene does in the next year or two with great anticipation. And thank you for coming down to the StartUp Health studio. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
All right.
We appreciate it.
All right, take
Thank
care.
you.
Okay. We're here at the StartUp Health Festival, and my next guest is Greg Sommer, CSO and co-founder at Sandstone Diagnostics. Greg, come on into the StartUp Health studio. Oh, you've brought.
Sure did.
You've brought the
show and tell.
Show and tell. The centrifuge.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
The at-home centrifuge. We've written about this in the Startup Health magazine, so I've seen a picture of it.
Thank you. You have, yeah. Really appreciate it.
So, Greg, Sandstone Diagnostics, take me there. What's it all about?
Sandstone is really enabling lab testing for anyone, anywhere, and anytime.
Okay.
And we're doing that with our centrifuge. It's the world's most portable centrifuge.
Okay.
So if you think about a centrifuge in a laboratory,
I
clinical
imagine a
lab,
giant, old centrifuge.
Yeah, exactly. It's the workhorse of laboratory medicine, of clinical testing, yet it's a technology that really hasn't evolved in over 100 years, right? So if you look back at pictures from the late 1800s, scientists were centrifuging samples, and they were doing it with a hand crank. So sometime in the early 20th century, they added electricity to this device. But other than that, it's about the same. You take a blood tube, you put it into the centrifuge, you spin it down. What this is doing is bringing the centrifuge out of the lab. It's going out to the patients. It's going out to the healthcare professionals
In
to
the
be
home
able to.
or at the primary care providers?
In the home,
office?
in the office, out in the field, military medicine, wherever labs need to be done, we can bring our technology there to provide the purest and most stable plasma sample possible to ensure that the labs that are being done are being done accurately and as sensitively as they can.
Okay, break it down, explain why, to the audience, why having a good plasma sample, why proximity is important.
Yeah, so blood samples start degrading immediately. So if you go in to have your blood drawn, it goes into a tube. Immediately, once it's drawn into a tube, it starts breaking down. So the cells start dying, they're lysing, they're adding their components into the sample. You're not actually, for most tests, most lab tests, you're not actually testing the whole blood. You're testing the liquid part of the blood, which is called plasma or serum. And so when that tube goes into the lab, the first thing they do is put in their centrifuge, spin it down, pull off the liquid part, and run the tests on that. Which usually isn't a problem if you're in a hospital setting or a clinic where the lab is nearby. That tube goes in, they spin it down, and the tests are done just fine. But it is a problem when you're decentralized, if you're out in the middle of a rural community or you're someplace that you don't have access to a lab right around the corner. That's degradation time, especially if you're dealing with temperatures and shipping samples. It can really cause a problem with the sample purity, and that's going to lead to inaccuracy. So what we do with our instrument is we separate it immediately. We call it zero delay. There's going to be no delay in this sample being prepped. Gives you the purest, most stable plasma possible to make sure that those labs are done well.
Give me an example of some of the use cases.
Sure. We have customers right now. One of our biggest milestones this past year in 2019 was bringing on board our first customers for this product, which are CROs, clinical research organizations.
Okay.
These are the folks managing clinical trials. So when new drugs or new devices get brought to market, they undergo extensive clinical testing. The big push right now in the industry is to decentralize and do remote monitoring. So bringing the phlebotomist to people who might be homebound or in a nursing home and patient's home to draw the samples so that those people don't have to try to get into a healthcare facility. They're having problems right now with being able to get the samples processed soon enough. So phlebotomists are actually going around with these portable centrifuges. You should see one of these things. It plugs into a cigarette lighter in your car. They strap it into a booster seat, basically in the front seat of their car, and plug it in, and they're spinning samples down. They don't work very well. They don't. But they're doing it because it's so important to get the samples processed. So we're selling these things to them now where they put this in their backpack, they go into the patient's home, spin it down immediately, they get out of there in a few minutes versus needing to do all this laboratory prep out in the field. So they're loving it. That's going well. We just clicked off our clinical trials. The whole system's going to be FDA cleared this year, and we're going to revolutionize the blood testing industry.
Am I going to see it at my local primary care office? Am I going to experience this in the future?
I hope you will. Our vision is we think this should be done whenever blood samples are tested.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, excited to hear what you're working on. Excited to see this come to life, and really feel like you guys are doing something really
You're
interesting.
upside down, but that's okay.
Oh, interesting and special. It goes like this?
That's right, yeah.
All right. So, Well, oh, sorry. We'll figure this out. There we go.
There you go.
There you go. Awesome. This is really novel and really important, and love what you're doing. Okay, thank you for joining me in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
And hope you have an awesome week.
Likewise. Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right, we are done. This is the end of Startup Health Festival Day 2, and we are a wrap. I hope you've enjoyed the more than 100 interviews with health transformers that we've done over the last couple of days, broadcasting live from San Francisco. You're going to be able to learn more about any of the people we've talked to on startuphealth.com, and we're going to be sharing this content over the course of the next month. Thanks for staying with us, and we'll see you next time. Take care.